Okay, so sorry guys. Had a bit of a codec error there. That happens every once in a while. It's not very common. Something about launching all the titles at once. Crashed my codec here, and I'm so sorry about that. So yeah, actually, I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna do anything in Eve. Like, we got the ice mining done early today, so I don't know. But it is there. It's there if I want it. Save changes. Oops. Settings. Video. Yeah, frame rate's good. Look, it's not. It's sitting at 100, but I mean that's probably because it's Haven. But yeah. What the hell is that thing? What are you? Wow. A Dominator tutor. Taming tutor. Teach me about taming. Domestication. Creature control. If your pet's hunger is above 500, it will slowly lose loyalty towards you. Every time you command your pet to do something, it will lose a small amount of loyalty. When a pet's loyalty reaches 0, it will run away. If your pet's loyalty is above 500, it will level up over time. So we need money pretty much right away. I guess the fastest way to do that probably would be the graveyard, I think. What the hell? I thought I heard like a zombie. What did I hear? Oh, that thing? Oh, okay. Here's a pig. FFXI died. Reload it. Let's listen to the rest of the Philip DeFranco.
To support the procedure. But still, not everyone's on board. Right? In other states like Tennessee, you actually had a Democrat proposing a bill that would have explicitly protected contraception and IVF, exempting both from the state's abortion ban. But there you had Republicans on the Population Health Subcommittee shooting down the measure on Tuesday, arguing that it's unnecessary because there's no law or proposed law threatening contraception or IVF in the state. To which the Democrat countered, yeah, there wasn't a law in Alabama before either, and saying that the situation there has set the precedent that states need to take this step. But all in all, after we talk about all the polling, after we talk about firefighters putting out the fires that they started, the big headline today is that the women in Alabama who are seeking IVF can breathe a sigh of relief. And then, just in case you missed this message earlier in like the last month, with travel season ramping up, I want you all to be aware of some things when you're booking travel. Like when you're looking for the best rates on flights, hotel rooms, rental cars, all that, companies can actually increase prices for returning website visitors, hoping that you'll purchase out of fear that you're going to continue seeing the prices go up. Hotels or airlines can also offer cheaper tickets to people in their home country. Alternatively, prices spike when interest suddenly increases. But all that, as the sponsor of today's show, NordVPN, or more directly, nordvpn.com/PhillyD, can help. Because Nord encrypts your network, allowing you to route through one of many servers around the globe. Right? Because we think of VPNs as an additional privacy and security layer, which they are. That is key and important, but also consider using them to save on your travel. Simply connect to another region or a country server and see what's available and how prices change. You might find yourself very surprised by what you find. And know that Nord is working to keep your online activity secure wherever you log on. So y'all, take control of your internet experience today and go to nordvpn.com/PhillyD to get a huge discount on a 2-year plan plus an additional 4 months free. That's nordvpn.com/PhillyD. The best deal on the internet, and it is risk-free with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. And then, if you ask people what animal would you not mind going extinct, they might have a few top picks. This thing, for me personally, this thing, fuck mosquitoes. And I know I'm not alone. We literally call people we don't like bloodsuckers. But something that wouldn't be on my list are the severely misunderstood majestic ocean dwellers known as sharks. But sadly, for them, I don't have a say in it, and they're dying. Because as I'm filming this today, over a third of shark species are endangered, and the numbers are quickly declining, which is incredibly bad because they've been here for over 400 million years, so they're vital to the oceans. With, for example, Dr. Boris Worm, a certified shark expert, explaining to the New York Times, all ecosystems in the ocean have evolved with sharks in them because they are so ancient. When we take sharks out of the ecosystem, we find that the stability of the system is compromised. And so with this, if we're going to talk about why these things are disappearing, we need to do a deep dive into the shark trade. Because if you haven't looked into it, you might not expect sharks to be a big target of the commercial fishing industry. I mean, their meat is generally considered low value, but there is one part of them that fetches some of the highest prices for seafood in the world. Their fins. Because depending on the market, they could go for hundreds or even thousands of dollars a pound. And that's because they're used in a very popular Chinese soup, shark fin soup. A soup that can go for over $200 a bowl in Asian markets. And what makes all of this actually even more stunning is that the fin itself is actually pretty much flavorless.
Really bizarre.
Yep.
I mean, really bizarre. Because it actually tastes of nothing. The broth's delicious. Pretty good.
But that's not what this is about for them.
They could have chicken, sweet corn, it could have duck in there.
So its only real purpose is to add a chewy, gelatinous texture while also, I guess, showing off the wealth of the person eating it. And I mean, there's a lot of history here. Shark fin soup actually dates all the way back to the Ming Dynasty, when you had emperors eating it essentially to flex, where it was meant to symbolize their status and power over the most dangerous predators. And for centuries, it remained a luxury served at weddings, banquets, and other ceremonies for the upper crust of Chinese society. But then the 1980s came, and after China liberalized its economy, you had this growing middle class, and all of a sudden they were able to afford the soup too. So then to meet the global demand, the global fishing industry went hunting for sharks, like a fucking lot of them, with ocean-going sharks actually declining by more than 70% in just the past half century. And when they're caught, the fishers just slice off the fins and toss this still-living animal back into the water, which for them, right, it's very efficient. They get to keep the most valuable part of the shark while leaving open more space in the freezer for other high-value meat like swordfish and tuna. It's extremely wasteful and even more cruel. But also, as the Deputy Director of Wildlife at Humane Society International explains, saying shark finning is like cutting off your limbs and leaving you to bleed to death. We don't know how most of them die, but you can guess they probably either bleed to death or suffocate because they can't swim, so they're not getting oxygen. So partly for this reason and partly to conserve sharks, governments began to ban or at least limit finning in the 1990s. And actually, as of today, 70% of maritime jurisdictions have regulations to stop finning or protect sharks. But this also, as we're now learning, that many of those policies not only didn't work, they may have actually even killed more sharks, which sounds crazy, but let me explain. Right, a study published back in January took the data on shark fishing mortality and cross-referenced it with new laws to see if there's any correlation. And it found that while fishers killed an estimated 76 million sharks in 2012, by 2017, the death toll jumped to over 80 million, with almost a third of them counted as threatened species. Which also, when you consider that sharks kill maybe a dozen humans a year, it's kind of funny that in pop culture we're so fucking scared of them.
You're gonna need a bigger boat.
But the reason why the number's gone up is a little counterintuitive. One of the most common laws requires fishers to bring the entire shark back to land instead of just the fin. And to be sure, those laws appear to have worked, despite, of course, some people continuing to illegally cut off just the fins. But in another way, it also backfired, because the researchers suspect that the laws inadvertently created new markets for shark meat, oil, and cartilage. Because the fishers are like, well, if we're gonna have to bring back the whole damn shark, we might as well sell it. So even where the fin trade itself was outright banned, now some fishers just toss the fins and bring the rest of the shark to the market. And so as a result, the shark fishing trade has shifted from east to west, with China, of course, yes, still grabbing a large share, but other countries topping the import-export rankings like Spain, Portugal, and Brazil. So now the new shark mortality hotspots are off the Atlantic coast of the Americas, near West Africa, in the Indian Ocean, and the waters of Indonesia, Malaysia, Papua New Guinea, and the Philippines. And in countries like Brazil, right, one of the top importers, most people don't actually even know that they're eating shark because shops sell it under a different name. Though this is countries where shark fishing as a whole, not just the fin trade, was regulated, the study did find that mortality there did decline. And in small island nations like the Bahamas and the Maldives, which actually pioneered shark sanctuaries, their population numbers came out on top. Also, you have experts recommending banning the use of certain fishing gear, such as gill nets and trawls. And while overfishing is the main factor driving sharks into extinction, it's not the only one, because you have other things like climate change, pollution, and habitat loss. And as usual with these environmental stories, we find ourselves in this loop. Likely to save the sharks, we need to save the earth. But to save the earth, it would help to save the sharks. And then, finally, today we have Yesterday Today, where we dive into those comments to see what y'all had to say. And as I always love to see, there was a lot of conversation around our deep dive into building, right? Energy efficiency and builders and massive companies not wanting to go along with that. So we had some of you beautiful bastards like Emily Helms saying, former building permit tech here, home builders are not on your side. Good, thorough inspectors are your friends. Builders absolutely will cut any corners they think they can get away with. And then giving the example, Utah laws were updated in 2023 so that while insulation is required, cities cannot demand an insulation inspection. I'm 10,000% confident this means builders will skip as much insulation as they think they can get away with. I've seen builders do all sorts of shady things. Support your city building inspectors. As well as Amelie Sanchez sharing, building codes 100% need to be updated, not only for energy efficiency, but also for structure. I have moved 3 times in the last 5 years, each to a different state. As a renter, these new buildings are being built quickly, but are very poor construction. One place I lived was Panama City Beach, which was destroyed by Hurricane Michael. 5 years later, they've rebuilt with cheap structures selling for a small fortune. This year, we had a tornado and it destroyed almost half the homes in its path. And there was some debate how this tornado shouldn't have caused as much destruction. It just shows how the market is building cheap and trying to cash in where they can. And finally, for this story, Offlineable saying, I did a bunch of research into building out a van for mobile living. The first thing I discovered was how incredibly inefficient and wasteful household appliances and infrastructure are. Fridges are commonly built with compressors on the bottom, hot air rises, and not enough insulation. Buildings aren't insulated enough in general, leading to noise pollution, no noise privacy, and more expensive heat and cooling costs. Faucets and shower heads use multiple gallons of water per minute for the default fittings rather than cheap water-conserving alternatives. And saying until laws force builders to stop using cheap crap to build and design our homes, things will remain the same or even get worse. And the only thing I can really add to that is to Offlineable. I agree with everything you said, except do not fuck with my water pressure. If it conserves water and I still have good water pressure, we're fine. But if I'm not getting blasted with a fire hose of hot water when I get into the shower, we're gonna be on fighting terms. But then finally, in those comments, what was really interesting were people kind of sharing their feelings about Rooster Teeth being shut down. Because I know that it was kind of just added on to the big WB story, and it ended up kind of being the bigger news for the day. I mean, I kind of didn't even have time to process it. And that's even as someone that was more like of a casual fan. You know, Bernie and the team back in the day, they invited me to RTX. That was fun. Also, a lot of people shared that they actually first saw me there, which was really eye-opening. I never really think about how like people first discovered me. I always imagine it's one of my videos first, but of course that's not going to always be the case. You know, you had people like Miss Loser McLoserface sharing, Rooster Teeth and the Philip DeFranco show basically formed my personality. I remember when Phil was on the RTX RT podcast and I freaked out because of 2 of the things I love so much coming together. This is truly the end of an era. Also, Big Red sharing, there are tweets from people who work on projects at Rooster Teeth saying they only found out they were unemployed from headlines on Twitter. Jesus, I don't know if that's true, but that's horrible. Also, Tyga Blood sharing, seeing Rooster Teeth fade away has been emotional as someone who watched them as a kid throughout my teenage years. So much innovative content from Red versus Blue to Immersion and Ruby, as well as trailblazing the Let's Play format with Achievement Hunter. I genuinely felt like friends with the AH guys, and for a while, working at Rooster Teeth was my dream job. And I will say, while obviously there are a lot of different aspects to the whole Rooster Teeth situation, I mean, some of which we've talked about in the past, I loved seeing all the people that were sending love to all the people impacted. I mean, one of the horrible things with situations like this are all the people that just lose their jobs that are behind the scenes, often talented, passionate people. But then I also get frustrated just seeing people like rejoice in it. I saw a clip of Jeff Ramsey actually talking about this after, and he hit on like how there are so many people that are like armchair CEOing, like, oh, you should have done this, you fucking idiots. People saying they were dead and done because they made decisions that they weren't happy with even like 10% plus years ago. I mean, to that, it's easy to be like, oh, well, you should have done something different when something fails. And there's also often not a lot of consideration into just like how complex certain decisions are. Like way back in the day, everyone around me that I had advising me, like the whole situation in general before I sold my company, it seemed like, no, duh, this is the way. This is how you make it, this is the move. But I don't know, I'm just left thinking, you know, I hope everyone that was affected by this, they land on their feet. Well, pretty much everything in this online space, there's like a level of uncertainty. It does feel like it's been an especially brutal year and a half. But that, my friends, is where today's show is gonna end. As always, thank you for joining me in my room while I shout to nobody. And remember, my name's Philip DeFranco. You've just been filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here on Monday. Have a great weekend. Also, did you see the weather has gotten so nice, James? Have you seen?
You on my mind a lot. Don't need no time watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, this babe, with you every day. You like my oxygen.
Illuminati is about to lose everything. In the last year, one situation originally to do with two content creators has evolved into one of the biggest scandals in recent YouTube history, where multiple content creators and ex-employees of commentary YouTuber Illuminati have come out with their stories exposing the true nature behind, at one point, one of the most celebrated content creators in the commentary genre. And at this point, I have no doubts that you have heard about this story. You've heard me speak about it, other content creators speak about it, Twitter accounts speak about it. Everyone at this point has heard about this story, but now things are changing. Now, I've covered this entire situation across a span of multiple videos, but out of all of the situations that we've gone through so far, what we're going to be speaking about today is the biggest indicator yet that Illuminati is not only losing the war of words against former friends and employees, but now, as I said, she is pretty much about to lose absolutely everything. You see, ladies and gentlemen, when a situation happens on
Thank
YouTube,
you, iNabber. I'd like to
drama,
sub to your
what would
channel.
usually transpire is there's a week of conversations, people make videos about a certain topic, and then another situation happens and people move on. But with this situation, it is very different, because things aren't just happening on social media now. No, it's gone from a war of words to a war of the courtroom, because yes, as you may know, this situation has developed into an actual court case between all of the people involved, i.e. the main person, Illuminati, and 3 of her ex-friends slash ex-employees who are now being sued by Blair. Because yeah,
I'm gonna go get something to drink. I'll be right back. Yeah, if I have a beer, because I can. I can't do that, I will. go. There we go.
Yes, nothing says innocent quite like suing somebody into silence. And I did actually speak about this lawsuit in my previous video. I had a very small chapter towards the ending of the last time I covered this situation, but I never really went in depth when it came to the true extent of this Illuminati lawsuit. And honestly, the reason for that
There was another video I wanted to look into on stream here. Or another thing, anyways. I wanted to look into Arc Rage, which is a private Arc Age server. So, yeah, and I wanted to see what YouTube might say about this. So we're going to go look at Arc Rage, because that's, like, I mean, that's a WoW-like that isn't very good. But I don't know the content, so that might make it really fun. It's weird.
You've been examined.
Spanish. Oops. Am I going to Valdunia? Yeah, I guess I am.
Arc Rage is an Arc Age private server for North America and Europe that has been around since 2017. This is my first time playing Arc Age, so it's not really a review, but let me tell you about it.
Thank you for the extra cuts of Mr. I'd like to sub to your channel, Arya Zoo.
We receive a buff called Patron. It seems to be permanent and active on 2nd, 3rd, and up to 9 characters. I'm just checking, but it's nice to know if anyone decides to live here. The buff makes leveling quite faster, experience rates for hunting, questing and the rest are also increased. I'm just familiarizing myself, so I did the main quest line or the green ones, just don't forget to do the mount and glider quest. Labor activities are disabled except fishing and larceny until we reach level 52, which took me around 7 hours. At level 52 we can claim a support pack, which requires us to go to their Discord. You can only claim it once per account, and having more than one account seems to be forbidden on this server. We can use the temporary gear until we reach level 55. The Hiram gear also comes from this pack. From here, it's more like Ascension. We need a full XP at 55 and buy Honor Forge with either Honor or Vocation points. The higher our ancestral level, the more capacity we get to do stuffs, activities and farm limits. The max ancestral level seems to be 70. You can get a house design from the daily support pack. I was learning about how labor works, but I couldn't seem to find a land, so maybe next time. There you have met lots of custom features and achievements. You can find detailed info on their forum and Discord. The related NPCs are also available in the main city. I might have missed some stuff and starting was a bit rough. ArcH feels like an older brother of Black Desert Online. I'm playing on the North America server, which is located in Canada. I was playing at random hours and the server is still relatively active. I don't speak English and rarely socialize myself these days. I do enjoy the game's lore, and sometimes there are players' lore. In MMOs, both are quite a read. Drama is neither good nor bad. I just want to say the server can be quite lively at times. I thought most players were around my level until I learned about Ancestral. Leveling was fine. I passed by some players, but there were no bullies. There are many players and it doesn't seem like a private server. But there weren't many new players or low levels. I guess it's not really a pay-to-win server, but I really hope they stick it how to progress in the game above how to donate on their forum guide. It's almost 2 weeks, but that because I didn't have much time to play. I wanted to craft and try most features, but the tutorial was quite long. Anyway, the notes don't really have a topic since I just want to say stuff that comes to mind. Let's say a server has been around for years, not just being maintained, but they made changes over that course of time. This server is awesome for having a record of patch notes. That's a point to look for if you decide to play on a server. The other thing is that since I cannot just switch and log into my Discord gaming account or any kind of social media, I'm thinking of players who only have information from in-game. I remember in MMO, we might not get a detailed information about an event that is ongoing in-game, which mostly get posted on the website. Many do forget to at least make an in-game notice or announcement of ongoing events or changes. The use of game launcher may serve for that informational purpose. Another good example is from mobile games. The annoying pop-up test comes when we first log in for the day. System notice or mail announcements is the least that a server should do. Not every player check the website or social media every day, but if one's a player, they must be in-game. The purpose is to keep everyone informed.
Hey guys, Nurion here. And it seems like the situation
ArcH is
It was informative.
Yeah, I know what you're all thinking. Why is ArcH being mentioned again? I mean, it's been years since Unchained's release. I'm gonna elaborate on that, but first I wanted to apologize for the lack of content.
Thank you,
It's
Elusive
been years,
Media.
and every time
I've
I
liked
make a new
and
video,
sub to your channel.
I say I will be coming back. My intentions are always to do so, but life gets in the way. And the games I ended up playing don't really transfer well to YouTube with the type of content that I like to make. Anyway, I really do want to come back to
Hentai.
making content and hoping the server becomes my motivation to do so. In my last video, I discussed a Genesis, which for those of you who don't know, was another private server that was planned to come out, and that never really saw the light of day. Which makes you wonder why I'm covering another private server, as most people would have already given up on this game. Any other day I would agree to just let the game die at this point, but this seems to be pretty different. One of those reasons for me is progress. The progress and the speed at which it has happened in just the past couple of months of me knowing about the project is absolutely insane. There aren't just empty promises or delay after delay, they're putting in tons of effort in and getting things done. I have been talking to one of the Daros, which these are what the makers of the servers are calling themselves as reference to the game. They have been absolutely amazing. They have answered my questions and have been great to work with, as I've been offering my help wherever it can be used, as I truly wish I could get the feeling of playing the game at 14 and staying up late PvP. This server may be the closest we will ever be to getting that feeling back, and I'm excited for it. Now, some of the server features. All this information can be located in their Discord, which I would leave below. You can find the information spread around FAQ and general chat pins, as well as you are more than free to leave your own questions under server questions or new player questions. Now, the release date. There actually is a confirmed release date for August 4th of this year. That's right, the server's coming soon, and the best believe I am ready to hop in. I'm going to be playing with some old buddies. We're starting a guild, or, well, he's starting a guild, I'm just in it, and it's going to be really good. So, I'm excited. August 4th. Server location. Now, the server location is going to be located in East Canada. You'll be able to test for your connection by going to the website. Link will be in the description, and selecting the server. I don't even know how to pronounce it, but there it is. This will show you your latency, or also known as ping to the server. If you find your latency too high, you might be able to benefit from exit lag. This won't change your location to make your ping better, but it can provide better routing to make your connection a bit better and lower it by a little bit. If you're wanting to give it a try, you can use my code Elusive, or my affiliate link in the description for 15% off. They also do a lot of other games, and you can also use it for like Chrome and such like that. So give it a look, see if you can benefit from it. Now, patch information. The server will be starting as a 2.0 hybrid patch and slowly ramping up to 3.0, stopping there. Custom content is not included in this cap, just for the base game. But since it is a hybrid patch, Warborns and Cores will be available from the start in the 3.0 version of the skill system. Personally, I love this idea, as 2.0 was one of the most popular patches for the game, but 3.0 did do some good things for the game, mostly quality of life stuff. Developers having the ability to cherry pick the choices the community want is fantastic, as the community is one of the biggest parts for an MMO. Now, alts. This is personally one of the greatest things about the server, in my opinion. Absolutely no alts. You heard that right. Absolutely no alts. You can only have one account per player. You can have multiple characters now per account, but only one account per player.
What was that?
What
was that? I didn't see the strike.
Feel like a chore, and if you didn't keep up, you were behind. This and dailies are what personally burned me out of Unchained. But now the people who agree with the alts are probably thinking about labor. Don't worry, the labor rates have changed, which is what we'll be discussing next. Now, the rates. The normal rates of the game have been tweaked to make things a little bit better for quality of life. Labor, 40 every 5 minutes is what you get with a 10k max pool. XP is just 2 times across the board. And honor is 4 times in PvP and 2 times in PvE/quest. Overall, these rates seem really good to me, as it's not at the top of making the game feel easy, but also makes it to be a bit smoother, where you don't have to grind as much as you used to, which will help a lot with burnout. Now, real money trading, or also known as gold selling. This is a big controversial one, but I fully agree with this, and I'm excited about it. Gold selling, or any sort of real money trading, will be gone. It's not allowed, and this includes anything you trade for a player giving you real money in exchange. So this means you can't buy gear, you can't buy boosting, you can't buy this, that. It'll be gone. Gold selling was a huge play with the game, and again, I am so excited it'll be gone. The amount of whales who barely play the game but drop tens of thousands, even hundreds of $1,000s on the game, it was impossible to compete with. Now, mods. Some of you are probably wondering about the FOV and other such mods, like the Korean font mod, if they'll be allowed on the server. Yes, they will be, but actually, they will be installed by default with the client, so you have to do nothing to get these up and running. They'll just be there. I played the beta, and it has the FOV mod. It's very easy. You literally had to do nothing. I know the FOV mod is a bit controversial, but I personally love it, so we'll see how it goes. Maybe if too many people don't end up liking it, they'll take it out. Now, as far as PvP goes, mostly everything's the same, except for a couple tweaks, which one of these is my favorite. But Infamy and Arena queues. One of the biggest things I'm excited for is the Arena queues will be skill-based, so my guess is that they're working on some sort of matchmaking elo system. I'm very excited as someone who liked to do arenas 24/7 back in the day. I'm going to be doing that again.
Only the best
The
for
Infamy
you.
has been tweaked a little bit as well,
Nice
so 1
talking
crime
to
point
you.
for attacking a friendly player, 10 for murdering a friendly player,
Let
and
me
50
show
crime points
you.
for making you wanted and will be sent to prison on defeat. Prison sentences are 30 minutes for 50 crime points, but scale with Infamy. Now the cash shop. This is another huge controversial
Deal.
point for Arcage, just in general.
Welcome back.
There really isn't much
anytime.
here so far, and no matter what is said, most people won't believe it anymore until they see it for themselves. This is just due to how many times it was handled in Arcage's history. I'm having faith that the Daras hold their word of not making this pay to win. So far, the Daras have seemed very friendly and trustworthy, but I know we've all been burned so many times in the past with just MMOs in general, not even just Arcage, but especially with Arcage. So we're not really going to trust it without seeing it. Now launch. There's not really too many things about launch that I know just yet, but did want to mention the 48-hour landlock that will be in place on server launch. This will be good, but also make the first 48 hours very crucial for players who are wanting to get good land spots, so it's going to be a rush. So just keep that in mind for all you wanting to prepare. Now, overall, the server feels like it's going to be great and has a lot of potential, and at the end of the day, the decisions of the creators is what led it to the bitter end, not necessarily the gameplay itself. The Daras seem to have good thoughts and passions, which is all we can hope for at this point. I'm excited to see it and will be lurking in to see what is going on until the release. I'll be joining a guild, like I said, with one of my old buddies, and hope to see you guys in the server as well. All the information regarding the website, etc. will be in the description. Also, the gameplay and the footage that you see in the background is from my buddy who's starting the guild. I'll leave his links down in the description. He's been great with hooking me with leads up for these servers, and he gave me footage on A Genesis when I didn't have access to the beta, and he's been just absolutely great with helping me out with content. And just go check him out. He's great. And other than that, I hope to see you guys in Aranor. Quick note for after the video here. These videos that will be upcoming that I will be making for informational PvP, things like that, they will be much better in terms of editing and everything. I'm getting a new computer soon. Mine's sort of...
These poor kids, they want to do this as this vocation, but they don't realize that you have to have a foundation first. You can't just go be
See
like a
what I
video
have for
game
you.
god. You have to.
Welcome back.
You have to
anytime.
observe the real life fucking like rigmarole. You have to show them that you know how to do it, or they
See
won't
what
let
I
you
have
sit
for
there and play video games for the rest of your life. Trust me, I know very well.
Thank you. Only the best for you. Thank you.
2 gold already.
Nice
God
talking
dang.
to you.
So excuse me. Pressing increased to 6. Cool. Alright, so where am I? I'm going east. Okay. I need to buy a bow. And arrows. Thank you, Smart. I'd like to sub to your channel. Thank you for the content for my stream. Sounds like it's DMCA to me, a little bit.
Arcade is an open-world MMO
I've liked and
with
subbed to your
PvP
thank
and
you, Sawman
PvE
UK. I've
aspects.
liked and subbed to your
It
channel.
was originally released in 2013 and then released again in 2019 under a new business model. It was one of the original inspirations behind Ashes of Creation, so naturally, I felt like I should give this game a go. But the one thing I didn't count on is just how dead this game was. And I'm not saying this lightly, I'm not saying this like, oh, this MMO is dying. I literally mean, this MMO is dead. It is a ghost town. But despite all that, there are some...
You know what came to mind here? I think I want to buy a second copy of Mortal. And log in and transfer gold from characters, right? And I wanna gank in the newbie graveyards and all the starter cities. And well, no, I guess I'll just throw I'll do ganking around for Burnham, and I'll fuck miners and stuff, and I'll take all their shit, and I'll safe log, and then and I'll do that, and I'll transfer the gold. No, can I do that? I don't think you can. Oh, I could. Well, I could buy Mortal on Epic, and I could buy Mortal on Steam, and that would give me access to 4 characters, which is kind of funny. And then and I could use the Epic character and transfer gold that I get from Murder. And I don't think they care if you do this, as long as you pay for the account. They don't care if you do that. I don't think they don't care. I don't believe they care. And so, yeah, I don't see why I don't see why I can't go like basically living Mortal like a Rust PvPer's dream, and gank people Murder style when they aren't expecting it. And then, yep, and like killing their horse and taking all their shit and vendoring it, taking the gold, logging in the second account. Yep, and just pass off the gold to the second account. Yep. And keep a dead slot on my main account. When they give us 2 characters, I'll keep a dead slot that I keep leveling characters with, right? And I take them out there to Tindrum, and I murder people in the fucking in the graveyard and stuff. Is there Haven Taskmasters? I don't know. You'll be able to mass produce weapons that you want? Okay. So they say keep the bones sinew stuff, but I don't know about that. And just vendor the trash, and then, yeah, and then, well, okay. I'm glad I deleted my character. No regrets. She was invaluable in teaching me.
really good elements to this MMO. MMO, and it's actually kind of sad the fact that there isn't more of a population. So, if you want to find out what happened to ArcheAge, why it is so inspirational, and what can cause the downfall of an MMO, then stick around as we delve a little bit deeper into ArcheAge and ArcheAge Unchained. Okay, let's go over the basics. ArcheAge is an open world MMO RPG originally released to the Korean market back in 2013 and later to the Western audience in 2014. It has a tab targeting combat system very similar to World of Warcraft. There are 6 unique races with 364 possible class combinations built from 14 skill sets. It has one of the most in-depth player creation screens I've ever seen.
I wrote a blog post a while ago about why I fucking hate video games. Because this is what it does. It appeals to like the male fantasy.
And I gotta tell you, it was perfect. Perfect. Everything, down to the last.
There he is. He popped right then,
details.
as I came to look for him.
This might possibly be the first Korean MMO to allow you to make a ugly character. It has open world PvP in designated zones. It even has pirate ship battles. There is player housing. There is even a court system so you can send players to jail. You can fly gliders. You can even drive cars. Can you hear my music? Yeah, go! Go! Drive! Drive! I can't even see you. Oh no. Did he survive? Is he? You can even raise a mount which will follow you around and protect you. Oh, he's upset. Oh. You okay, pig? Yeah, let's dance together. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go. Green animals away. Oh my god, what happened? My god, what a glow up. There are player hubs. There is even musical instruments you can play. There's an in-depth crafting system. There is so much to this game and so much you can take away. But the simple fact is, the one thing it doesn't have is a player base. Which is strange because the game starts off so well, and on paper there's nothing really wrong with it until you start digging a little bit deeper. I need to add in the caveat that I'm purely speaking from a Western point of view. I'm not too sure what the game looks like in Korea because they have a separate launcher, and if I wanted to access it, I'll need to go on a VPN and learn Korean. I'm just not really that committed to doing that at this point in time. $10 for the subscription was enough for me. Also, whilst I've got your attention and we're kind of out of the video doing this whole 4-4 thing, maybe consider subscribing. It costs nothing and you can always unsubscribe later. Anyway, back to the video. But this wasn't always the case. It genuinely had a really good launch. There was a large player base on day one. So, what went wrong? Why is the game now a ghost town? Unfortunately for ArcheAge, it wasn't just one thing that went wrong. It was like an entire ecosystem of clusterfucks. Now, there is a lot of stuff which contribute to the downfall of this game, but I'm going to try and give you a high-level summary as to what caused a decrease in the population. It's worth noting that ArcheAge is a free-to-play MMO, and as we know that anything that is free-to-play usually get their money in other places, usually in the form of a cash shop or pay for convenience.
Shut up and take my money!
The first sign of what was to come was the fact that you could buy founder packs to get early access to this game. And I know what you're thinking. This sounds awfully familiar to current business models of other MMOs that are in development. And you'll be right in thinking that.
You'll be right in thinking that.
But essentially, these Founders Pack gave players a 4-day head start along with in-game currency and a few other perks. Despite this, the game wasn't in a horrible state just yet. What was to come though was of course the cash shop. Now the cash shop didn't just contain cosmetics, it also contained ways to improve your gear. You'd roll for a chance to improve your gear with items which could only be bought from the cash shop, which effectively changes the whole dynamics of the game, because now there's an advantage if you spend real life money. And then it gets worse. Arcade and All Their Wisdom had something called labor points. Labor points are basically consumed by doing activities which are related to crafting. So if you're crafting gear, that's a labor point. If you're fishing, that's a labor point. If you are constructing, building ships and farms, that's a labor point. Hell, even picking flowers consumes a labor point. And as you can imagine, they did the unthinkable. They monetized labor points. You had a limited labor pool, so you couldn't just keep getting an infinite amount of labor points. You were capped at 5,000 if you was a patron subscriber, or 2,000 if you're free to play. So what could you do in a situation where you run out of labor points? You guessed it, work hard and just earn some more. I joke, you go to the cash shop and you buy a labor potion, which will literally give you more labor points. They monetized crafting. And then the final nail in the economy coffin was the fact that there were duplication glitches. This then caused items to go up in price by a huge amount because gold was so freely and readily available. It essentially just crashed the game's economy.
Why? So serious?
So to recap, this free-to-play game
dumb.
suddenly wasn't very free to play. You needed to be a whale to even be competitive. Naturally, the game was becoming very unpopular very fast. No one wanted to play in an economy where the whales ran it. And the devs started to notice that players were dropping off. So how did they react to this? You guessed it, with fresh start servers. Oh, and they also limited the cash shop. But as you can imagine, this is a free-to-play game. So by limited, it wasn't very limited. You could still drop money to become overpowered. With the message being very clear from the West that they didn't want a pay-to-win game, Arcade took one more stab at it. And they released Arcade Unchained, which was exactly the same as Arcade in every sense apart from two things. The first being, this game was no longer free to play. You had to do a one-off payment to play the game. And the second thing was, the cash shop had been revamped. There was no longer pay to win in the cash shop. It was just all cosmetics. Naturally, there were mixed reactions. I mean, why are people paying for a game that was initially free? Once again, there's fresh start servers. So the overall population was very divided. And then a very short 2 years later, the business model for Arcade Unchained would change again. And this time they were introduced.
Does Arcade have a tamer class, right? Because what I'm looking for is value for dollar or whatever for entertainment hours for value, right? If I could play Arcade for free, tamers, right? The tamer class in the Black Sun drops into how to capture tame world bosses. Again, Shane, best leveling classes, Archer here. Tank gunner, Archer, supposed to go to Evan song, step is going to go to the tamer class weakens. So we're going to have to the celestial, but be able to take the fight takers with a higher skill defense. No, I don't think it does. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm sure this was fun, but I don't know. I think there's a reason I didn't play it, which is kind of crazy.
Introducing a mandatory sub to play the game at $10 a month. The population was once more divided on this hot topic. And just to confuse the situation even more, between the release of Arcade and Arcade Unchained, the actual game publishers switched hands several times. The original publishers,
Unchained?
Trion and XL Games, sold out.
It's like,
to
I really don't like that fucking phrase Unchained. It implies that the developer put the fucking buyers in chains when they gotcha the hell out of the game. And then they unchained the gacha chains and decided not to sell you stuff in the store anymore. It just gives you the game for a monthly fee or something, and it's like, and so Age of Camelot did this. Age of Conan went unchained. Fucking Arcade went unchained, and I think it's all gacha games that are like, we gotcha'd you, so now we don't gotcha you anymore. And that's considered to be unchained. And I think it's actually kind of a really base, immoral, shitty thing we're talking about here. It's essentially like, we gotcha'd you, and now we're going to relaunch the game again on a fresh start server tip. It's always fresh starts, like he's saying, right? And then in on a fresh start server, like WoW's doing this right now, really bad with WoW SOD. I began to sort of dislike SOD, because I'm like, I don't know, you re-released the content, and you did not... Like, you did not evolve. It's like they want you to continue to be in that raider loop for the rest of your fucking life. And I'm sorry, but that shit is so boring. WoW raiding is so boring in 2024. It is. It's just not entertaining. It's not entertaining for the people doing it. I don't think it's entertaining for the people who like cover it. I don't think it's entertaining for the people who like talk about it or live it. I don't think it's very entertaining. And and raiding used to be what everybody cared about. And I used to really get a lot of esteem from video game players and stuff when I was like, I'm a WoW raider and I'm super geared. And they're like, oh, okay, well, cool. That you're like the top of the echelon, huh? Yeah, I'm the top of the echelon. I was for a long time. And like, now those realities are just gone. So you look back and you try to think of the game as something else, or you go looking for something in the game that wasn't really there in the first fucking place. And then Fallout 76 starts to look a lot better. Because you're like, oh man, there's actually a lot of content in 76 that takes a lot of time to see. And it's all hand-drawn. I mean, some of it's procedural, but most of it's hand-drawn. And it's like, I mean, and it's hand-designed, and it's all like really lovingly designed, because the people who make it actually really do love the Fallout franchise, you know? And so you're like, oh wow, this thing that the community shit on, and of course it was really bad at first, but I mean, at no point was the game boring though. The game's not boring to play. It's really not very boring. There's a lot of stuff going on all the time, you know. And now this guy, yeah, he seems okay. Yeah, I'm just poking in, stop by, say hello. You know, I believe I will... Oh, I didn't get Signet? No, but I mean, I don't need Signet for what I'm doing. That's fine. I don't know why I don't have Signet, though.
Who then sold out to Cacao. So just imagine being a long-time fan, playing since day one, and witnessing all this fuckery.
I don't know, I'm just gonna get off the subjects, but like, it's just weird that they resell Unchained again. Now, what is he con? He's EP. I want to kill him. He's got good loot. Look at my level 61 Tiger. Just crack this golem. Oh, I don't know. Actually, this thing is physically very strong in terms of its damage, you know, sponge. But yeah. All right. Now we have 4 gold, and we got to make our way back. If there's a bank, I will store in the bank, and I will stack bone tissue. I was looking at Mortal wrong, but I mean, there's a lot to Mortal. I wish I could throw the spear. Oh, that'd be sweet. I guess you could kill a Springbok if he didn't see you coming. Seemed like I had a chance there, but I didn't pull out my weapon fast enough. Like here, he seems glitched, and maybe I can get a nice poke in right here. If I come in fast. Yep. Oh. And then he, like, stops. Yeah, I think he does. He like, stops, yeah. I didn't one-shot him, but I mean, like, maybe I can get a couple shots at him. I don't know. No, he ran far. But anyways, I'm going back to... resting... Resting. I with 25 resting. Domestication is increased to 28. Combat maneuvering is increased to 77. And I am going to buy books. I need a library. I want to learn spear first. Oh yeah, do rings drop here? Yeah, they must. Yeah, they must. Okay, Haven Banker. Nice. Yeah, that's fine. Put that away. And we have Haven Banker. And it's Baruch. He looks sweet. Weapon vendor. I would like to buy a Dapplewood short recurve bow. Yep. And a steel boar spear, which will be 2 gold. Yep, and a bunch of ammo, but I don't think he sells ammo. We will switch out spears. Spear. Spear. I'm gonna sell that. Take the money back. Yep. And then we'll buy. Let's start for the easiest prey on heaven. Help keeps us shambling under dead control. Find the pigs. Basic combat. Okay. Armor vendor, but I already bought all of this, and eventually I will buy all the really expensive stuff. Yeah, it's like the full grain leather. There's 2317 27. So this full grain leather, yeah, the full grain or quality leather, yeah, that quality leather quality is the word, right? Quality. Full grain, and then there's a quality set, and full grain leather is like 18, 22, 22, but this is 23, 17, yeah. So I bought the quality set already, the quality leather tangemic set, yeah. Okay, Haven Mentor, Magic vendor, magic tutor, utility vendor.
Let me show you.
A crude map with some landmarks on it. Okay.
Please come again. I have what you're looking for. Thank you. Welcome back anytime.
Oh, cool! It's a map of Haven. Sweet. But I thought I already had that. Oh, I do. Oh, damn it. That's okay. Gotta keep moving towards Feyin. I'm getting there slowly. Very slowly, we are getting there. We will, sneak and invis. Is it raining? No, it's not raining, is it? Yeah, it must be. Yeah. fishing vendor, huh? Cooking vendor. Oh, on the utility vendor, I will need to buy ammo.
I have what you're looking for. Welcome back anytime.
Sweet.
Please come again.
Happen. And even if you weren't a day one fan, just being amidst all the change, all the constant refreshes, the pay to win, it's no wonder the population is dead. There are a lot of similarities between Ashes of Creation and Arcade, and it's not by coincidence either. Stephen Sharif, who's the creative director of Intrepid Studios, who are behind Ashes of Creation, was a huge fan of Arcade. And it's safe to say this game left a mark on him, because when it did start to go downhill, he decided to go ahead and create his own studio and make his own MMO based on his experiences from Arcade, amongst some other MMOs.
Today, we celebrate our Independence Day.
Recognize the voice? Well, that's Stephen giving a speech in Arcade before a epic battle. To quote Stephen Sharif, Arcade made me loathe RNG monetization gimmicks. And that is exactly why Ashes of Creation won't be pay to win. Because hopefully, Stephen has learned that pay to win and over monetization actually kills MMORPGs. And it's worth mentioning, there was a lot of great systems in Arcade, which I can only hope will make it over to Ashes of Creation in one form or another. So even though Arcade has turned into somewhat of a joke, it's good to see that it could potentially spur on the next great MMO. Oh, and I forgot to mention, they are making an Arcade 2, and who knows how that could end up. But the good news is, Kakao Games will be the one publishing Arcade 2, unless they sell it on. And just by looking at Black Desert Online, we know that, okay, they can monetize games, but at least they're slightly more reserved than Arcade ever was. Slightly. And funnily enough, just as I'm editing this video, there's another announcement, which was Arcade Classic. Oh boy, I wonder what this will be. Fresh start servers, but Classic Arcade? I mean, I don't know how many times you can restart a game before you realise it's not going to help it out. New World, pay attention. So, yeah, let's see what happens next, I guess. Arcade was truly ahead of its time when it came out in 2013. It was truly ambitious in the new systems and mechanics it was introducing to MMORPGs. However, like most free-to-play games, it always has that Achilles heel, which is it needs to make money. And although some games can be free-to-play and still have a reasonable cash shop, unfortunately, Arcade just got too greedy, and the developers just
Incoming
didn't
emote.
act fast enough. Throughout its life, it's been reacting to problems as opposed to being more proactive and stopping the problems from occurring in the first place. My time in Arcade has been very brief, although it has been enjoyable. And sadly, if there was more players, I might stick around, but there isn't. because they burnt their player base so many times that they upped and left. And so my journey continues to try and find a decent MMORPG to play. And sadly, Arcade just isn't it. But hey, at least I got a glimpse into the inspiration behind Ashes. Alf.
Have any of you guys heard of a game called Ashes of Creation?
Ashes of Creation is a sand park PvP MMORPG.
I think that we'll watch the Ashes of Creation video.
It looks good. It does. It looks great.
I hope.
It's actually been months since I last made a video talking about Ashes of Creation, and the reason being...
You don't like Ashes of Creation.
I don't.
Ashes of Creation in its currently planned design is not made for you.
I know I say this every month, but fuck me. What a reveal.
You got some irate PvP maniac who's just like, I just want to kill the guy sitting at the bar. You know, that I think that will be pretty funny.
Ashes of Creation has been mocked, dismissed, and denied by most of the MMORPG player base.
You may have seen videos going around of me talking about Ashes of Pantheon, Rise of the Creation Fallen.
Ashes of Creation has been on quite the journey since its initial Kickstarter back in 2017. In that time, Kira TV has gone from reviewing games to becoming the English Sunny B2, which by the way has been great content and is worth watching. Asmongold is now the #1 Ashes of Creation content creator simply by reacting to other Ashes of Creation content. And then we had the rise of Narc, the Dented One, who tells me on a regular basis I'm regarded. At least that's what I think he said. I'm also somewhat convinced he's an industry plant by Steven Sharif to try and promote this game, because who makes a channel about a game that quite literally doesn't exist? And inside the game, there's been just as many changes. They've gone from UE4 to UE5, they had a brief stint as a battle royale, and they hired the Elder Scrolls Online former lead writer. And that's just the more noteworthy stuff. There's been a lot of other developments in the background, which, as you can imagine, are hard to keep up with. But the biggest news for me is the fact that Alpha 2, the persistent alpha, which you can play until the day of launch, will be going live in Q3 this year. And in order to play, you just have to back them with a Founders Pack.
What the hell is even that?
Which costs a low price of $250.
Oh, that's nice. My mom gave me that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that one stung a bit, especially during tax month. But we'll talk more about that a little bit later on. So what is the point in this video? Well, quite simply, I want to give a roundup of Ashes of Creation, some of the stuff I'm looking forward to, some of the stuff which has me concerned, and just generally the state of Ashes of Creation in 2024. I'll leave chapters in the description below, so if you do get bored of a certain segment, or just my voice, you can always skip ahead. And just for the record, this is my own opinion, this video isn't sponsored, so if I say something dumb, it's completely on me. And if you want to see more of my stuff, by all means, subscribe, leave a like, and all that jazz. Every 1 like is 1 cent towards my Ashes of Creation Alpha 2 key. But anyway, let's get started. As stupid as it sounds, there's been a lot of debate around the core values of this game. Some people are saying it's a open world PvP game, and for that reason alone, it will never work. But in actual fact, it's designed to be a open world PvX experience. And some of you are probably wondering, what the hell is even PvX? One of the core pillars about the game is simply player interaction. This is going to be a social MMO. It simply means other player actions will have an effect on you, be it big or small. And there are different systems in place to try and force you to get along with the other MMO players. There is no group finder. You're going to have to actually go out and talk to people in order to complete dungeons. There are limited resources. If someone decides to come through and chop down all the forests, then that's going to have an impact on your game. Cities will be player ran and player governed, so that will definitely have a knock-on effect. And of course, you'll have the ability to PvP at pretty much any given time, which will be governed by the corruption system. Ashes of Creation is putting the MMO back in MMORPG, which, as you can imagine, has raised certain concerns, especially in regards to the whole PvP issue. They generally think because you have the ability to attack anyone, everyone's just going to do it straight from the off. No one's going to work together, everyone's just going to have their own agenda and kill each other. But Intrepid Studios aren't that stupid. They have a wealth of experience in other games which have a similar PvX environment, and for that reason they've implemented the corruption system. The corruption system is designed in such a way that if you do decide to go full on shitter, full on rat mode, and you want to go around kill anyone and everyone, there will be implications.
Because of the implication.
Full on corrupted players can be bounty hunted, they also run the risk of losing gear if they die, and they will incur a greater XP debt if they die as a corrupted player than if they were to die just as a regular Joe. The point in the corruption system is to deter people being complete shitters, whilst also allowing people to be able to have meaningful PvP. And as you can imagine, just the acronym PvP is enough to strike fear in certain players' hearts. They will literally tell you the game's going to be trash and no one's going to like it because it has PvP. It's also worth noting that the corruption system is still being hashed out at this current time. But as I said earlier, the whole point in Ashes of Creation is that it's a PvX game. It's player versus whatever obstacle is put in front of them, be it PvE or PvP or both. And let's not forget, one of the main pillars of this game is risk versus reward. And even if you die in a PvE situation, you risk losing stuff. There is gonna be a negative effect to you if you die. Not to the effect of hardcore classic WoW is not that extreme, but it will certainly make you reconsider doing a Leroy Jenkins.
Oh my god, he just ran in.
Haha, boomer meme. So who is this game for? Well, to put it simply, anyone who's not scared to leave the Shire, people who are sick of cookie cutter MMOs and are looking for something a bit more challenging and a bit more social. And with that, let's take a deeper dive into some of the systems.
Our castle system, our sieges against nodes, the caravan system, battlegrounds that exist, guild wars. We want there to be a meaning to this conflict. We want players to actually have some skin in the game when it comes to participating in PvP. If you own a home in a node and you don't want to see that home destroyed, you need to defend that city.
To simply put it, there's going to be instance PvP in the form of battlegrounds and sieges. There's also going to be open world PvP, and these will be more organic events. So if you're transporting goods from one node to another, there's opportunity for players to defend and attack. There will also be plenty of opportunities for naval PvP. Simply put, when you are in the ocean, consider it international waters. Anything goes. In one of the more recent showcases, they did go on to show us the caravan system. There'll be different types of caravans, from town projects to personal caravans. There is no fast travel in this game, and there is no global trader. If you want to sell items, you have to do it in town, and if you want to buy items, you have to go visit that town. And with this will bring the opportunity for organic open world PvP, because there will be players trying to transport goods from one place to another. Some people might want to help them, and others might want to take their stuff. This also opens up the perfect opportunity for you to be social by simply hiring people to help you guard your shit. Or vice versa, hire people to help you hijack a caravan. Isn't that lovely, seeing the community come together?
Why? Why can't I drive the fucking car? Why can't I drive the car?
I'm so proud of this community.
And of course, there'll be plenty of opportunities for you to contest dungeons, raids, resources, hunting grounds, just generally anything in the open world. What this means is that flower pickers can bound together, create a guild, and have a claim on a certain patch of grass where all the best flowers grow. And any of those PvP sweats who try to take their flowers, well, they risk being zerged down and having their resources taken from them. Or maybe the fishermen will pack together and claim certain parts of the ocean because they know that's where the best fish are. And all of a sudden, you're having to pay protection money just to have the right to fish in a certain area. At the time of recording, we're still waiting for them to do a proper PvP showcase, but the whole point of this game is that it's not just mindless killing, there's going to be meaningful conflict. which is something that hasn't been in an MMORPG for quite some time. And if you're scared of the whole always flag for PvP, just remember, EVE Online has been an open world PvP game for the last 20 years. So how will PvE work in Ashes of Creation? Last year during the showcases, we were introduced to many PvE events. This included a showcase of one of the world bosses just roaming around, knocking down trees, and eventually being confronted by a raid group. We also got introduced to zones affected by corruption, with a sneaky little boss hidden in the background. And we also got to see a PvE event being triggered just by players being in the local area. A lot of the PvE won't be instance, it will just be a case of you either planning to go to a dungeon or just naturally stumbling into a PvE event. If you want something to compare this to, think about Guild Wars 2 when a random event occurs and you and a group of PvE players jump in together to help get the quest done. What Ashes of Creation offers is a breakaway from the traditional fetch quest. You don't have to go here, kill 10 things and come back. Well, at least I don't think you do. We'll find out later on, I guess. And for those of you who are into the weirder stuff such as lore and story, Ashes of Creation will have oodles of that. But overall, I think they're going to have a healthy balance of open world PvP mixed in with PvE to create PvX. For many players, housing is endgame, and I think Ashes of Creation have nailed this on the head. There'll be different types of player housing. You'll have your apartments, you'll have your freeholds, your inns, and your static housing, with certain types of housing being more exclusive than the others. Houses will serve a purpose. You have the ability to sow seeds, create furniture which will have certain uses, farm animals,
Happy life on the farm, and now,
oh god, go to sleep.
place businesses and artisan buildings, and you can also display some of your more prized items. Houses will also be safe. You won't be able to PvP within the plots of a house or apartment or freehold. You can also share permission with other players, so if you do have friends that maybe want to go halves on a house and raise some piglets together, that's a possibility.
Gonna get something to drink.
If you're homeless, just buy a house.
Buy a house.
For me personally, when it comes to housing, it always feels like a side quest, something to do when you've got nothing else to go and work towards. Whereas Ashes of Creation, they're making it something that's exclusive and actually has a use and a purpose. It's something that you're going to want to do as opposed to something to do because you're bored. And I think as well, it's going to keep you grounded in the game. It's going to add to that immersion, especially the politics of the node system and how it could potentially affect your dwelling. If done right, this system could champion all the other systems within the game. But from a personal perspective, I just want to run a tavern where I can charge people to herb. When we talk about the node system, what we're actually talking about are villages, towns and cities owned and ran by players. They will act as social player hubs for you to go collect quests, do bounties, do crafting, and of course a place for you to trade with other people. Nodes will evolve over time, and they actually have the ability to affect the surrounding area and trigger certain events. But for me, the most thrilling and exciting thing about nodes is that you'll have a mayor, which will be a player who will run the whole entire show. But wait, there's more. Unlike New World, where it seems like the same old guilds are dominating the same old towns and it just doesn't change, Ashes of Creation has implemented an election system for you to choose the type of node you want to have and also the type of mayor you want to have. So for example, if you have a scientific node, then mayors will be elected based on popularity. If you want to Donald Trump your way to success, you can have an economic node where basically whoever pays the most becomes the mayor. Also, I don't know how else to say mayor. Mayor. I honestly, it's losing all fucking meaning at this point. I'm just going to call it president now, alright? President of the node. If you have a divine node, then it'll be the best quester within your city who will run the show. And then you have a military node, and check this, it'll be trial by combat. Only the best fighter will lead the people, and I'm sure that won't go wrong.
Allowed to wear a helmet?
dressed like a knight.
Yeah, but is
I'm
that
gonna
fair?
fight a monkey? Fuck fair.
Peter
Are you on
Pan?
team person or team monkey?
In order to take part in any of these elections, you have to be a citizen. And to be a citizen, you have to own property within inside the node. And this is what commits you to looking out for your node, wanting the best for it, and obviously working towards a brighter tomorrow. Yes, I will be putting myself forward as a candidate for mayor, and I will rule these lands with an iron fist. Or something like that, probably. And this is what I mean by it being a social MMO. It makes you think about the world politics a bit more, especially if it's going to affect your place of habitation. There will obviously be interaction between the nodes. Maybe the node to the east of you likes pineapple on their pizza and you think they're wrong-uns and they should be wiped off the earth. That could happen. Or perhaps you want to work together to get rid of the dragon that spawned because people weren't fighting enough corruption. Or perhaps you might work together, create better trade routes and become a booming ecosystem. To put it simply, the node system is huge. It's going to be a big part of this game. It's one of the core pillars as to how the social interaction will work with other players, and honestly, I'm super excited for it. As the old saying goes, go big or go home. And with Ashes of Creation, they're aiming to have 8 to 10,000 concurrent players on a server. To give you some perspective, New World can only hold 3,000 players per server, and that's using the latest AWS technology. What this also means is that they're counting on player numbers to be high for this game. If they don't reach their player count, a lot of systems will fall flat on their face. For instance, the world map is 1,200 kilometers squared. But not only that, Ashes of Creation will have very limited forms of fast travel. If you want to get from A to B, you either have to walk, ride your horse, or get on a boat. The Ashes of Creation wiki does refer to some sort of like public transport, but it's hard to understand how that will quite work.
Bus wankers!
So let's put that into perspective for you. The Mortal Online 2 map is 384 kilometers squared, and they notoriously don't have fast travel unless you die and you respawn, but it's a whole thing. And that can take anywhere between 30 to 40 minutes to go from one side of the map to the other on horse. And to give you a further comparison, at any given time there's roughly about 1,000 players on Mortal Online 2, give or take, okay? When playing this game, you can sometimes feel like the loneliest person alive because you're in the middle of nowhere with no one about, and it just feels so scarce and isolated. And this is a map which is 1/4 of the size of the whole of Ashes of Creation. Now, Ashes of Creation should be more popular than Mortal Online 2, I think there's no argument there, but you have to understand, this game is all about high risk, high rewards, and it feels like they're doing the exact same thing with their player numbers. If they were to only have about 3,000 people on a server meant for 10,000 people, there's obviously going to be a knock-on effect to the economy, the node system, and just the overall socialness of the game. However, if they pull it off, this has potential to be one of the biggest MMO RPGs out there. So as I stated at the start of the video, I do have access to Alpha 2, which is obtainable if you go and purchase the Voyager pre-order package. But be warned, there's a flash sale. If you don't buy this before the 17th of January, you cannot play Alpha 2, I think. I don't know, terms and conditions may apply. These packages have been on sale ever since the Kickstarter, and they haven't changed in price. And that price is $250. And with that, you get Alpha 2 access, you get Beta access, you get some in-game embers, and you also get 6 months subscription to the game, which by the way, doesn't have a box price, it'll be based on subscriptions. And I bought this package solely for Alpha 2, because Alpha 2 is going to be a persistent alpha. What that means is that it'll be live until the game is actually live. Think of it as slightly earlier than early access. This alpha will have a restricted player level, I believe it's currently set to 30.
Hello?
It'll be a smaller sized map.
I'm up, yeah.
Currently there's no PvP planned as far as I know, because they're still working out some kinks in the corruption system, and you will not be immune from server wipes or changes in how the game plays. It's essentially a way to give feedback on the game and to help them move into a better direction. Other games who have done this successfully include Baldur's Gate 3, and that is the full list of games I can think of who have done a successful...
I got up at, I've been trying to flip my schedule, so I got up at 2 in the morning, and I am mid-shift right now. It is currently 10 a.m., so I've been at it, Okay, so what time are you going to bed today, you think? Well, I'm currently at, I'll be up for another 4 hours until 2, at which point I will wind down and be in bed by 4. I mean, I mean, I can come up there if you want. I mean, I can pause the video. I meant like before that.
Well, no, but I won't be home for. This test takes 2 to 4 hours. I won't be home for quite a while. And you'll be going to bed. See?
Yeah, I mean, going to bed doesn't matter. If so, are you home by 5 or?
Oh yeah.
Okay, well then, yeah. When you get home, I'll just come up there.
Should I text you when I get home?
No, just call. Just call me.
Call you. Okay. All right. The other thing I want to talk to you about is, do you have a minute to talk, or are you in the
I do. Yeah, yeah. Now hold on a second though. Hold on just a second. Gonna mute the mic.
See what I have for you.
you're looking for. Welcome back anytime. Nice talking to you. Let me show you. Welcome back anytime. Welcome back anytime.
Okay, so sorry about that, guys. I had to kind of like sync up some details there. I am apparently going to become custodian of a cat. I'm going to be a owner of a cat now, and there will be a cat in my stream, and we were ironing out the details of that. So, gonna get a cat. Kind of surprising. Why is that look all weird like that? That's weird. That sounded like something aggro me. Something did aggro me. Fucking annoying. Just de-aggro. Something aggro me. What aggro me? The stone golem. God damn it. Okay, so back to what I was doing. I could not move past him at all. Stupid guy came and took my boss. Stupid Bayan quest. So annoying.
Early access and produced a decent game. This is probably the point where people scream at the screen and write an angry comment. I welcome them. Star Citizen is another MMO which is also in a persistent alpha. It's also been in alpha for like the last 10 years. It's obviously mocked for this reason, and it's seen as a cash grab game because you can buy spaceships which cost up to like $10,000 and more. But anyway, the point is, Star Citizen is a persistent alpha, so naturally when you hear another game doing that, people will always draw a comparison between the two. And I don't think that's fair because Ashes of Creation has been in development for 7 years now, and they're only just doing this persistent alpha. Whereas Star Citizen, it's been out for 10 years and probably been in alpha for 9 years. And I will defend Star Citizen because I feel like it's not a scam because there is a game, you can go play it, it is quite big. Yes, you had to pay to go play it. You don't have to buy a $1,000 spaceship. That's just a game trying to make more money than it probably needs to. I mean, I understand people want to support a game, but buying a spaceship for like $10,000, that's batshit crazy. And I'm fully aware that some people will look at me and go, you just spent $250, aren't you the same batshit crazy? The difference is, I also get 6 month subscription. Yeah, that's the big difference. There you go. Have that one. But in all honesty, what it comes down to is that as a content creator, I want to be at the ground level of this game. I want to see if it's going to work. And believe me, if it doesn't work and I've just paid $250, I'm going to fucking let them know. Like, I'm sending that state back and telling them to come back with something better. So what I will say to anyone who's not sure whether they should buy the alpha or not, simply this. Don't do it if you have no faith in the game. And only do it if you can afford to lose the money. And if you do it, use my referral code because I'm a corporate shill and every time someone signs up I get $100. I joke. I just get some in-game currency, which is nice, I guess. As I said to someone in my comment section, I'm sure I spent more on my credit card for a lot worse. On this channel, I always try and speak my mind, say what I honestly feel, and don't sugarcoat any of the shit. If I see something that smells like shit and it looks like shit, I'm gonna tell you it's shit.
If the milk turns out to be sour, I ain't
I'm
the
not
kind
the
of
pussy
pussy to drink it.
to drink it.
Do you know what I mean?
So what is one of my main concerns for this game? The Alpha 2 is coming out in Q3 this year, and with the amount of hype around this game, some people are treating it like it's going to be a fully fledged game that'll be working from day one. And I just think that is completely the wrong attitude to have. The whole point in alpha testing is to get feedback to then go away and improve the game. But there are literally people out there who didn't even realize this game had a PvP system and they're complaining about it. I think there's a genuine possibility that there'll be some negative echo chambers which could drown out any actual feedback. I wouldn't be surprised that if for the first month of Alpha 2 nothing changes, because there's going to be a lot of sheep who will just repeat shit that they've heard from other people without actually giving genuine examples or having any actual structure to their feedback. One of my other main concerns is simply around the launch date for this game. When do they expect it to go live? How many years do we have to wait before they're going to actually release this to the general public? And I'm fully aware that this isn't a straight answer. There's been plenty of setbacks which have caused them to probably readjust their timeline. Switching from UE4 to UE5 was obviously a setback. They've had to go out and hire new talent to help produce this title, and that in itself will cause delays. We had a whole pandemic happen as well. So by no means has the journey been easy, but I do want to know, when do they expect this journey to come to an end? Otherwise, the prophecy comes true and this becomes the Star Citizen. What does your MMO say about you? Over the past year, I've been playing a variety of different MMOs, and what I've learned is that the community for each one is very varied. However, certain people seem to be attracted to certain MMOs, and today I'm going to be revealing what your main MMO says about you as a person. And if you think this is going to be some cozy, comfy video, then clearly you've never seen my content before. You have been warned. Let's begin. So first up, we have the New World mains. 99% of these players are people who have burnt out on other MMOs and hoped they would find something different with New World. They were wrong. They were quick to discover that New World does have pretty much the same problems as every other MMO. This has now left them with the following dilemma. They could either admit that it's not as good as they thought it was and go back to their old MMO, or they just persevere because, you know what, it has potential. But one thing that can be said about these players, and it is their main strength, is that they are very resilient. They are very hopeful that New World will turn it around in the future. And if you bring up the combat being slow and sluggish, they'll tell you it's exactly like Dark Souls, and no one complains about the combat in that game, do they?
New World
and
is
who
not
cares
slow and
if they haven't
sluggish
added
at
a new
all.
OPR map since launch? I quite like the repetition. I mean, you wouldn't complain about playing Blood Gulch on Halo 2, would you? No, you'd play that map till your fucking eyes bleed, and it's no difference with the OPR. I love OPR. Get off my back. I'm not in denial. You're in denial. Yeah, anyway. And hey, worst case scenario, Amazon come in and reskin it to a Lord of the Rings MMO. I mean, that wouldn't happen, would it? Next up on the list, we have the most chill players going, and that is of course the Guild Wars 2 mains. Now, to make this very clear, when I say mains, I mean people who only play Guild Wars 2. It has a very touristy player base, where players from other MMOs will drop by just to chill out and not get so uptight about their own MMO by playing a more relaxing game. These wishy-washy riffraff should not be confused with actual Guild Wars 2 mains. These people are scum compared to them. And you know full well when they go back to their original MMO, they're going to be hooligans again and just be really uptight.
Oh, for God's sake, I hate this shit! Fucking play a real class! Oh, I hate this game, I hate this game. I can't play today, guys. I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it.
But anyway, let's talk about the actual Guild Wars 2 mains. Now I know age is just a number, but I'm pretty certain that no one under 30 plays Guild Wars 2 as a main. I'm confident these are people who work 9 to 5, have a wife and kids, and they just want to chill out in the evening, so they put on Guild Wars 2, go around and collect hearts and beat world bosses with their friends. And even when you say the worst thing possible about their game, they don't really get offended by it. If anything, they just accept it, say, okay, I see your point of view, but I disagree, and I understand this is the internet, so I'm not going to get upset by anything so trivial. Even in the comment section on this video, you will see no one yelling at me about my views on Guild Wars 2. They're just very nice people. When it comes to the Elder Scrolls Online, there's quite a few different types of mains. You have your people who thought this was going to be Skyrim but online, and were bitterly disappointed, but somehow got roped into playing still, and probably hate themselves a bit, and might be slightly jaded. I know, I was once this person. And then you have your cheapskate console players who have found the Elder Scrolls Online through Game Pass or a free weekend, and they think this is the best MMO ever because they're on console and there's like 2 others to choose from, but unfortunately the other 2 MMOs actually have a price tag. And then lastly, you have your OAPs who are just kind of lost. They sort of wandered into the game and now they find themselves paying money in the cash shop just so they could look nice and be like, hey, look at me, I'm a gamer now, look at my clothes. Fashion is endgame and so is housing, and I know that because I paid for all of that. Despite every other MMO main mocking the Elder Scrolls Online, usually for its combat or just the fact that it's not that popular, the Elder Scrolls main will be persistent in saying it is the #1 MMO and it has the best combat ever. And hey guys, did you know Cypher PK used to play out MMO?
Seven, I'm not grinding it just for the sponsor. I'm grinding because I want to get back into PvP.
Be warned though, do not call the Elder Scrolls a dead game just because they have to pay for people to actually play their fucking game. Doesn't mean it's dead, okay? It's called targeted marketing. Did you not see our game? It was sponsored by Doritos and Fortnite. How popular are we?
Fortnite has collabed with Skyrim? Well, Elder Scrolls Online, but you know, same series.
They get kind of annoyed when you even suggest that the game could be slightly less popular than it once was. But yeah, generally speaking, not a bad bunch, just a bit institutionalized and probably need to go outside a little bit more. Now, the Albion Online mains are probably the youngest in today's video. A lot of Albion Online mains start their origin story borrowing their mum's iPad or their dad's iPhone and downloading this simple MMO. It's probably likely that they also got banned from playing this game as a child because they spent too much on their parents' credit cards. But hey, that was a long time ago, okay? They're in their 20s now. They are independent. They are independently still living at home, and they can definitely go outside whenever they want. It's just that they can't find a long enough charger cable to go outside. I feel like they probably watch TikToks about Albion Online, but it'll be like Andrew Tate talking, while there's like an Albion clip at the bottom. I don't know why I get that impression.
Breathe air.
But despite their potential ADHD diagnosis from watching too many TikToks, they are probably some of the most super focused PvP fans here. Sure, you can make a little farm in Albion Online, but I promise you, a lot of these fans will be hardcore into PvP, or hardcore into Zerging. Either way, they're here to take your stuff, so don't treat these guys lightly. Because if they ever do go outside, they might get Albion Online mixed up with the real world, and shank you at a bus stop for everything that you have. Let's just be honest with one another now. When it comes to World of Warcraft mains, they are the vegans of the MMO world. They do not
Okay. Oh, Crystal's coming today? Okay. Okay. I can't help you with the subject content because I don't know what that would be in this current day and age, but I can help you execute in any way or form. I've got all of it down. I don't know, but understand, like, there's the execution, which means like the video production side of it. I can help you with that, but the content you've got to do yourself. Like, I have no idea. But yes, I can help you make any dream a reality in that respect, yeah. Oh, I lost her. I don't know. I don't know.
shut up about the game. Yes, I understand it released back in 2004, and isn't it great how the graphics haven't aged because it's stylistic and all that crap?
No.
Shut up! Oh my god, I don't care!
Oh, we have flying dragons. Well, guess what? Guild Wars 2 did it first, and you copied them. They do the same thing as the Elder Scrolls Online, where they have this really cool cinematic and it looks great, and the combat's like super fluid. And then when you go play the game, it's fucking tap targeting. Like, what's going on? What is this? Years of being told you're the #1 MMO has clearly gone to their head, because even when the developers do questionable things, it's still not enough to make you go out and venture into other MMOs. And don't get me wrong, some of my best friends are WoW players. It's not like I hate them completely. It's just that you have to realise, to every other MMO main, you're annoying. The old school RuneScape mains are basically the meth heads of the MMO sphere. While other people were playing their PlayStation 2s or World of Warcraft, old school RuneScape mains were getting addicted to a web browser MMO during school. Well, that's what I assume, because I find it hard to believe that they went home, loaded up their PC, and played this when there's so much other stuff out there at the time. This addiction then carried on into their adult life, potentially whilst working a boring office job. I get it, we've all been there. And then they found themselves unironically playing it at home. to give you some more perspective,
go
they're the equivalent of
downstairs.
kids
Shit, I have
today
to go
playing
downstairs,
Roblox
huh?
and then reaching 30 and still playing Roblox.
This one is so annoying. I have to pull this one, the Beast Skaters one. Yep, go back. In the lower area of a Fey-In is where I have to go. Why are you doing that? Stop that. Stop that now. Lower area is annoying. It's like way back there. See it? And I don't remember. I don't remember at all. I think it's like, oh no, I think you can do it right there. I think, actually. I think it is right there. Yeah. I think. I don't know. I'm gonna buff up here in the assumption that, well, actually, I'm just gonna get full. Actually, is what I'm gonna do. I have to pee, but yes, we will take a look at this quest here. Oh yeah, reading. Isn't the reading, the first thing I should buy is reading, isn't it? Yeah, I learned spears and I can train, and they're training now, but damn it, I think I should go read or whatever. I wonder if I should go to the bandit area now. Fey-In. Oh, I went the wrong way. I went the wrong way. Oops. Oh yeah, we were watching something here, so.
Blocks. To the rest of the MMO sphere, they're a very strange bunch.
Stop playing RuneScape. Yeah, stop doing it. Yeah, I thought that was actually very funny.
Jesus Christ! Go play another game. Look at that game. Go play. You have a 4090 in your computer. Stop playing this game.
But within the actual RuneScape community, they get along with each other. It's very wholesome, and you know it's hard to get angry over graphics. I mean, it does happen. We've seen it.
Fix your game! You fucking dog shit company! Fuck you!
But generally speaking, they seem to be pretty chilled with one another. But yes, if you're a
That guy
RuneScape
is calm
player,
and
you
fucking
probably have-
cool and collected compared to me. I gotta say, calm and cool as a cucumber. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to turn off my heater and open my door. I'll be right back. The guy's
generally
calm
speaking,
compared to me.
They seem to be pretty chill with one another. But yes, if you're a RuneScape main, you probably have an alcohol or gambling addiction. When you think Final Fantasy 14 main, there's usually a couple of words.
Oh god, I think loser. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. You want me to go to... Where did this go? I had you open. Did you shut it? No, you didn't shut this. Did I shut this by mistake? I think I did. Alright, history, da-da-da, Aquaflora, yes, Aquaflora. You, no, scattered into shadow, go back. H8, H5, and F5. So H8, H5, and F5. H8, H8, I remember this one, it's like H8, I think. Yeah, H8. H8 is the first one, which is around the corner. When F5 expected, so at H8, H5. Okay, well apparently I have some kind of fight coming. I doubt he can stand up to a 61, so we'll see.
That come to mind, such as weeb, cat girls, anime profile pic, you know, all the usual stuff. But they are loyal and fierce when it comes to talking about Final Fantasy 14. If you say anything negative about their game, they will be straight in there in the comment section hating on you and potentially disliking your video. It happens. I've seen it. You have to remember as well, this is
when I say that 14
MMO,
players are
which
losers.
means when it comes to
WoW
degeneracy,
players are
it spreads
losers.
far and wide because they can go to each corner and have their little dark corners where they can do their dark things like discos and whatever this is. But generally speaking, they're quite peaceful as long as you don't like startle them and you say nice things about their game. So with that in mind, ooh-woo, ooh-woo. I think that should be alright. I think we've got away with it. Now you're probably wondering, how can you be a Ashes of Creation main when the game quite literally doesn't exist?
You sure about that?
Well, you might notice recently there's been a lot of channels popping up which are dedicated to Ashes of Creation, and you never see them talk about any other game. It's very strange. But these guys are basically new age hipsters. I would almost call it a cult because of like the way they're going about this game. You'd think it was the second coming of Christ. All I'm saying is, if they try to invite you around their house and there's Kool-Aid, do not drink it. But I mean, they really shouldn't be a thing. They just shouldn't even exist. But the problem is, the closer we get to Alpha 2, the more of these mains we'll start to see. Right now, they're in their preacher stage, so no real threat. They seem quite harmless, talking about their funny game which doesn't exist, and you know how we should all be warned about how it's going to be the next best thing. But yeah, they seem okay. Just a bit eccentric.
It's begun, sir. Operation Hopium is underway. You are coping. Stop hyping it up.
I like it. Something's too good to be true. It usually is.
Say that again.
Please. Why? It is such an absolute frickin' travesty when they get rushed out the door.
And next up we have the Black Desert Online mains, and you have to really like dig deep to find what their game says about them. And this becomes very apparent in the first 5 seconds when you go to create a character and they have a very questionable like character model here. I mean, what's this about? Care to elaborate, people? But there's like 17 female classes and like 3 male classes, so it's really trying to make sure that everyone here, yo, guys, we're totally heterosexual. Let's choose a female character with big tits. That's us, man. We're such a BDO main that we love big titted anime girls. Yeah. Who needs story? It's all about that grind. I'm on that Sigma grind. Look at me. I like to grind. Ooh, I'm so good at grinding. I might be letting some personal feelings get in the way of my interpretation of the BDO main. But I stand by what I say.
I stand by what he said too.
I think when it comes to
SW
MMO
tour.
mains, these are the most depressed mains because essentially they had the best MMO out there in the form of Star Wars Galaxies, and then it shut down and they got given this instead. Like, oh, this is so much better, guys. I promise you, you won't notice the difference. But everyone does.
This
But
kid's...
simply because it's Star Wars, they'll carry on playing.
It's funny what this kid's understanding of what old MMOs that were around before he was born is. He thinks that there's some kind of connection between Star Wars Galaxies and Tor. Maybe the word Star Wars, or words Star Wars,
Your skill has increased.
I guess would qualify. Yeah? Oh god, am I gonna die? Oh no. I kind of need you. Is the bat on me, or is it just the ghost? I think we can kill the ghost. He doesn't seem that bad. He's DC. We can kill him, but... What's that sound? Is it a guard, or is it a dude? That was a dude. Is the bat on me? I can't tell. Is the bat swinging on me? I don't think it is. The ice elemental is now, though, and I'm dead. I'm dead. Did the elemental get on me?
Your skill has increased.
Yes, they're all three on me and I'm dead. I'm dead. I have to do this all over again. I cannot believe this. I cannot believe you're doing this to me. I don't know why my sneak war, and I don't know why I had to lose like an hour over it. But this is why I initially quit your game in the first place, as I recall. It's shit like this. You're like, why did my sneak war? It cost me an hour. I should have ran the instant re-raise. I didn't think about it. I'm fucked. I can't do anything. I have to go back. I knew when I didn't have the signet. When I got there, I was like, oh, I'm cursed. Because the game has decided that I don't have signet anymore, which makes no sense. And I was like, yeah, I have signet. I do. And then from there, I knew that the run was cursed somehow, and it absolutely the fuck was. It took me 2 hours to fucking walk to Feyin, because I'm just not into your fucking bullshit, sadist, cocksuckery, fucking walking sim bullshit anymore. And it took me 2 hours to do the walk, because that shit's way worse than 50 billion game bosses that kick your ass in a single hit or whatever. I'd way rather fight a game boss that one-shots you than, you know, walking for 2 hours to try and get the same old walk that you've done over and over again. Since you were 20 years old, to not be in your memory banks is some sort of like pain receptor thing. And you're like, oh no, I really can't do this walk again, but I'm going to. I'm going to do this walk again. I'm going to do this walk again. Which is so annoying. It's so annoying. I can't believe I'm going to do this again. I'm going to go get Signet, because without the Signet, I feel like that was a factor.
Anyway, I'm pretty sure I'm not alone in thinking this, but I do wonder what will die first. The Star Wars servers or the aging player base. You have to remember, a lot of these players come from the Star Wars Galaxy years. This isn't ageism, okay? This is mathematically correct. And I honestly and wholeheartedly hope that they do bring out a new MMO Star Wars soon. I just don't think it's going to happen in their lifetime. My
EVE
lifetime,
Online.
sure, but not
EVE Online is so much better than all of Star Wars.
If you are a Lord of the Rings online main, then congratulations.
I know Star Wars is your end-all, be-all, best thing ever, or whatever. It wasn't for me. I mean, I loved that series for a long time, but it's been a long time. What, 50 years since it was what it was? You know?
made it. You've done it. I joke. There's probably a few more, like 500. But these people, they're super chilled. They don't have any drama in their community. They just like to read up about Lord of the Rings and just roleplay a bit. They want to be a little hobbit going to Mordor. It's the most sincere roleplay you can possibly do in an MMO. It's not like those FF14 degenerates. But there's not much else to say other than congrats on making the list. Unlike those Star Trek losers. And then finally we have the Nomads. This isn't a new MMO, this is simply the people who don't have a home. They wander from MMO to MMO, hoping to find a game they can finally stick out. These people will even look at Quinfall and go, well, it has potential, even if it is a scam. They spend more time looking at their Steam library than actually playing a game. They have no identity, they flip-flop from MMO to MMO, only playing them when new DLC drops. If anything, these are Ashes of Creation mains in waiting. They are waiting for something new, and it's likely it'll be this game. All PAX Day, all Throne Liberty, all Quinfall, all Blue Protocol. You get the gist, it's just the line-up to go to the next game, basically. If anything, they are in MMO purgatory. But not only that, they're the most judgmental pricks going, judging every other MMO player. They're sick of playing that old shit, they want to play something new. They don't need friends, they'll make new friends in the next MMO that comes out. Hang on, am I a nomad? And on that bombshell, I'll end the video there. Let me know in the comments below how accurate it was, or whether you think I was just talking nonsense. And as always, if you want to see more content from myself, feel free to subscribe, and please leave a like, because I get a funny feeling I might get a few dislikes on this video. Anyway, I'll catch you in the next one. Bye bye for now. I love January. It always fills me full of hope and wonder. I wonder if Joe Rogan will give us a new animal sound this year.
Oh no.
I wonder how long into the year we're going to have to wait for another iconic Asmongold rage moment. Apparently not very long. But most importantly, I wonder about the future of MMO RPGs.
Shut the fuck up! Nobody gives a shit! Okay, I'm out of here. You gotta keep talking. No, enough.
Okay, I'm sorry for the dramatic intro. I'm doing a MMO RPG tier list for all the future MMO RPGs. What could go wrong? Wait. I forgot to say, get this video to 1,069 likes or I'll never do a tier list again. Those are the rules.
Throne and Liberty, a game which has literally been in development for 13 years. It has such great mechanics like turning into an eagle.
Alright, yeah, okay, I can't do that voice any longer. So first game on the future MMO RPG tier list is of course Throne and Liberty. This game was actually expected to come out last year. To clarify, that's for the West, because it actually kind of did come out last year for Korea, but not quite yet for the West. And that's because there's been heaps of delays down to people's feedback about how shit the beta was. So essentially they had to go back to the drawing board, take a look at their combat in particular, and just try and put out a better version than what they had done before. Some might argue that this title has improved, but ultimately there's a lot of unappealing aspects about Throne and Liberty. Yes, the combat has been overhauled and it's a lot better than what it once was. But hear me out, if you get this far into development and you've only just realised that nobody likes the combat and it's fucking trash, I got a funny feeling there's going to be a lot of other systems which are similar. The game will indeed be free to play, and you know full well if it's free to play, there's going to be a lot of heavy monetization. The cash shop, as it currently stands, allows you to buy in-game items with real-world money, so definitely pay to win. I think as well this game is probably operating at a loss at this point in time, given how long it's been in development for. So would it get even worse? I don't know. Do companies like losing money? Ask yourself that. Personally, I'm probably not going to waste my time with this title. It's not to say that it's a horrible game. There's probably a lot worse out there. It is actually coming out as well, which is a bonus compared to some of the other titles I'll be covering off. So I'm going to put it in C tier because I can't be bothered to play it. Next up on the list is PAX Day. PAX Day is a social sandbox MMO developed on Unreal Engine 5, where you can build a home, craft your weapons, and go to war. What world will you make? PAX Day recently hosted a very exclusive alpha, which I managed to get access to. I say exclusive, there's about 10,000 keys, so not that exclusive. Either way though, it gave me an insight into how this UE5 MMO is going to look, and they've done a good job. In fact, a lot of people were praising the game for its building mechanics. They didn't have the combat sorted out yet, and that was very clear from the few fights that I had. But they weren't testing that aspect of the game, they just wanted to see what people could build. But the issue is, they kind of went ahead and shat the bed when they started announcing how they're going to monetize the game. So what monetization did they propose? A one-off fee, a sub, a cash shop, and of course a token of some sort. Basically, anything and everything. PAX Day went from heroes to villains overnight. They were praised for how good they were during the alpha and how receptive they were to community feedback, but unfortunately they might have been a bit too open and honest with how they want to monetize the game.
You either die a hero, or you live long enough to yourself become the villain.
I'll be completely honest with you, I think they probably shat the bed a bit with the way they announced monetization. There's no guarantee they're going to stick to this model. And let's be realistic here, all we've seen so far is one alpha test, which was base building and some very basic crafting. I'm not even sure if I want to buy this game, let alone worry about monetization. It does generally have promise if they see through everything that they've said. I'm predicting we've still got a couple of years before we even see the final beta for this title. So where do I rank this? I'm going to put it in the B tier because we still don't know a lot about this game, but it's showing promise and it's probably got less monetization than Throne and Liberty. The next title I want to look at is somewhat of a
nice,
underdog.
this small rough
I'll be honest,
Titanite.
there's one thing I've always wanted to see an MMO RPG do, and that would be take where it's poorly based, so say it's like medieval Earth, and then just put it into space. And that's exactly what the guys at Starvolt are doing with their new announced title, Mortal Exodus, which was actually announced last year and
wait, Starvolt's doing a new game?
Might have caused a bit of an exodus with the player base simply because of how batshit crazy this idea is. There is a bigger backstory to it, which I actually made a video for, which I'll
Mortal
link in the top
Exodus.
right corner.
Mortal's going
But long story
sci-fi.
short, it's a future plan and a way to expand the Mortal Online 2 universe. And yeah, it's fucking nuts. It's the equivalent of announcing that the next Chivalry 2 expansion is in space.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
So what can we actually expect from this title? Well, Mortal Online 2 but in space, which means it'll be a hardcore sandbox open world PvP game, which will probably have less than 1,000 players. And trust me, I already know what you're thinking. This game goes straight to S tier, because anything that fucking left of center has got to be the best MMORPG out there. I'm all in for it. We're still awaiting a release date, but I'll be there. I'll be in alpha, I'll be in beta, I'll pay $250 to get early access if I have to. I want to be on the moon with the other Mortal Online 2 players.
I was acting.
Deal.
Or was I?
Anyway, let's swiftly move on to the next MMORPG, which is of course Arcade 2. The original Arcade came out in 2013, and believe it or not, was super popular until monetization got the best of it, and now you can go play it for free and see how dead of a game it has become. So you might be wondering, who will be stupid enough then to buy a second version of Arcade? Well, it does have UE5, so there is a certain appeal to it. It looks to also be moving away from the original PvP system in Arcade and be more PvE friendly, which, as you can imagine, there's a lot of Care Bears out there who love that sort of stuff. Some of you might be wondering, will this have a knock-on effect to Ashes of Creation, which was actually inspired by the original Arcade? The simple answer is no. Ashes of Creation is an
Simple answer is
open-world
no.
PvX sandbox game with no pay to win. Whereas Arcade 2 looks like it's the reimagining of Black Desert Online, but with a PvE focus and a single-player focus.
Damn it,
The
you
combination
fucked
of
me on
Kakao
this fucking
Games and
fan
Excel
journey.
Games
You fucked
producing
me
this
so bad.
honestly makes me feel like it's going to be horribly monetized, but I guess we'll see with time. It was scheduled to release at the end of 2024, but by the looks of it, they're now going to be doing the beta at the end of 2024.
2027.
So maybe it'll come out next year.
Nah,
On paper, this
2027.
looks like a okay game,
Why would you say something so controversial yet so brave?
but it's hard to ignore the fact that this is going to be remade by the same greedy fucks who basically killed the first title. So do I really think that this is going to be the next best MMO RPG? I'm not counting on it, and for that reason, I'm giving it a C for can't get me to play this game either. Now, a game that you will see me playing is, of course, Ashes of Creation, because I am going to be part of Alpha 2. I know. A lot of you will be jealous, and a lot of you will just be calling me a dumb fuck. Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Oh, good heavens, how utterly cringeworthy.
It's probably the most anticipated MMO RPG in quite some time. There's probably only 2 others I can think of off the top of my head, which would even compete with the hype around this title. If you don't know anything about Ashes of Creation, just go check out my last video. I'll leave a link in the top right. But the reason this game is so hyped is because it's being created by someone who's an MMO RPG fan. They aren't being budgeted by a huge company, so they can take their time to actually release this and get it working just right. The Alpha 2 will be live this year, Q3, and God knows when the actual game will come out. There's 64 different classes, a range of crafting, the node system, the caravan system, naval PvP, and the list goes on. There's so much to see and do in Ashes of Creation that it's going to be huge. So where do I rank this game? Well, I don't think it's quite Mortal Exodus level. I will give it a A tier because I'm apprehensive about this game actually reaching its true potential. Otherwise, A for awesome, A for Alpha 2, A for always be coping. Next up on the list is the Quinfall, which I'm just going to cut straight to the point. Yes, Quinfall, the game that promises everything. The game that literally caters to anyone and everyone. I'm sure this is legit and not a scam because they do want to incorporate every little feature into the game just so that they can make the best MMO possible. Obviously, it's all horseshit. There is an early beta you can sign up for, whether it'll be released or not is a different question, and of course they have it on the Steam store so you can add it to your wish list. The fact that it's on the Steam store, to me, it smells like they're going to do a early access release. Now, the problem with early access release games is that they're notorious for just never being finished. They always just come out in this half-cooked state and people buy into it and eventually the developers abandon the project. It's very 99% sure this is a scam. I called it a scam last year, everyone called it a scam throughout the year, and now everyone's calling it a scam again because their open beta is about to come up. I'm not going to waste my time on this one. This is D tier, do not touch, do not spend money on, do not waste your time. Funnily enough, on the same video I called Quinfall a scam, I also talked about Fractured Online. The game itself wasn't necessarily a scam, it was just obviously a Kickstarter, which meant it had problems with funding, which then led to a business deal between them and Gamigo Games, who are just a scummer of a publisher. Now, funny enough, in that same video, almost a year later, one of the members of the development team commented, because apparently there's misinformation about me saying it was bought out by Gamigo Games. I'll let you make up your mind. Here's the retort to what they said, but the facts are pretty clear, and even if you go to the Gamigo Games website, you can see Fractured Online still on there. But let's actually look at the game itself. I did buy early access to this title and actually streamed it on my YouTube channel. You could probably find the video if you look hard enough. The game is a top-down open-world sandbox MMO RPG with PvP and PvE. In fact, it's open-world PvP once you get past a certain criteria. It has certain elements about it that reminds me of Ultimate Online, and I think for that reason, not many people are going to like this. And that's not a dig at the game, it's just a dig at the MMORPG population. I did try to sink more hours into it offline, but I just ran out of time, and you can tell it's one of those games where there's going to be a steep learning curve. Personally, I think it's a good game. It does need a little bit more work, so I'm going to give it a B ranking, because there's still time for it to be better, or come to think of it, be worse. Anyway, our next MMO is a special MMO because it has no name, only a project name. I am, of course, talking about ZeniMax's next new MMO, which is Project Kestrel. There are rumours that this could be a Star Wars related MMO, but I'm pretty confident it's not. One of the more interesting facts about its title is that according to the leaks, this was supposed to be released in 2023. Like a lot of games on this list, they have been delayed, so it might be a couple years yet before we see anything from Project Kestrel. Interestingly enough though, from a financial standpoint, in regards to the actual revenue generated by Project Kestrel, they predicted it would generate as much as ESO and Fallout 76, which is less than The Elder Scrolls 6, Starfield, and a new Doom title. Because, you know, Star Wars games are notorious for not making any money whatsoever. And from the same leaker, they did say about ZeniMax's new IP, and stating that it's a sci-fi based game with flying cars and a lot of high verticality and parkour apparently. But given my previous experience with The Elder Scrolls Online, I can't say I'm very excited for this title, because you know full well it's going to be an over-monetized cesspit and it'll get very boring very quickly. But I also believe God likes to punish me, so it'll probably be the best MMORPG out there, so I'm going to put an S tier just to cover all bases. Next up is an MMO with quite a loyal fan base. We are of course talking about Dune Awakening. I'm going to be completely honest with you, I have not read the books. I have not even watched the movie, so my Dune lore, my Dune knowledge,
you lost the credibility there, buddy.
However, my content creator friends are super excited about this title, which makes me super excited for this title. It is designed to be a survival sandbox MMO where thousands of players will explore a vast, shared open world full of dangers. Funcom are the developers behind this title, and you may know them from other games such as Conan Exiles and Mutant Year Zero. They do have some closed beta testing happening soon, which is clearly a good sign because it means that they're happy for people to go in and have a look at their game. Like I said, I don't know too much about Dune itself, but what I can tell you is that if this is anything like Conan Exiles and they've put it into space, well, that's got to be a winning formula, am I right? I have to put this in S tier, you understand the logic behind this, but I do generally think it has legs, so we'll see what happens in the future. Whilst we're on the theme of franchises, let's take a look at the next big MMO to potentially come out in the next couple of years, and that's the Amazon Lord of the Rings MMO. We don't have an official title for this game yet, and we don't have any footage. What we do know is that it's potentially running on the New World engine, and will likely be a action combat MMO, which is great. I mean, I wouldn't mind New World with a Lord of the Rings theme, quite honestly. Funny enough, this title was announced back in 2019, it was then cancelled in 2021, and then announced again last year. So it's safe to say it's had quite a volatile life cycle, and we still know nothing about it. I'll be honest, I know no details, and I'm excited about this game. I hope that it comes out, and I hope to play it someday. And because there is nothing to complain about, this game is perfect. Not quite S tier, I'm going to put in A tier. If we get an official name for the title, I'll bump it up to S tier, I promise. Next on the list is the highly anticipated MMO from Riot Games. You might have heard of Riot Games, they've done such popular titles as Valorant and League of Legends. Personally, my League of Legends knowledge is this.
Creeps. It is seriously embarrassing watching you miss creeps when there isn't an enemy
Let me show you. Deal.
Thank you, Anonymous anonymous for gifting my underscore butthole underscore smells.
Honestly, I can't even begin to imagine what sort of MMO this will be. I assume it's going to be some sweaty, competitive MMO, potentially. I don't know. I'm not really that excited about it. I'm sure other people are. I'd love to put this in D tier, but just to avoid an argument, I'm going to put it in C. You can have C. There you go. I'm sure there'll be no backlash whatsoever from putting it in C tier. Now one for the golden oldies, I am of course talking about Pantheon Rise of the Fallen. Similar to Ashes of Creation, this was a MMO Kickstarter passion project, although this one actually failed to meet its goal.
I'm so proud of this community.
But never fear, it still made bank, and it also started selling alpha keys similar to Ashes, although they had a slightly larger markup.
You see this?
But anyway, I'm not here to discuss Kickstarters, I'm here to discuss the gameplay. Also, quick sidebar, am I allowed to complain about paying for alpha access when I've just paid for alpha access?
It's so dumb.
It's so dumb, it's brilliant.
No! It's just dumb.
Yes, yes I am. I would categorize this as a boomer MMO, which is basically tab targeting, slow combat, and just looking like a game from 20 years ago. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's clearly a market for it, and people enjoy those sort of games. It's worth noting as well, this game's been in development for about 9 years now, and it's still in pre-alpha. I know it's wrong to throw shade when you are a backer of Ashes of Creation, but hear me out. Ashes of Creation doesn't look like it was made on a fucking Nokia 3210, whereas this game, obviously they've gone for an old style classic RPG look, which if anything you think would speed up the development process. At the end of 2023 it did enjoy some pre-alpha testing with its community, which could mean, hear me out, there could be actual alpha testing in 2024. I have played a lot of classic tab targeting MMOs over the last couple of years, and I don't mind them. It's not that I go out my way to play them, and I definitely don't look at them and go, oh, such nostalgia. For me personally, there's no appeal to this game. However, it's definitely not as bad as Quinfall, so I'm not putting it in D tier. I will put it in C tier because although I agree nostalgia can be a very strong sales pitch, a lot of the old MMO RPGs are classics because they were the best thing at the current time when they were released. It's like me going to buy a new car and saying, hey, can you take out the seat belts, the airbags and the ABS because I want to have a nostalgic driving time. Or better still, I want that classic Victorian feel around my house, so let me put in a load of asbestos. And on that bombshell, I think that concludes the list for now. There was a lot of Korean MMO RPGs coming out, which quite frankly just do not interest me.
Why not, you stupid bastard?
The problem with the MMO RPG genre is that there's a lot of scam games out there. Anything along the lines of NFT or Web3 instantly gives me the ick. Or worse still, any game which is basically a mobile game but ported to PC. And you know if it's a mobile game, it's going to have a very heavily monetized cash shop. But anyway, I like discussion, I like talking about MMO RPGs, so why don't you comment below any games you feel that I missed, or any that probably should have had a better tier within my tier list. I also want to point out, I think tier lists are stupid, and I don't like them. So please don't give this video to 1069 likes, because I really hate tier lists. And on that bombshell, I'll end the video there. A big thank you to my YouTube and Patreon members, you guys are the best. Bye bye for now. Hello and welcome to the rise and fall of MMORPGs in 2023. Right now you're probably wondering, what is this clickbait title and why have I clicked on it? Well, let me get to the point of this video. What I want to do today is have a look at the top 10 MMORPGs, roughly the top 10 MMORPGs, and whether they've had a good year or a bad year. What is their high, what is their low? Are people playing it, or is it a dead game? Simple, right? And of course, this is a video by Talking Dog, who's going to sprinkle in a little bit of their own opinion. So be prepared for that. For this video, I will be referring to Steam charts, Twitch analytics, and of course, any information which is indeed factual by the developers themselves. So if you want to know if your game's on an upward trend or a downward trend, stick around as we take a look at the shocking state, no wait, wrong video, as we take a look at the rise and fall of MMO RPGs in 2023. Let's begin. So first up is arguably one of the most popular MMO RPGs out there, and that is of course old school RuneScape. Despite the fact that this game looks like it could run on a Nokia 3210, yes, that's a boomer joke, I'm saying the game looks old. Vanamore is the next expansion, which will release in early 2024. This information was first announced during the Summer Summit this year, and it just goes to show this game is not likely to die anytime soon. In terms of the player count, well, they actually went on to break the concurrent player count early in November thanks to Trailblazers Reloaded. 190,000 people logged on to play. And to put that into perspective for you, that's more than the population of Newcastle. As much as I'd love to stick around for another 20 minutes and talk about old school RuneScape, we have another 9 games to get through. To help keep track of the highs and lows, I have created a graph. Like my dad said to my mum on the night I was conceived, she ain't pretty, but she'll do.
Hello there.
What?
So overall, I think it's safe to say, old school RuneScape, it's on a high. Another golden oldie on the list is of course World of Warcraft. And just to make life easier for myself, I'm going to combine WoW Classic and Retail WoW. I know a lot of you are horrified by this, but fuck you, I'm the one editing. I am by no means a World of Warcraft veteran.
God, you can tell he's a virgin.
So don't expect me to talk about the golden age of Wrath of the Lich King, or how WoW Classic used to be way more fun before it became mainstream. But what I can talk about is this year's expansions, and of course, player numbers. During this year's BlizzCon, they announced 3 expansions for World of Warcraft, with the first one being The War Within, which will launch in 2024. This will include 4 new zones and 8 new dungeons. And with the popularity and praise of Dragonflight, we can only hope they can keep this momentum going into the next 3 expansions. One of the biggest highs for World of Warcraft this year was of course World of Warcraft Classic Hardcore. This community-driven challenge actually breathed new life into WoW and actually brought in a load of new players. And you know an add-on is good when all of a sudden Blizzard themselves decide to make it an official part of their game. And not only that, Classic WoW got an expansion in the form of Season of Discovery. This gave us new monsters, new quests, and new hidden locations.
What new monster?
So as we
You
approach
mean
the end of
new
the year,
rays?
what do the player numbers actually look like for World of Warcraft? Well, unfortunately, there's no accurate site we can look at. I'm not going to look at MMO population, that garbage. Instead, we'll look at the Twitch numbers. And look at the Twitch stats for World of Warcraft. It's definitely not dying. I mean, anyone who says WoW is dying, they clearly haven't played a truly dead game, like the Elder Scrolls Online. With that being said, overall, I think WoW is on a high. Before I say anything about Final Fantasy XIV, and to avoid being attacked, let me change it to something more relatable. Ooh, I'm one of you. Anyway, if you was to try and determine how popular Final Fantasy XIV is, based off YouTube videos alone, you would truly believe this game had long died. Final Fantasy XIV does have a standalone launcher, so Steam charts aren't 100% accurate, but if you looked at them, you can see there has been a decline. I last played Final Fantasy XIV back in March, and I have to say, it didn't seem like a dead game to me. So what has changed in the months to follow? Well, Final Fantasy XVI did release this year. I don't know if they might have taken some players away from Final Fantasy XIV. If I was a console player, I know which Final Fantasy I would want to play. There has been an event pretty much every month this year, which would give any regular player a reason to play. But all I can really tell is that there are complaints about player burnout, which naturally happens when an MMO gets to this age. And if we go off the Twitch stats for Final Fantasy XIV, you can see there has been a decline. It's a tough one to call because I think a game like this naturally gets a lot of new players in, but whether they're actually retaining them or not, that's a different story. It's been 2 years since Endwalker released, and I think people just want to get away from it now. I think overall this game is probably on a low, and by low I mean low by Final Fantasy XIV standards. but it might be a short-lived low as there's an expansion coming out next year. So I do strongly believe it will bounce back. It's just having a little bit of a down moment right now. But if you want to see me give a full review of Final Fantasy XIV in 2024, get this video to 1,069 likes and I will become a weeb just for you. Before we get started, yes, I'm considering New World a top 10 MMO. In my hotly debated opinion, this game is going from strength to strength. Yes, there's still bugs. Yes, they are missing some key elements. But you know what the one thing is that they are doing? They're listening to their audience. In the last year, they've released 2 whole DLCs and plus a load of mini expansions in the form of seasons. The great thing is about New World is that we can look at the Steam charts and we can even look at the New
You mean
World servers.
expansions?
So we
They're
have
not
a good
mini
idea
expansions.
as to
They
how
don't
many
do
people are
anything
actually
for
playing this
content.
game.
They might add a
As we
single
said,
boss,
it's a
maybe
healthy
1 or
number
2 bosses
by MMO standards.
out in the public
I'm pretty
world.
confident New World will never achieve its day 1 numbers. However, when you look at the amount that they achieved on each expansion, it's still quite a large amount of players. It's a good sign. It means that people clearly do want to try and believe this game will get better. With the season passes, the quality of life updates, it's keeping players interested in the game. It's just whether they can achieve a higher number for a long period of time. Can they sustain? Overall though, I feel like New World is ending 2023 on a high, and I truly hope they do something big for 2024. I mean, they had mounts this time around, but maybe ships. Let's get some boats in New World. Admittedly, the 2024 roadmap doesn't scream excitement, but I remember feeling the same about the 2023 roadmap. So maybe
I am
they'll add a few
excited for the
surprises, and
Slayer
maybe
script
there'll be
changes.
some
I think
secret
that's a
updates
big
that we just
fucking
don't know
deal,
about.
and nobody knows about it yet.
So funny enough, the last review I actually done was Guild Wars 2. Shameless plug, go check it out. But I don't want to just repeat everything I said in the last video, so I'm going to keep this brief and to the point. Whilst Guild Wars 2 might not be the #1 MMO RPG, it is by far the most consistent. They seem to put out expansions on quite a regular basis, there's no huge surprises, and they keep it quite tame in terms of their updates. They're not going too over the top. And with the latest expansion, obviously they saw a rise in popularity, but players tend to fizzle out once they've done the content and go on to other games. Lots of players will come back for an expansion and then just leave. In terms of player numbers, it's hard to actually gauge how popular it is. It's not very popular on Twitch, and obviously it's got its own standalone launcher, so Steam charts don't really tell us too much. And the fact that it's a free-to-play MMO that's been around for over 10 years, I think it's safe to say it's got over 10 million players. It's just that they're not all playing at the same time. ArenaNet themselves say 16 million players. Overall though, I don't think Guild Wars 2 is on a high or a low. I think it's just maintaining at this point. Another game I had the pleasure of playing this year was of course Black Desert Online. After playing this game for 10 minutes, I was able to get a taste of what this game has to offer, and not only that, how passionate the community are about this title.
You might be a massive twat.
In June this year, the developers behind Black Desert Online released a brand new expansion. And would you believe it, this caused a surge in the population. According to Pearlabiss's own statistics, new players rose by 267%, and apparently the number of returning players has increased by 235%. Steam charts show a slight decrease
From
in player
400
numbers
to
since the expansion has
650.
been released, which is kind of expected, and Twitch numbers show a very similar trend. However, it is worth noting that Twitch has stopped supporting Korean streamers due to pricing issues, which will almost certainly affect the popularity of BDO on Twitch. Here's a fun fact for you: Perdibiss themselves release a quarterly report which shows you how well the company's doing. This report includes the player numbers for Black Desert Online, which is supposedly 20 million, and it also shows you the profit the company's been making, or shall I say, not making.
I am never gonna financially recover from this.
They did do quite a large content creation drive in Q2, which might explain the profit loss, and I think that kind of shows you what the company is trying to do with this game. They are trying to get more players in because we know how profitable Black Desert Online is. But look, player numbers are up, they released a new expansion, and I'm pretty sure they're probably going to release another one next year. But overall, I'd say this game is probably on a high, and I generally mean that. I'm not just saying it because last time I criticised this game, everyone got butthurt. Next on the list is Lost Ark, which is a free-to-play, pay-to-win MMO. I'm just going to be blunt about it. It was released to the West back in February 2022 with Amazon Game 7 as the global publisher. On day one of release, it boasted a bigger player count than New World's initial release. Naturally, this dropped off, and it's been pretty consistent with its player count. Some months it has 25,000 average players and others 50,000. But the question remains, how has it done in 2023? In October, players got access to a new constant, which naturally saw a surge in players. But lo and behold, numbers seem to be returning back to normal. Take the Steam charts with a pinch of salt though, because they have had botting problems in the past. And if we look at the Twitch stats, it actually has it as probably one of the most popular MMORPGs to watch compared to some of its competitors. Don't think this game is going anywhere anytime soon, and looking at the roadmap, they seem very positive about the future. Overall, I'd say it's ending 2023 on a high. Just make sure if you do decide to play it, bring your wallet.
Welcome back anytime.
EVE Online is another MMORPG from 20 years ago. Yes, this game is 20 years old, which is shocking in itself that it's managed to last this long. They either have the most loyal player base in the history of gaming, or simply put, they're doing something right
that's
year
WoW.
in and year out.
WoW gets that.
This free-to-play MMO is not for the faint-hearted. It's often referred to as a spreadsheet simulator, which I, for one, am not put off by because I excel at spreadsheets. Pause for laughter. 3, 2, 1. Developed by CCP Games, not to be confused with the other CCP, they've been pumping out content on a yearly basis, and this year saw 2 whole expansions. It's hard to gauge the player population because it only got released on Steam back in 2010, and bear in mind it came out way before then. Not many people watch EVE Online on Twitch, and that's probably more down to the gameplay as opposed to its actual popularity. And let's be honest, the average age of an EVE Online player is probably 35 plus. It's more of a boomer MMO. But I'm not here to make fun, and to be honest, my retirement plan is just to play EVE Online. But overall, this game is ending 2023 on a high because it's still around after 20 years. And you don't do that unless you're doing something right. So, well done to EVE Online. Hopefully I'll get to review in 2024. And how can I talk about highs and lows without talking about the Elder Scrolls Online? ZeniMax have been consistently releasing new DLC every year. Sometimes they'll even release 4 lots of DLC in 1 year, which you have to pay for. However, for 2023, they decided to shake up a bit and release 2 new dungeons at the start of the year, followed by a chapter which came with a new class. But not only that, they released some free content in the form of Endless Archive. So let me rephrase that. Infinite Archive. They changed the name due to copyright reasons, which is actually hilarious because they've been on the end of so much copyright and stealing artwork lately that I'm not surprised by this. I really am.
You can't keep getting away with it! You can't keep getting away with it!
One of the big things about the Elder Scrolls Online community is that a lot of players will return for DLC. They might not necessarily stick around afterwards, but they will definitely return when there's a new chapter, or new dungeons, or a new event. When it comes to Steam numbers, they have been decreasing in popularity for quite some time now. It's not a sharp decrease, but it's certainly a slow and steady decline. Next year, they will be celebrating their 10th year anniversary, and surprise, surprise, they're probably going to lean on some nostalgia to try and draw players back in. My guess is a chapter based around Whiterun in Skyrim. Although on the surface everything seems like business as usual, it's worth noting that there has been quite an exodus of content creators for this title and an increase in monetization. There's also lots of rumours circulating that they are slowly winding down simply because they're investing more in their new IP that they're currently working on in secret. So is it on a high or is it on a low? It's very dependent on who you ask. Personally, I think they've been less innovative with actual content. It's a lot of assets being flipped. And overall, the game just feels stale with a lot of heavy monetization. And if I'm going to be completely frank, ESO has been on a low for the last 5 years, let alone just 2023. So if you got this far in the video, I just want to say thank you. You are a true hero. Either that or you skip to the end just to see what I'm rambling about. Either way, I appreciate you. Now, obviously, the top 10 MMO RPGs is very subjective. There's a lot of other titles which you can argue should be top 10, such as Albion Online and Star Wars The Old Republic, and of course, Lord of the Rings Online. Which is exactly why I only talked about 9 MMO RPGs, because I'll let you, the watchers, the viewers, decide what you feel should be in the top 10. So let me know in the comments below. Maybe I'll go and review it in 2024. But what do you guys think? Do you think I've been fair? Do you think I've been accurate? Do you like this sort of content? Should I do more of it? The one thing that I really want to convey is that it's not all doom and gloom for the MMO RPG genre. There's a lot of games which are doing well. It's just that they might not have as much hype around them as they should do. But anyway, on that bombshell, I'm going to end the video. Just a quick, nice, friendly note. I have started streaming on YouTube. So if you do want to see me live playing these games and reviewing them, make sure you hit that subscribe button and pop in, say hello. I promise you, I do not bite.
No. No, he's sleeping.
Feel free to leave a like, because the more likes I get, the more...
What up, friendos? Welcome back. We're here with
Thank you,
Warner
Kira,
Bros.
for the excellent content for my stream. I've liked and sub to your channel.
AAA console games, and they're gonna lean into free-to-play and mobile. This is something that popped up on my social media feed the other day, and I thought with the video we made the other day, talking about, you know, AAA gaming companies and doing what AAA gaming companies do, take single-player ideas that people like, and then just make them into live service slop and completely ruin them. Why do they do this? It's because, obviously, if you make a good game and you release it for a one-time box price, you make a one-time box price, whereas, as MMOs have proven over the years, it's much more lucrative to release something that you can have essentially an unlimited ceiling in spending. Usually making games pay to win, tedious, and just basically slopping out content every now and again, with a bunch of microtransactions, of course. It's what they love to do. Instead of just making games that people enjoy and they pay you well for that, they get upset that they repeatedly make like one good game for every 10 mediocre games that they put out, maybe a couple really bad ones thrown in there as well, and then they instead say, oh, you know, because we need more money, we'll just go the route of milking people with shitty, mediocre experiences. So this is a GameSpot article by Eddie McCouche. During a recent Morgan Stanley speaking event, Warner Bros. Discovery gaming boss JB Perrette discussed some of the company's strategy for gaming going forward, and it includes more live service, crowd goes fucking mild, mobile, you know, fantastic, and free-to-play games. Now, just for the record, I'm not someone who's vehemently against live service. Some live service games have been fun, they've been fine. I just think that obviously when you've released a game like Hogwarts Legacy, which is it was the best-selling game, I believe, of 2023, to turn around and go, yeah, that's great and everything, but live services, especially when they've just released the Suicide Squad game, which is just utter garbage, you'd obviously think, you've had success with that, why don't you lean into that a little bit more, put some, you know, reinvest some of those funds into that. But of course that's not perpetual revenue, which is all they care about. So if you make a good live service game, fine, you know, it is what it is. Mobile games obviously interest me in no way whatsoever, and I think free to play for the right type of game is fine, right? You know, who cares? We've all played some free to play games. Some of them are really good, some of the best games are free to play. And if they're monetized with just skins, fine, you know, who cares? He said, quote, "We're doubling down on games in an area we think there's a lot more growth opportunity that we can tap into with the IP that we have and some of the capabilities we have on the studio, where we are uniquely positioned as both a publisher and a developer of games." Not wrong. Warner Bros. Does have a lot of IPs that people would love to see games for. The Kill the Justice League game was one of them, but it was shit. You know, kind of a problem. Perrette said, WBD's recent gaming output is focused on AAA games for console. You know, why do that? Just focus on AAA games. Have them on console, sure, but PC, you know, PC gamers. And that's great when a game like Hogwarts Legacy sells 22 million copies and becomes the best-selling game of the year. But this kind of success is never guaranteed in what Perret said was a volatile market. Now, what I'm going to translate this for you guys. I'm sure most of you have picked up on this already. When a, executive or somebody in charge of one of these big companies says an industry is volatile, a market is volatile, what they mean is we have to put some word on our lack of competence. And volatile sounds like it's out of our hands, when in reality it's firmly in our hands and we just fucked up. So what we did was we released a game that people really liked in Hogwarts Legacy, and it did really well. So we're going to contrast that to a game that nobody liked because it wasn't good, and we're going to say that's volatility. The market is not volatile, you just released a shit game, especially in contrast to a really good one. He pointed out that one of WBD's latest big games, Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, was a disappointment for the company. Not just the company, mate, it was a disappointment for everybody. So the plan going forward, he said, is to help reduce volatility by focusing on core franchises, good, and bringing at least some of them to the mobile and free-to-play space. It is what it is, what do we expect? As well as continuing to invest in live service games that people play and spend money on over a long period of time. That second part's the important one. Continue to spend money for a long period of time. This will help WBD generate more consistent revenue, he said, going on to tease that WBD had some new mobile free-to-play games coming out this year. Oh, can't fucking wait. Also worth noting is that just because WBD may push into new places, that doesn't necessarily mean it will stop making big single-player AAA games. Good. I feel like Hogwarts Legacy is one of those where the game sold really well. I played and finished the game. The game was really good. But I think once you got out of the castle, the game kind of fell off a little bit more, and probably could have done with another year cooking and having some more content, and then the game probably would have sold even more, because it's one of those where I played it once, and if they released DLC, I'd probably go back and play it again, which again is more revenue, guys, if you want a tip or something. But the game doesn't have like massive staying power or anything. It was really well made in parts, and the story was firmly okay, carried by the world, and they did put the world together really well, especially the castle. The castle was fantastic. But I wouldn't say that's something that's easy to replicate, and obviously a game like that takes years and years to make. So you can see why these AAA companies go for the low-hanging fruit of, let's put that same amount of time and money into something that has zero ceiling on earnings, as opposed to if we put loads of money into a Hogwarts Legacy 2, then it doesn't do well. But I mean, that's the business you're in, right? So you can't really complain about it. Calling it volatile is just silly. Rather than launching a one-and-done console game, how do we develop a game around, for example, a Hogwarts Legacy or Harry Potter that is live service, where people can live and work and build and play in that world in an ongoing basis, he said. Now, obviously, loads of people are clowning on this, and I agree to an extent, because live service is the 2020 forward boogeyman of video gaming, right? Its live service is garbage, nobody likes it, it's always bad, it ruins games. And I don't think that's necessarily true. I just think that there's obviously a lot of filler, right? There's a lot of bang average live service games, just like there's a lot of bang average just single player and single experience games. I do think when you're obviously trying to make something last for a really long time, you have to put a ton of effort into doing it, and a lot of people are never happy. Even if they got like 50 hours out of a game, you'll see people complaining. But obviously, if you're trying to stretch, like the quote from Lord of the Rings, if you're trying to stretch, too little butter over too much bread, or whatever he says, it's obviously going to feel like a worse game, right? Because there's just not enough stuff there, and they're trying to make it last, which is where a lot of live services fail. So I'm not against if you're going to make like a Harry Potter that's multiplayer and online and it has like MMO elements or whatever. That's fine. I'd probably actually be really interested in that. So I'm not going to clown on them too much because it makes sense. But I do think in the face of like the facts of you just did a live service and it was fucking shit, but last year you did a single player game and it was the best selling game of the year, and your response as a company is, yeah, need more of those live services though. It does look stupid optically, even if obviously everyone should understand even a mediocre live service running for 5 years of perpetual revenue he's probably going to make more than the best-selling AAA single-player game that is mostly bought in the first, couple months and then just falls off, or have any form of resurgence. It makes business sense. It just obviously looks fucking stupid as a statement to say, we had the best-selling game of 2023, but fuck that, we're making more live service games that flop quite often. So yeah, live service Harry Potter game, cool, yeah, I'm down. He went on to say that WBD is uniquely positioned because it has popular brands. He singled out Mortal Kombat, Game of Thrones, Harry Potter, and DC as its biggest, as well as 11 different internal games development studios. You know what really surprises me? I didn't know they had Game of Thrones. I completely blanked on that one. Bro, why is there... Game of Thrones was... it was a big book series anyway, but then the show, even the abomination that it became, which is obviously the writer's fault, you can do a lot with that game, with that world, because it is a massive, expansive world, and there's tons of stories you could explore with it, and time periods that has lore already built into the books, which are super easy to go through and find. How has there not been more of a push for a huge Song of Ice and Fire Game of Thrones game? I feel like, I know nobody makes MMOs anymore, but I feel like a Game of Thrones MMO would be really, really hyped and potentially really cool. But I do feel like almost anything you make in a Game of Thrones setting, it has everything to make a good game, right? It has the things that people like playing in games. You could do like a Dragon's Dogma style game in there, like a Total War. You could almost every genre of game could fit in the Game of Thrones world, and it's one of the biggest franchises of the last, decade-ish. It's almost impossible to find someone who didn't watch Game of Thrones. It was like a cultural phenomenon. So the fact that there's only been like one or two and they were just not very good or very big is pretty fucking wild to me. That'd be the first thing I'd be saying if I was in this company, like, why are we not putting loads of money in a big successful studio on making a Game of Thrones game? That shit just seems like cash money. Even the name recognition and brand alone is like absolutely massive, more so than almost everything they have. DC games they've done 1 million of so far, and I'm struggling to think of any really good ones. Give that a fucking rest for now. Mortal Kombat's a fighting game, people like the fighting game, but it's a fairly small audience because people don't really like competitive 1v1 games as much in 2023, 2024. Harry Potter, you've just done, make another one of those. Man, I'd even go as far to say I'd play a live service Game of Thrones game. Just has to be good, obviously. He also teased that WBD has a strategic investment plan to help make future games more successful. I think that the company just recently brought someone on to help with growth management and sustainability. I have no fucking clue what this sentence means. A strategic investment plan for the games to be more successful. I'll give you the advice to make the games more successful for free. You don't even need a plan. Make better games and they'll sell more. Don't have downgraded graphics from like 10 years ago that make the characters worse. Don't have cringe dialogue, and don't just ham-fist live service on everything. It's pretty fucking simple. If WBD can execute, Perret said he expects gaming to bring meaningful growth to the company in the years to come. But making games takes time, true. So he cautioned that the company is laying the foundation now for returns that could come in 2025, 2026, and 2027. He went on to say how he has no idea how the gaming landscape will evolve over time, but he believes owning the IP in studios could help WBD succeed where others might not. He also called on things like virtual reality and virtual worlds as places that will, quote, increase in scale and adoption in the future. Possibly. People have been saying shit like that since the very first VR headset, though. And I don't think market share of people playing VR games has gone up incredibly. I think we're still way behind on technology for people to care about VR for actually playing games. Because the limiting factor you're always going to have for VR is there's very few games that feel like a game and not a mini game, right? When you play Beat Saber, Beat Saber is one of the best VR games, but it's you're not playing like a narrative RPG or a multiplayer FPS or something you're going to play all the time. You play for like an hour a day or something, and you treat it as a mini game, an exercise or whatever. There's not very many games on VR, and I do love VR, but with the technology and how cumbersome it is and how much space you need and how expensive it is, there's not a direct one-to-one crossover of how you would play or view VR games and how you would play and view games that you'd sit and do a 6-hour session or whatever. It's not the same thing. So yeah, people been saying VR is going to be like the big thing for years and years, but I still think we're miles away in terms of technology and accessibility. You need a good computer, you need a lot of money for the VR headset, you need the space, you need the inclination to even want to play VR, and obviously VR causes problems with some people's depth perception and makes them dizzy and sick and things. We're a while away from that, and I don't think in the next 3 years that's going to be any different. There'd have to be some fucking crazy technology released, which would probably be a crazy price as well, as we've seen from the Apple Vision Pro or whatever. It's like fucking $4,000 or something. Some of WBD's upcoming video games include Harry Potter Quidditch game, not really bothered about that one, and a Wonder Woman title from the makers of Shadow of Mordor. Don't really care about Wonder Woman as a character, not really bothered about that. Their approach to gaming is very different to Disney's. The company years ago developed and published games in-house, but now licenses its franchise to other companies. For example, Disney just paid Epic $1.5 billion to bring its franchises to Fortnite. Cool, yeah. Disney is also working with a variety of companies, including EA, Ubisoft, Zynga, and Quantic Dream on Star Wars games, and has a deal with Microsoft Bethesda for Indiana Jones and the Great Circle and Blade. So there we go. I think obviously people have been clowning on them for this article because the headline of "We've just made the most successful game of 2023 and now we're focusing on live service" is on the surface level completely stupid. And I mostly don't like live service games. I think the ones that stand out as really good, they're good. But do I play a lot of them? No. I mostly want to play a single player experience. But yeah, it just never fails to make me laugh when there's such a weird optic contrast. But there we go. That's Warner Bros. And their volatile console and gaming industry. If you want to buy gamer subs, you can. Link in video description. Buy waifu cups. Buy powders that you put in the cups with water and shake and drink. Caffeine free, caffeinated, whatever you want. They also sell merch and things like that. Link in video description. You get a discount, I get money off your purchase. It gives me money either way, who cares. On top of that, if you like Magic the Gathering, check out the other link in the video description. That's a Magic channel. There should be a deck tech going up in the next couple of days, as well as me opening 6 collector booster boxes of Fallout, the new set that released today. That should be out in the next couple of days, and another deck tech for upgrading one of the Fallout precons, which should be pretty cool. So yeah, check that out. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Peace.
See what I have for you.
This video is brought to you by friend of the channel Squarespace. Stick around to learn more about them, as well as a special offer they're making available through my channel.
Lucy, I like your new lighting.
Thank you.
People listening on the RSS can't see it, but it's very gamer-esque.
I know.
It's unmistakably. It's got the Twitch purple and the. Yep. It is. What was the inspiration for this, Lucy? Tell us.
Okay, no. Do you want the boring answer?
We want the most detailed, long, boring answer you can muster. So this is a podcast, okay? Yeah. Every minute is content. Let's go.
So the boring answer is my apartment has a lot of windows, and that is incredible. I love having so much natural light. However, it is a nightmare for someone who does video content. Like anyone who watches the video version, any user who watches the video version of this podcast will see my lighting change multiple times based on when the sun goes down. Every single episode. We recorded the Final Fantasy block just now. I was scrubbing through to make sure everything recorded. The beginning, I could have been in a different room. Could have been somewhere else. Anyway, so even with all this setup, I was just like, I'm gonna move stuff around. I actually have put a green screen in front of one of my windows to try and block out the light. I rent. I can't hang up curtains. My landlord would,
How dare you upgrade the apartment with useful amenities? Get out.
So I had a little bit of time today, so I just thought I would put some lighting in and make it a bit better.
Now that you have a green screen, are you going to do green screen content? Are you going to be like in the volume?
Like... I want to put myself into like different things. Have you seen Andy Cortez over at Kind of Funny? Puts himself in like different characters.
Oh, it's so good. Yeah.
He just like green screens his face.
Yeah,
Maybe that's what I'll do. But no, so thank you for commenting on my lighting.
Does it have the thing where you can just change the colors from your phone or whatever? Can you just like
No.
change them right now? Oh,
I'm afraid I'm not
really?
that much of a
That's
gamer.
bummer.
I only.
That is a bummer.
I
Yeah,
know. I
same.
do have a little remote, but I can only do
Okay.
my key light.
Sure.
You're better than me. I've just had a perpetually unfinished, undecorated room for like 6 months, if not more. I'm almost there.
What else do you have left to do in your room?
Stuff on the walls. My
Yeah.
walls are barren, but
I've got a big
the framing
blank
process is long and annoying.
Framing
So-
is so expensive.
Yeah, that's why it's long and annoying, because I wait till I get a coupon from Michaels, which is very often, but you have to time it right.
A coupon.
Shout out to Michaels.
I love coupon life, man. That's it. It's fantastic.
I use like, yeah, no, I'm the same. There's a place in San Francisco called Cheap Pete's, and I went, and it's a San Francisco institution, and it's a framing shop, and I walked in, I went, how much? I felt like my mother. But anyway, hi everyone, welcome to another episode of Frames Per Second.
Ah, shit. There she did it.
I actually think
She has a really bad segue coming up later in the episode. You gotta look out for
terrible.
it. Don't worry. She really bombs hard, so look forward to that one.
I love that our relationship is that you guys are usually so supportive, but that's that one time.
No, we can't forgive a bad segue. We're podcasters, man. Come on now. That's that's one thing we can't forgive.
It was no, Jake. You went on that segment. It was so bad that I felt myself just like my shoulders clenched. You know, I regret it immediately. I probably blushed.
Oh
But,
boy.
well, you know, it's
you did
fine.
the old triple shrimp.
The triple.
that?
You
What's the
turbo
tri-
shrimped. You shrimped up even more than you already are.
Yeah, I did a turbo shrimp. But we've got a packed episode, as always, for you this week. I'm Miss James, joined by Ralph, aka Skillup.
Yo.
I was going to say, you're going to wave on this audio.
I'm just gonna do the wave and the thing every time. That's it. Just gotta tune to the YouTube feed. That's it.
And Jake
I'll find
Baldino.
Hello, hi. I think I want to just mention, I want to use my platform right now because people don't listen to the end. The next episode is going to be delayed a little bit.
Yes, good
logistically.
call.
For very important reasons
Yes.
that you're going to appreciate. We will just say that.
We would
That's all
not
we can say for now.
do it unless it was for something
Big.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
I was
right.
gonna- I
Metal
was
Gear
gonna- I was
Solid
gonna-
6.
That's right.
Please welcome to the stage on this
Yeah.
podcast, Hideo Kojima. He's back. No. No. So yeah, good call out. Next episode is going to be a little delayed. It won't be too long to wait.
Yeah.
And we will let you know as soon as we're going to put it up.
Also,
so keep
sorry
an eye
about the
on
audio
feed.
issues of the last episode.
Yeah,
we
sorry.
fixed it.
We fixed
Sorry.
it.
That which one was that? Was that?
The audio version was all borked.
Oh yeah, very sorry about that. We did correct that in the end, but I think people who had already downloaded it were
Yeah.
still getting the bad version. So yeah, I'm really sorry about that. And we actually, just so you know, in defense of Stuart, our editor, he confirmed that there was actually nothing wrong with the edit timeline. It was just a render issue where the render itself
weird.
just went nuts and started overlaying stuff. So Stu was blameless in it. We checked it all out. It was just a technical error. So yeah, very sorry about anyone. Very sorry to anyone who got messed around with that. We apologize.
But Stu's innocent. And he did.
Stu
he
is
did.
innocent.
He did
Stu is
fix it very,
absolved.
very quickly. And it was at like 9 a.m. on a Saturday, and he was just like, "I'm on it.
He
Don't
was very
worry."
good.
So thank you, Stu.
He was very good.
But yeah, we got a packed episode this week, so we're going to be kicking off by having a chat about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth with Gene Park from the Washington Post and Tamir Hussein from GameSpot. And then you guys spoke to the Pacific Drive team about that.
Oh no, we just spoke to one person, Seth.
Oh, Seth.
The game director.
Yes.
Yep. And that was a fantastic chat.
Yeah.
It was so much fun. It was so good to talk to him
I
about
like how the sausage is made stuff. It's good.
Yeah, it was fantastic. So.
I need to get around to it. Like, I enjoyed my time with the demo from earlier in the year, but then multiple 50-plus hour video games have been released, and
then soon is Rise of Ronin and Dragon's Dogma, and after that though it does calm down a lot. Like April is really chill, So I'm kind of looking forward to catching up on backlog stuff during that period.
Yeah.
But yes, this month, February and into March is insanity. You know, it really is. So yeah,
it is. And we also Dune. So be prepared for us
Dune.
to announce it June.
Dune.
we'll
We're
talk
gonna talk about June
June.
a lot at the back end of this podcast. Even though we're not a movie podcast, we are going to become a movie podcast.
Just
at the
this
back end of
once?
episode.
Well,
just this once.
I did go to LA to see June Awakening, so I can talk a little bit about the
Oh, I
game.
do want to hear about that.
Oh, I actually definitely want to hear about that.
Yeah, the new trailer was
Great.
good, so I want to know. Marketing can fool me. So.
But let's kick off then by having a big in-depth chat about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Don't worry, we don't spoil the ending. We don't spoil.
It's non-spoiler. You're
no
all good.
spoils. So, here you go.
The fly is here. Oh my god, just wait.
Fucking hell.
He will not leave. He won't leave.
Just kill it.
The door is open. You fuck. Get out.
This bread out there too. It looks nice.
I'm messaging Stu right now to be like, put that in somewhere.
Are you trying not to kill it? Is that your thing?
No, I'm trying to kill it. I will happily kill this fucking fly. It's driving me insane. Get out of my.
This really is
Anyway.
a fly episode.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
No kidding.
It is true. Oh god. I think you can actually see it in the camera as well because I'm watching my feed and I'm like,
people my age, I feel like they're all trying to act like our parents, and I don't like it. I spent my entire life trying not to act like my parents. You know what I'm saying? And these people, they're all my age. They're all like 38 to 41, and they all sound like they want to be my parents, but they aren't. Not really in reality. They didn't have the same kind of struggles. They didn't go to the same kind of schools. They didn't have the same kind of civil rights struggles. They will never be our parents. But it's weird how much they aspire to be our parents, and I've never understood that. I want to see what they're capable of if they stop acting like their parents and more like themselves. I want to see. It seems like they sip coffee because they want to act like they're fucking NPR swilling parents, you know, and they talk eloquently because they're all, like, probably highly educated, frankly. And it's good, and that doesn't bother me. But what I don't see here is a sense of their own personality. I see an internet construct mixed with a bunch of, I would say, what do they call this? It's like optics, right? A bunch of desired optics around being their parent, like my parents' generation. And they're not. They're my generation. We were famous for doing drugs, skateboarding, jackass, sex, the porn industry, new metal, drugs, a lot of drugs, right? But not as much as probably like their generation, frankly. But yeah, a lot of drugs, and I just have this odd like feeling that like it's really tragic that they're just trying to act like their parents when they could be acting like themselves and being themselves. And a lot of the times they bore me. They bore me to tears. Their opinions, the way that they talk, they remind me of my parents. And I like my parents or whatever, you know, but like I don't like, but they're stuck up sort of middle to upper class, sort of upwardly mobile middle class, sort of privileged speak. It's like it's a whole pattern of speech, and they all sip their coffee, and they all go to the Trader Joe's, and they're all kind of coffee swilling, water cooling white boomers, you know what I'm saying? And it's weird because when I was coming up, I remember mostly a biracial background of friends and stuff. I remember a lot of drugs, a lot of sex, not much violence, but definitely a lot of drugs and sex and music and stuff. And I remember raving, and I remember skateboarding and snowboarding and extreme sports and like all this other stuff that our generation was kind of like into. Parkour, stuff like that. But what I don't remember is that coffee swilling, yippee yuppie, middle class, NPR, smug. South Park called it smug. This is the perfect word for it. Like, they're trying to illustrate this weird, smug execution of what they think their parents were like at this age. And I'm sorry, but it comes across as this fucking yippee fucking act to me. And I'll say right to their fucking face. It comes across as disingenuous, and it doesn't really seem like that's who the fuck they are, you know? I don't hear them cussing ever. I mean, if they do, it's because they're throwing in a cuss word for like you know, for like, wait, they're thinking about the cuss word, you know? They're not just throwing a fuck in there because it's just in their fucking pattern of speech or whatever, you know? They're just saying, like, they just say fuck because, like, they're thinking about how they're dropping an F-bomb, you know? And the whole thing comes across to me as this fake it to make it. God damn it, that sound is driving me crazy. Goddamn NPC sound. It's a little, like, I'm sorry, but okay, you know what the word we used to use in our generation for it? And this word was like poison cancer if you got accused of this. It would lead to a fist fight sometimes. Poser, right? They're fucking posers. Except they're not trying to be the cool crowd or the skateboarders or the drug crowd or the sluts or the fucking, you know, the jocks or any of that shit, you know? Or the cool kids or the mean girls or any of that stuff, right? Or any of the cliques or anything like that. They're acting smug because they think that that's what's gonna sell. And it comes across as disingenuous to me a little bit. I will be honest. It really does. It's a little... I wonder if I should get a pig, actually. Too difficult for you to tame. Too difficult. Maybe I should kill the elder. That's me dying? Oh god, that is me dying. Where am I? Oh god, what's going on? Where am I? I'm at Fayin. I can just zone. Get on him. Or whatever he is. Yeah. What's he check? Can make some XP back. Oh, it's freezing here. But yeah, hey, he is EP. We will kill him. I'm gonna buff up just because there's nothing else going on here. I'm gonna kill this thing. Gotta go shut my door. It got too cold in here. I'll be right back. Now, I think most people would call them normies, right? Oh, I gotta turn my heat on. It's too cold in here now.
you can definitely see a fly circling around me like I'm fucking Charlie Brown or some shit. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Actually,
anyway.
no, that's not Charlie Brown. That'd be Pigpen. Pigpen was the
Okay,
one.
right. I
Come
forget
on.
the names, but
Charlie
that's the
Brown
one
law.
with the flies. Okay, there we go. There we go. All right.
Well, from flies to Final
Can she do it?
Fantasy.
Terrible.
No,
She failed.
I've
She did not pull it
absolutely
off.
biffed it. I'm sorry. It's been a long day of me trying and failing to beat Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I was telling the guys just before we started recording, I landed the final blow on the final boss. And then I had to stop because I had a meeting, and I've been in meetings and doing my job for the rest of the day.
That
and
is
now we're here.
super funny.
I know. It's so
Like,
funny.
it really would piss me off if I just beat a boss after like an 80-hour epic, and then I can't watch the cutscenes until I finish my meetings for the day. Like, that would be so shit.
This is
That's
like
aggravating. The most anticipated like ending like of video,
Yeah.
video games like this year for sure.
I
you
would
know?
I would cancel that meeting like 100%. I'd be like, I'm
it was
not
with
available.
you.
I would have cancelled it with me.
All the more reason Tam would understand. Just tell
100%.
him why.
Yep.
Rebirth.
You didn't tell us when I came into that meeting, just quietly
I get it.
seething. But
Yeah.
anyway, we're here to talk about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. So
These
you
people are
know
not
where
getting
I'm
through a
at
Final
in the
Fantasy game that quick either. But
Timur
a bunch
and
of them
Gene,
are
you've
not.
both finished it, completed it. Tam, you reviewed it for GameSpot. Gene, did you end up reviewing it for Washington
I sure
Post?
did. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you did. And Ralph, you are.
I am a fool. Because I never 100% games. Ever. It's not how I play games. In fact, I believe that 100% in games generally ruins them. Okay, that's my hot take that I've said many times. Many people disagree. That's fine, whatever. But I decided, for whatever reason, by accident, I think, that I was going to 100% this one. Not in terms of like a platinum trophy or whatever, but just like do everything you can do on a single playthrough. And right now, I'm at 75 hours on chapter 10 of 14. So,
Yikes.
yes. But I have done everything you can do. Every single minigame, every Queen's Card battle, every single marker on every map, every single side quest, everything you can do. And, yes, it has been an experience. We'll get into that, I'm sure. But that's where I'm at this point.
It's so surprising to hear you say that. It's so
Say
weird.
what?
It's so weird to hear you say that you're like completing it and not like just.
I don't know why I did it. I don't know why I did it. But I'm actually really glad that I did it because it's definitely shown me a lot that I don't think I would have been able to see had I not approached the game this way. But at the same time, it's definitely... Anyway, we'll get into it.
Clearly got way too much
discussion.
free time.
Yeah, there's a lot to get into.
I mean, where do we want to start? I mean, hang on. Let's start with the kind of new direction in terms of like open-ish world. I'm not going to call it open world, but there are definitely these huge open areas, and a lot has been made of the fact that these open areas and the things that you can do within them can take in the Ubisoft formula, towers, and like things popping up on your map, but they made them good. Panel, would you agree?
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're good. I think that they have value in a way that the Ubisoft ones don't. I think what they've done is, I said it in my review, is like the big goal for this game, like the first game was all about like you effectively play as terrorists for want of a better phrase, and
For the first 10% of the game. You are Avalanche for the first 10% of the game. The rest of it has almost nothing to do with that. Some of it has like reactors, the Juno reactors, and the Junon reactor and all this. But I don't think that there like the eco-terrorism part of it was a very brief plot point at the beginning of the game. The kind of like was part of it. It was Midgar and the bomb and all that stuff, all the bombs and everything. But I wouldn't say it was like the core story. The core story was like, this ethos of, the corporations are all raping the world, and there's now like, a life stream of Mako reactors all over the world that are sucking the life force out of the planet. And they were kind of making this reference about nuclear, like they have the nuclear fear.
the way you kind of make that empathetic and help the audience sympathize is by really digging deep into the characters, and that's what we get. We get Cloud figuring out how to fight for other people instead of himself, You get a lot of time spent with like Midgard's people and that kind of stuff. And by the time you're like halfway through that game, you're like, yeah, I want to fight for these people, and I'm willing to do stuff that on paper is labeled as eco-terrorism. The way now that what they need to do is make you have that same kind of feeling for the entire world, and not the world as in like the entire world. It's like nature, the planet. Itself. And the way they've done that, I think, is really clever. It's by taking these kind of activities and making them a point of connection to the world around you. And by learning to understand that world, you start to develop the empathy that you would have for characters in Midgard for this world itself. So the activities are narratively important, but also they kind of bump up. Every single one bumps up against another system that makes it worth your while to do. And that's probably why you end up, despite not trying to, 100%ing everything 70 hours in.
That is 100% the case, because I did the first zone and I'm like, I better check this out, because I'm like, it's the thing. That's what Rebirth's about. It's got the open world stuff, right? And I'm like, hey, that wasn't so bad. I guess I'll do a bit more of that.
I think that the Square Enix isn't stupid, and I think that they know that it's a kind of a status quo symbol to have a PS5 right now, and it's also a childish thing to have a PS5 right now. I think consoles are for kids, and so I think they're trying to sort of cherish children, as silly as weird as it sounds. I think they're trying to cherish children by giving them a title that's just on their fancy console that their parents bought them, and trying to celebrate kids, I would say. Despite it being sort of a more adult title, it's more, I would say, for the kids. And I think they've always sort of been like that. And but I think there's a classist thing going on here. I don't think anybody in the lower class has a PS5, and I think only about half of the middle class does. Most of us probably have PS4s, but we probably don't have PS5s, all of us, right? And I think they do all of this on purpose. I think they look at it like market, bull and bull and boar and all this, and they look at like they look at their numbers and their statistics and the writings on the wall, and they're like, okay, we're gonna keep this console specific because it cherishes it. It kind of makes it more of a cherished title to the rich kids who have it and the rich kids who don't. And if you're a cool kid, you have Final Fantasy 16, and if you don't, you're kind of probably a poor kid because you probably don't have PS5 or whatever. They're embracing that. They want that. That to me is what the exclusive means. And when this game launched on PC, when this game launched and it was not on PC, I was extremely disappointed. I put a comment on my Facebook being like, "Well, this is the second Final Fantasy game that came to the market, but wasn't on the fucking console that I own or use as a main, and I will now use my disinterest in their product to destroy them because." Like, I don't know. It's hard to describe, but it's like I don't want them doing these console exclusives. I think the PC Master Race is the PC Master Race for a reason. I think they're all computers in the end. Shit, that's my phone. It's in my pocket. Yeah. Let me see if I missed the call or anything. And I think it's all kind of a classist game of separatism. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, good. I don't have a visitor coming today. That's good. I'm going to keep drinking then. Fuck that. I was like, oh, I have a visitor coming. That interrupts my beer drinking schedule. And they're coming tomorrow. So that's good. I'm going to kill this elderly pig. I'm going to shoot this elderly pig, actually. Get some archery skill up on him. Yeah. Ooh, he's a razorback, huh? Too difficult for me to tame, huh? Oh. It's got bloom. A lot of carcass. it's like, you know, let's get stuff for money. But the razor might be, I mean, I'm not carry this around, but yeah. I want to see the archery skill in my book. Archery, I like the skill up stuff. Mounted archery, riding, archery, here we go. So 70 out of 169, right? So we'll take our shot here. And see, a 70 out of 169. 81. Oh, that's addictive. I didn't realize you could do that, and I will probably do this in the future. I'll just watch the skill up go. I wish the skill screen was a little smaller. No arrows.
I was like, hey, I got some cool rewards out of that. That's pretty sick. And oh, that quest is actually a chain. I better do the next one of that. And then, little did I know, I'd finished the first zone. And then I was like, well, I better do it for the second one as well. Do you know what I mean?
If they get you on one zone,
they do, man.
If they can get there, and they're really good at doing that. If they can get you on one zone, chances are you're going to think seriously about doing it for every other zone.
Totally. Yeah, I totally agree. I think it's so interesting because you're right. Nothing that they do within the open world structure is particularly innovative. In fact, it's straight up derivative. I mean, it's actually, you say it's Ubisoft. I actually think it's Ghost of Tsushima, which is Ubisoft, right?
Yeah.
But I think it's a step further than that in terms
Just
of refinement and the way that, I mean, it always has
Japanese
obvious touch points. Like you've got an owl that shows up that flies in front of you and leads
Ghost
you
of
to a
Tsushima is not
destination.
Ubisoft, I don't think, is it? They must have produced
Totally
it,
right.
yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's got
But
the
they didn't
climbing
direct
sections
it.
as well, which are also within Ghost of Tsushima. But the overall feel of the open world doesn't feel particularly onerous or demanding. It also does not feel like
I must not be
focus is
understanding
always
something they're
highly
saying.
optional, you know. And I actually have some issues with how optional some of it is versus. I feel like some of it should be better signposted to be more essential because some of the side content is so fantastic. Some of the side quests and those proto-relic quest chains are so good. Some of them that you're like, no, don't let people skip this. Everyone should see this. You know what I mean? It's that level of good. But then there's other stuff which is like, go and kill some fiends. Oh, you killed all the fiends.
But you
Good
didn't
on
kill
you.
him in
Here's
the
some-
time limit, so I'm afraid
That's
you're gonna have
right.
to do it
Kill them again with the thing, and you're like, nah, that kind of sucks. You know what I mean? So, but overall, though, the combination of a very seamless and frictionless open world structure combined with a very smartly constructed economy of rewards combined with a brilliant narrative payoff for many of these quests have made this whole experience very pleasant to play through. You know, and I am not someone that does the open world grind thing. I'll dabble, I'll be like, whatever, cool, and then I tap out. But I said I'm like 75 hours in, and
Dude,
I've done like 5 full zones now. Okay,
Do you need an
I'm now at a point where I'm like, I've had enough of that. Okay, but it's taken me a long time to get to the point where I feel that way, and I usually get to that point way faster in every other game. And I know that when I get to that final zone, I will 100% it for completed sake, whatever. But I would have, at any zone that I got to now, I would have picked out the top 3 to 4 activities within each zone and done them again because I know that they would be worth my time. And I think that in aggregate is a really great accomplishment for Final Fantasy to have landed there. Because I remember Final Fantasy 15 open world, man. Like, fuck off. You know what I mean? That was some shit, right? That was terrible. So for them to have moved this far and accomplished this much with this entry, I think is so good.
Gene, we talked a couple weeks ago at DICE. You'd already finished the game. You kind of mainlined it. Have you gone back to it? How much of the side stuff have you done? Because we're going to talk a lot about the plot and the characters and everything. I just wanted to get this kind of not out of the way, but there's a lot of side stuff too.
Yeah, so I can't relate to any of your guys' narrative in terms of, you know, pacing and going through this because I sped through the game. I did mostly 100% the grasslands, which is the first opening area, just because I was like, okay, I understand that this is going to be the gameplay loop, so let me start to understand what kind of quests are there. So that's why when I started doing like the fiend intels that you talked about, where you have to beat a certain enemy, stagger them the right way, and beat them in a certain amount of times, I was like, you know what? I'm just not gonna waste my time with those. If they're on the way, then I'll do them. But I'm not gonna go out of my way to do them, right? I did the proto-Reddit quest in the Grasslands, and I was like, oh, that was kind of fun and interesting, and the characters that they introduced were cute and everything. And then I thought, okay, maybe I can just ignore those too. And then I went to the second area, and I did the proto-Reddit quest there, and I was like, this is fantastic. I was like, okay,
Yes.
this turns out the proto-Reddit quests are actually basically like the parallel stories.
Yes.
That happen in each of these regions. So you definitely should be doing the proto-Relic quests. They're very rewarding. I have completed those now completely. That whole quest chain is actually pretty hard to finish.
Yeah.
So it's definitely endgame content.
That one with the gambits and gears, that
Oh my
one,
God.
man, I tried to do that properly, like actually properly myself, and I was like, sometimes like the last one, I was so close, it drove me nuts, and I actually spent probably 45 minutes on that one before I.
Like, it's weird. Like all of these people are like, these adults are talking about a game that you play with a controller, you know. And I think the last time that was cool was like 2017 on Fortnite was the last time I thought a game on a controller was something that we should sit around and powwow about like this, you know? Controller games, I don't know. Maybe. I think it's interesting when New World adopts controller. But I don't think it's interesting when they launch on a controller console. That seems really restrictive and dumb.
I was like, fuck it, I'll let Chadley solve the problem. So I did the AI thing, immediately blew it up, and it was just over. And I was like, God damn you, Chadley. By the way, we need to have a proper conversation about Chadley, because...
What is it, the chat module?
Chat GPT, you know?
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is the story of Chadley and the way he bosses around a group of adventurers through the world. That is actually what the setup of this game is.
If they don't pay that off by, in the final part, in a critical moment, Chadley just going... For the last 2 games, I've been collecting data on every summon, every enemy, every in-universe thing. I am on your side, and I'm the most powerful being that exists. There is no... If they don't do that, it's a waste of a remake trilogy.
Exactly. You don't fight and dethrone God. You just grow God, and he's like part of your party.
That should be it. Like, people are like
Yeah.
waiting for someone to defeat Sephiroth, and like, we built young Sheldon God in Final Fantasy universe.
That's right.
The thing about Chadley is that he's the game structure. He's the entire game structure. You know, he is the foundation of all these quests and the way the open world is structured. So it's really fascinating. I like him as a character, and I like
I did too. I like Chadley.
My character that he created for
I
himself.
thought he was the only thing about the game that had any personality.
That's the only
at all.
time I like hearing from Chadley.
That's
when
unfortunate.
the
characters were wooden. They didn't. The adding voices did not add them to their mystique to me. I didn't think they played up the cooler sides of that Final Fantasy cast, because like there was cool mysterious elements. Like they really didn't play up Barrett the way they should have. Barrett was a really interesting character, and he was very one-dimensional in the remake. And I disliked the remake, I gotta say. I think I'm supposed to like that remake, but I don't think I do. I don't think I do. Might die here. I should technically... Oh, no, I can't. So, whatever. Just... Okay, good. Invis. I'm gonna get this done, finally. Actually, I should probably sneak, really. Yeah, actually. Yeah, let's do that. And I don't know why they bothered. Like, honestly, what was cool about Final Fantasy VII was the cool eco-terrorist plot, and how really they had a chance to tell a cool outside the norm story there that was like, and let you role play being a fucking eco-terrorist and really like going up against the conglomerates, trying to fucking blow them up for trying to kill the planet, you know. I think they really could have played that up and turned a whole generation of young video game people into like, you know, SJWs and stuff, and they could have really like built that into a really cool driving force in video games. The story in 7 Remake was so good. I didn't know how bad the conglomerates were until 7 taught me and all this, right? Because that's how it was when I was a kid. I didn't know how bad it was until 7. I didn't know how bad Shinra really had become in the real world until 7. I mean, that was them warning us. I mean, that and 9/11. And, you know... And I hated Shinra. I hated them. I hate them still now. And I hate everything they've ever represented to me. And the Turks and all those people. And like, you know, and I related to that story, but it wasn't a very normal story. And I thought they could have really overdone it and really told a more beautiful story than they originally told. That was very compelling and stuff. But instead they always have to make it sort of kitschy and Japanese, and I don't really understand that. I wish they would add a sort of Western, colder thing to it, and like really manage to tell a story like 7 was. So the original 7 was a very cold, sort of methodical story that was very kind of deep, and it came across as kind of a horror film in a way. And then Remake, just I felt basically totally skipped out on the things that could have been cool about it. The open world in 7, when you first experienced it way back in 97 or whatever the fuck it was revolutionary, and I think they needed to do that again, and I doubt they did. Like, I'm talking Elden Ring revolutionary, and I doubt they did. I know they didn't. Or people would be talking about it right now, being like, Elden Ring was so good, it's gangbusters, Elden Ring, we love you, and all this stuff going on, right? Nah, they won't talk about 7 Rebirth like that, nope. And I don't know why they needed to rebirth 7 either. Couldn't they have just done... I mean, I don't really see how 7 Rebirth and 16 aren't the same game.
Turns it down. I'm like, that's pretty cool.
And 15, to be honest. 15, 16, and 7 Rebirth are all the same engines, same shit, same voices, same people, same images, same stuff. It's sort of weird. It's all the same game. And I really feel that engine wasn't so good. I think they should have worked on it. I thought it was acceptable in 15. I'm not so sure about that in 16 or Rebirth. I haven't tried it yet. I know the Rebirth is not revolutionary like the original 7 is, and that is just fucking like that is just fucking tragic. There were times when I would play Squaresoft titles like Secret of Mana, when I would hit the Flammy Drum, the Secret of Mana Flammy Drum on the Super Nintendo. It can still kind of blow your mind. It can still blow your mind. The Flammy Drum and Secret of Mana on the original Secret of Mana on Nintendo. Secret of Mana Flammy Drum, right? Right. You would do the Flammy Drum, right? It looks like this.
After Final Fantasy III came out, they started toying with the idea of making a more action-based.
Yep. Never mind. Get out. Flammy Drum. I liked her, and I'm sorry. Thank you, Stellar Nan, for the excellent content for my stream. I've liked the sub to your channel. You just weren't what I was looking for. Not yeah. So that was the sound of the Flammy Drum. Do you hear it? It's one of those little drums with the 2 little beads that beat on the side when you twist it, right? So fucking cool. And this was the Flammy Drum. And when you first summon it, it was mind-boggling. It like opens this huge fucking world, and all of the places that you have visited in the entire fucking world were suddenly connected, and it just blows your fucking mind. You're like, oh my god, I can go to Wutai, I can go to Midgar, I can go to wherever I want, whenever I want, and do whatever I want in whatever order. And that was the mind-blowing shit that made Final Fantasy VII like the greatest RPG ever made, and they didn't live up to it, and it's fucking sacrilege, and I think they're selling their corpse, and I'm ready to boycott now. I don't like what they did to 14. I don't like what they did to 15. I don't like what they did to 16. I don't like what they did to 7. I don't like what they did to Rebirth. I have a list of complaints a mile long. I think Lightning Returns was awesome if it had just stayed to the main grinding tenets that 11 had originally, or sorry, 13 had originally done. I think 12 Zodiac Age is the best work that they've released in the last 10 years. And I don't know why they keep bothering. And 15 was so close to being good, but I didn't know it until somebody said it. When you really look, that is an incomplete game. It is like 1/10 of what they wanted it to be, and I'm absolutely certain that 7 Rebirth and 16 are exactly the same way as 15 is. It's 1/10 of what they wanted it to be, I guarantee it. When they showed the original pictures of Final Fantasy VII and Cloud walking around on the overworld, the entire fucking video game industry as a whole had a collective orgasm. That is what we expected out of 7 Rebirth. For shame, Square Enix. You cash grabbed your own fucking decayed corpse and resold it to us in the guise of like a classist war against the lower and middle class that can't afford PlayStation 5s right now, or would rather buy PCs like me. They're just more intelligent. And I'm sorry, but like all of these actions, they don't lead to faith, and I don't have a lot of faith in Square Enix anymore. I don't have any faith. I don't have any faith in their online portals for their games like 11 and 14, like the Lodestone or POL. I think they stolen time with me for that and broken my heart with it. I don't like a lot of their single player efforts lately. I don't like the fact that they were originally the best RPG direct tutorial company that we had in the market, and they went completely production pretty much, except for this utter claptrap that is so far from their original fucking vision that they have to add ghosts and shit like this into the fucking plot because they're so bored of their own rehash that they have to spice it up somehow. When originally the content was so fucking good that it's like, I don't really understand how you struggle to make like the season 2 of Mandalorian good when you have all that fucking pure gold content, like what Kira talked about earlier today with The Walking Dead. I had a friend recently ask me how I felt about The Walking Dead, and I was like, oh god, it's the license, I fucking love it, and the graphic novels are the greatest they've ever been, but boy, that television fucking show was a fucking stinker, and by the end of it, the writers had written themselves into a fucking wasteland and couldn't save the show. And the same was true of Game of Thrones. And I was like, I'm sorry, I never liked these things in the first fucking place because they were never compelling in the first fucking place. You know what I'm saying? 7 was such a compelling fucking game in the first fucking place that if you're gonna redo it, you have to top it. You have to top it as in you stay so close to the source material that they can't fault you that it's the same exact game. But you also have to make that story so compelling that when Eris dies, the entire world is crying tears of mourning, like Tears of the Kingdom, like when the Queen died or something like that. You know what I'm saying? That's what Eris's death needed to be in 7 Rebirth. I doubt they did that because they have to cash fuck their own corpse. That's the phrase I'm going to use in the future for this. They've got to cash fuck their own corpse. And I don't like the base fucking statement I just made. It's disgusting and foul, and it was crass, and it's funny to me. But I don't like that I'm saying it. I feel the Square Enix is now essentially cash corpse fuckers. They're like. They're they're cashophilias. I'm sorry, they're cashophilics. They are cash raping their own dead corpse and reselling it to us as like we're cannibals, right? I don't want to eat your old corpse. I want you to just maybe give me the original with better graphics, and a more compelling story with full voice. And when the cutscenes hit, it's like watching an IMAX movie on fucking, about Avatar or whatever, like Avatar quality IMAX CGs and stuff. And there were times in Final Fantasy X when Tidus sees Sin that were just groundbreaking, and the entire world was like holding its breath when it saw it. I don't think 7 Rebirth lives up to that in any fucking way or form. Not from the pictures or the gameplay that I've seen. Not from the fucking reception from the crowd. I think they're happy with the game. But you know what? I was happy with 15 too. I was happy with 15. I was happy with it. I'm happy with 16. I'm happy with 7 Rebirth, but I don't think that they're good games. I'm happy with them, but I don't think that they're fundamentally compelling games when they absolutely, I don't understand how they couldn't have been. That source content is so fucking good and is so a violation of that normie shit that they always do in the modern age, that how do you fuck up 7? But they did. The 7 remaster, to me, is the worst thing Square's ever done. And there's some bad Square stinkers out there. There's some fucking, I mean, there's like 15 terrible ass Squaresoft games, you know? This is not the first time. Now, am I calling 7 Rebirth bad? No. I'll probably fall more positive on the Metascore than, you know, like, probably more than you know, why did you pull Starfield? I mean, Jesus Christ, this is the last time I went. These AAA cantankerous, fucking triple anus, like wretched, you know, fucking culinary abortions of fucking games, you know, so we pull Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, and yeah, like on the PlayStation 5, and we see that, yeah, the community fell around 9.0. The people like this one universally, okay? Good game. Everybody's saying good game, and I bet they're right. Is it a fun game? I don't think so. I know because I've done it a bunch of times. Oh, are you killing me? Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I've come so far. I need you to sit. Don't aggro either. Don't aggro. Don't kill me. Don't do anything. So I don't know why they needed to change anything. I don't know why they needed to make Cloud so unlovable. He was an unlovable character to me. I felt that the execution of Cloud in 7 Rebirth was so far from the original fucking execution of Cloud. Cloud had a fucking hero quality to him that did not translate to the fucking remaster in any way or fucking form. This tool running across the meadow with this sword too big for his body and stuff, it didn't have that kitschy fucking Japanese feel. That's kind of racist, whatever you want to call it. It's like not Japanese. It's like, well, it is. It's kind of Japanimation like schlock. It's like Japanimation schlock, and it has nothing to do with where it comes from. We do it too in our cartoons as well. The Western audience does it just as much. I'm just saying this character was not as compelling and as cute and as not cute as in like attractive. When I'm talking about like his like the original Cloud had a lot. The original Cloud from Final Fantasy VII had a lot of hero quality to him, and he spoke without speaking, like Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic the Hedgehog never needed to speak, the same way Cloud didn't either. This guy did speak, and he was a pissant, and he was not a good character. Aeris needs to die. I don't know why they ever fucking changed that. And if the kids talk about ruining the ending, it better be the fucking ending I want it to be, which is Aeris fucking dying. If that's a fucking spoiler for you, then I'm sorry, but I mean, that's like the most commonly held unknown spoiler in video game history is Aeris dies at the end. You know what I'm saying? Aeris dies on the 3rd disc, and it fucked up an entire generation of us. Once they killed Bambi and Aeris, or Aerith, if you're from the Japanese, like, you know, we never really believed that there was anything sacred anymore. Once they had killed, once we thought Yuna was gonna die in Final Fantasy X, like, we thought nothing was sacred anymore. They didn't kill her in 10, but they did kill her in 7. They killed her in 7. They killed this character in 7. I don't think they've got the fucking balls to do that to the kids anymore. I think it would scar a generation. You can't do red fern, where the red fern grows, or fern gully, or I don't know fern gully, but where the red fern grows, or Shiloh, or Bridge to Terabithia. These are all childhood classic literatures in the vein of C.S. Lewis, or one of those that all end tragically with either the death of Bambi's mother or the death of the girl in Bridge to Terabithia. You might have seen Disney movies or bad remakes of the stories that I'm telling you about. But, like, you know, tragedy was a part of Final Fantasy VII. It was this idea that by using Mako, you had kind of gone to war with God, and eventually you might have to fight God, and Sephiroth had kind of gone in league with God, Jehovah, and the planet was going to fight you, and the Jehovah was going to fight you, and Sephiroth was going to fight you, and all you are is some kind of brainwashed little soldier that was, like, raised on the Mako. And, you know, it was a great little story, but I don't think any of that translated to the fucking remaster in any fucking way or form. You know what I remember about the original Final Fantasy VII remaster game was when they go to the slums and they go and see, for some reason, they go and see Biggs and Wedges, or I think it was like Biggs's was the girl at the, I guess. They go and see Biggs's dad, who's blind or something like that, so they can do a Grand Theft Auto house burglar entry with Cloud for some fucking reason, which always kind of broke the hero thing for me, and definitely lost me some points with their design, because 7 had moments like that, but it wasn't cheesy and shitty like that for no reason. It was like a plot point they added in so they could show what the inside of Biggs's dad's house would look like inside of the Midgar slum or whatever. And the original 7 had more flavor in Midgar than the remaster did. And the remaster didn't make you feel like you were in Midgar. It felt linear. And 7 did not feel linear. Midgar was not linear in 7. In the original 7, it wasn't. Not really. And I mean, it was, but it wasn't linear. It was very linear from point A to point B, but it wasn't. But you could do it in any order, kind of. I mean, you had to do certain things at certain times, but I mean, it was kind of an open-ended place. You could go to the places when you wanted to go to them. In the remaster, Midgar was very linear, very, 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 very linear. And I look at 7 remaster, and I think there's a good game, but is it a fun game? This is the greatest game to be released to date. Come on now. That would be probably Elden Ring, frankly. I'm sorry, but... Or Disco Elysium, one of those two. You know, the ones that actually are at the top of the list of the Metacritic would be Disco Elysium, Elden Ring, and guess what other one they really fucking love, like way more than they'll care to admit? Fucking Bioshock. Fucking Bioshock. Which, by the way, was a 2K game. You know, and of course, after Bioshock, they all love their Mass Effects. Ugh. But anyways. Yeah, combat is terrible and the whole game feels clunky. Katase making the game go even more full anime storyline doesn't help either. I totally agree. This was not a full anime storyline at all. There, like for instance, in the second disc of Final Fantasy VII on the original PlayStation 1, you go to the Junon reactor, which was so culturally significant. Going to Junon was so fucking culturally significant that one of the most famous DJs in the world at the time named himself Junon Reactor. You know what I'm saying? Like it was culturally significant. Nothing about 7 Remaster is even like remotely close to culturally significant to anybody but the deep Japanese culture. And that's okay. I mean, that's people who made it. But the only people truly relating to Final Fantasy fucking 7 remake, whatever intermission or whatever it is, it's or whatever it's called now. You know, I thought the combat of 7 remake was terrible. I thought it was terrible compared to, say, even a clunky, shitty game like Gothic 3 or fucking. You know, what's another good example of this? What's one that I've been playing lately that would make sense of what I'm talking about? I don't know. I can't think of another clunky game like that, but I mean, like, yeah, 7 is clunky. It's not a good action RPG. It's clunky as fuck. Sifu is a better action RPG than fucking 7 Remake. Sifu is a fighting game. You know what I'm saying? That shit was not fluid. Like, okay, Barrett's attack in 7 Remake is holding down the right trigger while he fires his gun barrel, like, you know, indiscriminately at whatever target he's got targeted or whatever. And, like, that's cool and all, but, like, I don't think that was what... Like, Barrett was not a mindless gunner in 7. He just wasn't. By the end of it, he was a Grandmaster Materia user that was like, you know, on the par of Sephiroth. You know what I'm saying? His 7 remaster, Barrett was not like that. Not in any way or fucking form. He was like, you know, he's just this guy who shoots a gun at things ranged. And that is such a perversion of what Barrett and Tifa originally fucking were, is 7. By the time Tifa and Barrett are done with kicking, like, Ulta, and trust me, I've beaten that game like 50 times or something like that, and done a completionist, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know my 7. I know 7 better than you know 7, you know what I'm saying? And, like, so I've beaten Ultimate Weapon, like, fucking 60 times or something like that, which, by the way, is an 8-hour fight. It's an 8-hour fight if you, it's 8 hours AFK with Knights of the Round. It's like an 8-hour fight, if I recall correctly. It is. It's like an 8-hour fucking fight. It's so long, so fucking stupid. And, you know, and I beat that like 50 times or something like that. I did all the weapons a whole bunch of times and stuff, and I saw everything the 7 had to fucking offer. And I will say this, right? By the end of Disc 4, Tifa and Barrett, the original 2 characters that you first fucking start with, right? They are these consummate mage casters who can cast summon spells 8 times in a single spell cast. So not only are you getting the Bahamut, you're getting Bahamut 8 times, right? And then right after that, they're death blowing you for like six times, and then they're like, you know, and then they're lowering your restriction to something or another, and then they're poisoning you with like Bio 4 on their weapon every time they melee strike you, and they're like, you know, and they're life stealing when they hit you. And you're looking at Tifa and Barrett, these like, and that is not the execution the 7 remaster had in any way, the fucker form. And to me, that is a fundamental fuck up. And the whole world gives them their fucking accolades, but I'm sorry. That the Tifa and Barrett that I know don't sit around mindlessly punching things and mindlessly shooting their guns at mounted guns and shit like that, like what they wanted like Tifa and Barrett to be in 7 Remaster. That is not what Tifa and Barrett ever were. If Tifa wanted to be, she could be a monk black mage. She could be, you know, Barrett could be a ranger white mage. Cloud could be a Dark Knight fucking, you know, Dark Knight thief, or like a summoner, or like a black, or like, you know, like all these things, right? Tifa and Cloud and Barrett at the end of 7 Remaster were able to swing their sword at you, shoot their gun at you, and, you know, maybe do some HyperX Buster stuff and all this, like special abilities or whatever, like what limit breaks were in 7, in the original 7. But I mean, they're like what Tifa and Cloud and Barrett were at the end of Disc 4 in 7 is kind of like comparing like Akira to Pikachu. And I mean this. It's an apt metaphor, and I hope I get quoted on it, right? Putting 7 up to 7 Remaster, it's like comparing like a tiny little Pokemon like Pikachu and the monster Akira from the movie Akira. 7, or the original 7, is the Akira. 7 Remake is Pikachu. Like when you fight, it feels like Pikachu. It feels piddling and minor, and it's action, and it's good, and it had a good system, but it was not the depth of a 7. It just wasn't even close to it. By the end of Disc 4, Tifa could dominate 8 hours of gameplay with Knights of the Summon Round, or Knights of the Round Summon X8, into, you know, Ultima 8 times, into like, you know, Death Blow 4 times or whatever, into, you know, into like Cure 3 on all, or Curaga on all 3 or whatever. And it's like, dude, that was just one character. That's Tifa. One character would take up 8 hours of real life time on a single RTS turn. That's how powerful Tifa gets by the end of 7. I'm not kidding. I can play it on my stream and show you, right? Remaster is like some kind of fucking joke. It's like some kind of fucking joke. The depth of 7 original, compared in terms of RPG actual core depth, compared to 7 Remaster, is like it is like a flagrant cash rape of their own corpse. You know, it's literally a cash grab of their own corpse. It's like literally so far from what 7 originally was. Materia in 7, original 7 compared to the Materia and 7 remaster is like they are not the same game. They don't share the same title. They don't share the same fucking pedigree. They don't share the same engine. They don't share the same executions. They don't share the same fucking story. They don't share anything. About the furthest, okay, Star Ocean, The Last Hope is more Final Fantasy fucking 7 than Final Fantasy 7 Remaster is Final Fantasy 7. And they're both Square games, you know what I'm talking about? Like, Star Ocean, The Last Hope, had more Final Fantasy 7, original 7 in it, than fucking 7 Remaster does. And so you guys could go on and say that this is the best game ever made. This is the greatest game to ever be released today. You can go on and say this, but I mean, if you were to ever have actually beaten Final Fantasy 7 like at least twice, you would not be saying that. That is just not the case. That is just not true. It's not true. It's probably the best game on the PlayStation 5. You know, but it's astounding in so many ways. The combat is truly insane. The new synergy abilities, along with the added roll attack mechanics and the folio abilities, make combat so engaging. Each encounter feel truly unique. So let's go see the Final Fantasy VII Remake combat, right? I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I think New World combat is probably 10 times as good. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't believe you at all. I don't believe what you just said. I don't believe you. I don't believe what you just said, and I'm going to prove it. I don't think the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth combat is good. I really don't. And we're going to go look, and I will show you. I will show you that the Mortal combat is better. Let's look. Rebirth combat, right? The Rebirth combat, right? The combat. I want to see the combat. We'll watch a battle here. Tips and tricks to master combat, right?
Alright, so Final Fantasy VII
Boring.
combat might be a bit
boring, shitty.
Convoluted at times. There are
boring, shitty, convoluted, and stupid.
Mechanics, many abilities.
Bad, auto-aimy, no skill-based, for children.
Way more than remake.
Which is fine, it's a kid's game. But I'm saying, like, these kids won't get better playing this game. They would do better playing League of Legends.
And a lot of it can be quite confusing. So let's make
like this combat looks like shit to me. I'm sorry, it does. It looks like more base than bespoken.
Of all of it, I'm going to show you some of the biggest tips and tricks when it comes to
this. The doesn't look like they're facing any sort of actual impact when they're being struck. There's no strategy to it. It's holding down the right trigger. There's no selecting materia before the battle so that the boss doesn't poison you with his own bio on a reflect spell on your main tank and reflects a poison onto himself and therefore full heals himself, right? That's the depth of the materia system. Think Magic the Gathering or something like that. This is... I don't know what this is. It's some fucking shitty like remaster of Final Fantasy 15's combat, and it's not good, and it's not deep, and it doesn't require thought, and it's not engaging. It doesn't scare you. It doesn't have any suspenseful moments. Graphically, it's beautiful, but it's like more boring to watch than the original 7. I would rather watch the original 7 combat than this, frankly.
Truly mastering the combat in this game. Trust me, once it clicks for you, it's extremely fun.
This looks bad compared to Elden Ring. It looks bad compared to a bunch of other like 3D titles that I played recently. It's definitely fucking fuck all bad, not even worthy of licking fucking New World's fucking toes. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't even come close to New World. You know,
and you're going to be
this is not good combat. I'm sorry.
Pretty much every enemy, like there's no.
This is the same old bullshit that Final Fantasy 15 has always been. It's the same old engine, same old 15 bullshit with phase striking, same old ineffectual, boring combat without any real strategy or any thinking involved. And I like that. I like that 15's mindless. I like this mindless combat. I won't lie, but I don't think that it's fun. I like it, but I don't think that it's fun. That's the difference. You know what I'm saying? And with that, I'm gonna go crack a beer. I'll be right back, guys. Apparently, I'm on a Final Fantasy VII content fucking glut, so we're gonna look at Rebirth's combat here. See how there's a bunch of pieces of materia here, but you're not even aware of what they do because it doesn't matter. Precision defense focus materia improves the functionality of blocking with perfect timing. Yeah, I don't care about that. I wanna equip my enemy plus materia, and I wanna grind the Velt for 150 hours trying to get every weapon skill that every enemy in the game uses, so that I can use whatever weapon skill in the game that I want to on whatever particular mob I'm on that I have a problem with. Thus is the depth of a game released in 1997 called Final Fantasy VII, which is somewhere around 100,000 times the depth of this piece of crap. Totally not a remake.
And even some of the veterans that haven't played remake.
I'm sorry, it's a remake. It is not a remaster. This is not a remaster in any way or form. This is a remake, and a bad one at best.
In a while,
and now, you say 96 first week. Give this game 2 years when it hits PC, and you're going to see, and trust me, Final Fantasy 15 got scores like this too, at first. But then at the end, right, you can watch Square stock. You can make money off this in the real world. If you weren't like me, if you're not a pariah cat, you're shut out by all of humanity and never permitted to do any wheeling or dealing or getting any investment or ever get a credit card or ever like be given any of the realities of life that everybody else got or whatever, right? If you're a pariah cat like me and you were never allowed to be a real human being and shit, you don't fuck around with hype. And you don't fuck around with the enshittification of the things that help form who you are. And that's what this is. And so I will show you again this same exact combat. We've seen it before. I was gonna pull the Final Fantasy 15 Final Fantasy 15 XV, right? Final Fantasy 15, right, on the Metacritic, pulled in its original form, I think it was like an 82. When we look today, it's a 7.8 and an 81. Now, that's where this game will be in 2 years. It'll be down there at around a 7.8. When the people who are trying to live this game as a lifestyle beat it in 100 to 200 hours and are like, oh no, this game is actually frankly fucking boring, like the other game with the exact same engine and exact same boring characters and exact same non-compelling story and all this other shit. Final Fantasy 15, Final Fantasy 7 Remaster, and Final Remake, and Final Fantasy 16, right? So now, we've seen this piece of shit worthless combat before. We've seen it before. You know?
Or asking me this?
Oh, God.
This is gonna sound crazy, but as far as I know, Cloud was never in Nibelheim 5 years ago.
The live stream. It is the...
I don't think this is a good rendition of the original fucking cutscene in Final Fantasy VII. I think this is a bastardized, bad graphics, sort of not very compelling remake vision of what a really compelling CGI scene in the original game was, of when they first come to Cosmo Canyon and they talk to this guy, I forget his name. I think it's Sid. Is it Sid? I think it is. They talk to Sid about the whole world and what Mako is and all this, and it was like the greatest cutscene ever known to man or whatever.
The essence of our star.
And this is a poor approximation of it, and I'm seeing a layer of deeper meta level cash grab fucking us over that these weird journalists just can't seem to like say out loud. They just can't seem to actually say it. I'm saying it, and I'm saying it with too many words. I wish I could say it more simply. But I mean, really, they're cash grabbing their own corpse and reselling us their own cannibalized corpse that we ate 20 years ago. They sold us a fresh meal 20 years ago. Now they're selling us the poop that we pooped out after we ate their meal 20 years ago. It's that bad. And I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be negative. I'm showing you that this combat isn't worth a damn. I've seen it before. Like, right? Look at the combat at 15. You're going to see how fucking boring it is. Just like fucking 7 Remake.
The hunt is on.
Now, I like this game, and I thought it was more true to Final Fantasy than a lot of the other games, but, it was still a boring game. It was kind of a boring game. You know? It was parts of it was really good, but I mean, it was an incomplete, boring game. Now look at the combat. It's not effectual. Half the time his ass is knocked down on the ground and not doing anything. Did you see how he was knocked down there? That's really common. See it? All the time he gets his ass knocked down, you know? Now look, first thing that happens, but he's got to roll because he's going to immediately be knocked down, right? At no point was there any kind of RPG thought about this. There wasn't a sync up of an alpha strike at the beginning, like a sneak attack or a backstab or any of that stuff. There wasn't a pre-heal or a pre-hot or anything resembling any kind of RPGs in this combat at all. And then 15 was exactly like this. 7 Remaster was exactly like this. And 7 fucking Rebirth is exactly like this. And 16 is exactly like this. Don't believe me? We're going to go fucking look. They sold us the exact same game 4 times. And no, I didn't like Final Fantasy 15 the first time I did it. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I did. But I also was like, yeah, it's a great game. But it's not a fun game. You know? That's the problem. Fun and great. I don't know how you can have something be truly great, but have it not be very fun, right? I mean, if a game is truly great, I don't understand how a game can be truly great but not be fun at the same time. So now we looked at Final Fantasy 15 combat. Let's look at 16 combat. And you're going to see the same shitty real-time active gauge combat that's boring, you know? And you'll see it. It's boring. It has a lot of shine and good graphics, but when you actually look at the combat, it is frankly fucking boring compared to, say, what's that game that they play? Naraka Blade Point. Naraka Blade Point has good combat. This does not. Look how boring this is. He's like running around in circles. And there's no thought involved. There's no, I got to pre-tune this guy with fire spell because he's weak to fire. He's a humanoid and he's wearing cloth armor and he's weak to fire. So I got to throw fire at him, right? Or any of this. There's no RPG thought to this. It's run around in circles. Don't get knocked down. Hold down the right trigger. And it's the same exact combat. It doesn't matter whether it's 16, 14, 15, or whatever. It's not 14, excuse me. 15, 16, or 15, or so 15, 16, or 14 remake. It doesn't matter which of it is. It's the same exact crappy fucking engine that they couldn't sell well in the Final Fantasy 15 era, with the exact same fucking crappy Final Fantasy modern engine problems, where they can't make the game complete. They release it incomplete. That's what they did with 15. That's what they did with 16, and that's what they did with Rebirth. They release it premature, and it doesn't have the shine. And if you've beaten like 35 Squaresoft titles like at least once, if not 50 times, like Final Fantasy 7, this shit doesn't live up to those titles. It doesn't. Titles like Star Ocean, the Last Hope, have a better hope of living up to Final Fantasy 7 than fucking 7 Remake does, which is just frankly fucking sad. Now, you can watch the combat of Star Ocean, The Light Hope, and you can see a game that had better combat in 2013 than this piece of crap that was released just this week in 2024. And I'll show you this. I mean this too. Like the combat in Star Ocean, The Last Hope, Limmel Combat or whatever. Limmel, is it Limmel? No, it's not Limmel. It's yeah. So what's up here now? Hello. Are you doing? I am. Yes. Me. Done to about to pop.
Incoming tell. Incoming party invite.
Oh, cool. I got some sociality. Hello.
Your skill has increased.
Fucking Droma's on me. It's not, though. This walk is so long. Unreasonably long. Oh, sleep me, you idiot. Oh, wait, oh, the wrong way. Oops. I don't know. That Droma, I can't believe that I fucking lit up in front of a Droma. My old LS would have been screaming at me. I knew better. I'm just tired. It's been a long day. I did a lot of shit today.
That was really funny.
Like, the rest of it, I'm like, I could probably do it a little bit less Chadley. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But definitely by the time after I finished the Proto Relics in June and I decided once I got to Costa del Sol, I was like, I'm just gonna the speed run the rest of this game. I spent enough times. I understand the structure, so let me just finish the game. And part of it was because I felt like I was under deadline and I wanted to finish it before I ran off to DICE in Vegas, which I did. But also, I just really wanted to find out what the hell happens in the ending. I've just been dying to know what they do after the ending of Remake, and I was like, okay, well, what do you guys got planned? And I just really wanted to like. It was a curiosity that really drove me, propelled me forward.
There's been a lot of chat about, and especially in reviews and stuff, where people didn't. We're not going to spoil the ending here. I don't even know what it is.
Neither do I.
A lot of people are kind of saying, yeah, love this game, but the ending is kind of weird. And for some people, it's soured the experience. I'm not going to lie, for me, Chapter 11 onwards has soured the experience because the pacing there goes off a cliff, I think. But
Interesting.
I don't have the context of playing the original Final Fantasy VII.
Oh, that's right.
I am kind of coming at it from, I know the broad strokes of the ending, I know the broad strokes of the events. How did, obviously Ralph, not for you, but Gene, you and Tam, how did the ending sit with you?
Poorly. Very poorly. I think that
wonderfully for me, but I love to hear from Tam. I've been waiting to hear from Tam for this. I even asked when I saw Tam and DICE. I was like, "Did you finish it?" And he was like, "No." I was like, "God damn it!"
So like, we're not going to detail what happens, right?
Yep.
No. Okay, cool. So I think
I don't think so. Yeah. Well, we both haven't finished it.
Yeah,
No,
I think
you can't. They'll sue
I think
you.
The ending is fine. I think the delivery of the ending is so poor.
I mean, if it was before release, they'll sue you. If it's after release, they'll be like, dude, like, you know, they will sue you, but they'll attack you. They'll be like, don't ruin our
fundamental
fun.
pieces of that narrative that feel missing because of the way that they deliver it and they execute on that ending.
Yep.
There's parts of it that I'm like,
yep.
I feel like if you had done this, and this.
Yeah, like 7 wrote itself. 7 Remaster wrote itself, but they seem to like struggle to find stuff to do. So they added ghosts and stuff like this and story elements that were never ever needed in the first place. 7 as a story is actually fairly contained and well done and very, very specific about what happens. It's not a very generic story. And I don't and I would say Remaster was. I mean, it was kind of the story of 7, but they didn't execute it well.
Which feels like it could have happened in these chapters. This would have made sense, but they didn't do it. And and where the game is going, I feel like I have a very good idea of what the next game is going to be based on it. But in terms of the actual ending itself, I thought structurally and like in terms of how it was delivered, very poor. And I feel like a lot of the issues that it has are the fallout of that. There's key moments in the original game that are we allowed to talk about spoilers of the original game? Like,
I mean, that's a good question because New York Times got in a lot of trouble for that.
But
I mean,
that's
like,
the other thing.
I mean-
The thing that has absolutely been killing me is that Square Enix has marketed this game as standalone and welcoming for newcomers, and I think there's couldn't
No.
be anything further. From
No,
the truth.
no.
There are
These
some
games are not for
even-
newcomers. No.
Even
not at all.
in the recap of Final Fantasy VII, like,
Yeah.
there are
Yeah.
such key things that they missed, even from remake. I was
Yep.
playing it and characters were popping up, and I was going,
What
"Who
happened?
the hell's that?"
Who's that?
And I played that game. I just didn't play the original. But I think there are definitely some story beats that just are not hitting.
My
for me.
fuck, she's
And, like,
beautiful.
we were on the Giant Bomb thing, Tam, and like everyone, I was the only person
I
on
have
that
a
panel who
weakness
had
for
not played
British
the original. And
brunettes.
like Emma was saying,
Or
"Oh, this
they're
hits so
Aussie
hard," and her
brunettes,
and Sean were like
excuse
joking about these moments, and I was just like, I wish I could feel the way that you do. I thought it
played
was
the original.
pretty.
I played the original. I think I'm close to where you are. Where I like the thing that they do with characters is really well done. I feel like they go deeper on every single character, and it's a much richer story because of it. I feel like the ambition that they had for the overall story, which is on paper extremely clever, extremely brave, and extremely bold. But their execution is very, very bad. And the thing that I was going to say is there's certain parts of characters that, I mean, I've been getting shit for spoiling the ending of the game, even though I 1,000,000% did not spoil the
You
ending.
did not. I've read your review and you did not spoil it.
But people,
I don't know
like,
what happens at the
they
end,
got into
so.
their own brain about what they think did or did not happen, and like inferred an ending that probably wasn't correct. But there's things that happen
Wait,
in
what?
that ending that I think is
What do you mean
it does a lot of
disconnected?
damage to the characters that are in there. I described it as like one or two of the characters have very important moments in towards the part of the story that is the ending of this game, and the new format and the new conceit for the story, because of the way it's done, it undermines those characters in a very significant way. Having said that, it's not because like
Server went down, maybe.
it's because there's not a finality to the story in the same way there was in the original, right? Like they need this to keep going for one more game, and things are done and things are like scripted in a way that it feels like, oh, you're changing things here, but not necessarily for the right reasons. You're changing it because you need a conceit to it, and that's the issue I have with it.
How do you feel about that, Gene? Because I mean, you said I mean, where do you land on the ending?
No, it's so weird. Like I feel like I'm being like Two-Faced when I say that it's a great game, but it's not fun. Because it's like, I'm sure if you were to sit down in front of a big TV with a nice 7.1 surround system and or like, you know, nice surround headphones and fire up a brand new PlayStation 5 controller and all this and play the fucking hell out of Final Fantasy 16 or 7 Rebirth, right? I'm sure it's really fun. I'm sure it is. It's just when you play video games all of your life, you get the finer tastes in life. You get you get kind of snobby a little bit. And I was raised on a Squaresoft standard that Squaresoft themselves are no longer meeting. And so my faith is shook.
And when he just said it.
I am shook. I'm shook. It shook me. It shakes me a bit. I'm shook because it's like that's not right. That's not right. I don't know why 7 Remake should shake me. I don't know why it wasn't a faithful remaster either. You know,
less, and that it feels like it was
7 didn't need to be touched. It didn't need to have anything added to it. I guess if you were to do something change wise, you could decide not to kill the heiress and make all the little kids sad, right? You could decide that. But you know, you could decide that and say that Eris doesn't die in this version. I think that's an okay license to make if it's to serve people's happiness and stuff. But all the other shit that they added in, I'll tell you the moment that 7 remaster lost me is when he steps out of 7th heaven, which was all good up until then, kind of, and some ghosts appear and attack him for no reason. And we're not talking about like Final Fantasy ghosts that, you know, are spooks and, you know, do some Final Fantasy stuff to him, or some kind of Final Fantasy 7 theme or Final Fantasy theme stuff. It was more like ghosts show up that were never in the fucking game in the first place, that didn't need to be in the story, that don't serve anything to the story, that are just there. Why? They wasn't originally there in the story. It doesn't serve anything in the story. Is it the Mako having haunting ghosts appear? Then say that, because it, you know, yeah.
Incoming emote.
Had I got my goddamn buffs, I would have done better on that fucking fight. So stupid. Stupid ass magic aggro was so unreasonable. Need to figure out if I have an Astroha key. I have a coffer key. Oh, no, that's quicksand. Delphic key. Gideon's chest key. Kutal coffer. Boyo coffer. Tea leather missive. I don't think I've got a Astroha key. Yeah, it would be there if it was. It isn't. So, Nest chest and Garelia's chest, but not Astroha. Now, is this the right way? No. bunch of shit, huh? I can't believe I killed this poor guy. That's the dumbest, most bad shit I've done in so long. I wasn't kidding when I said that is like the dumbest shit I've done in 5 years. What I just did to him, that is like the dumbest shit. I'm pretty good about that sort of shit. I don't usually fuck people over like that. I don't usually make bad downy mistakes like that. But the way I think it was actually because I was AFK. He kind of shocked me back to life, and I came back kind of suddenly, and I didn't do the pacing that I normally would have done, or thought about where I was going, or what I was doing, or anything like that. I just was like, okay, well, shit, with 2 people, we can kill anything in here, and it wasn't like that. I immediately fucking magic aggroed, and I just don't usually fucking fuck up that badly. That's a big fuck up for somebody like me. That embarrassed me so bad. And on top of it, he had just joined, so it was like the ultimate fuck you, kind of. Like, he joins the party and insta-dies. It was just like, man, I felt so bad for him. I was like, ah. I don't usually fuck up like that, man. Like, that's a bad downy mistake. Like, the worst I've done in a while. Whatever. The third pool, it's way over there, yeah. 10 seconds on the invis. I don't think the bat aggroes, but I can't really risk it. Oh, I can just I'll just rebuff here. I've got space.
Incoming emote.
I am not fist fighting this thing. Oh, go. No.
Your skill has increased.
God damn it, the drama. Fucking dramas. Where am I? I'm gonna use this re-raise earring like right over here. this stupid busy work bullshit was goddamn fucking bullshit 20 years ago, and it's really fucking bullshit now. I'm going back for what, the fucking fourth time for this stupid ass fucking butt torture for no reason.
Tam brings up an excellent point.
Jesus Christ. I remember doing this on fucking retail. I remember doing this on Nas. I remember doing it on Wings. I remember doing it here. And after the fourth time of this stupid butt rape time sync bullshit, I just don't have it. I don't have it in me to try. I don't have it in me to try and focus on this. I shouldn't have responded to him. I knew when he whispered me that it was a bad idea. I was like, yeah, but see, the difference is you main this game and you care. I don't. I'm phoning in and I don't care if I die, and I'll bash my head on it like 7 times, like I'm doing right now, if it means that I don't pay attention. You know what I'm saying? I can't pay attention to fucking bullshit FFXI busy work in 2024. You know what I had to do to get through rank 5? I've done it so many goddamn times. I've done rank 5 so many goddamn times, like 14 times or something like that, right? I can't stand rank 5. I really can't stand it. The idea of it, to me, is like you can pull my fingernails out instead. I got incredibly wasted and I drank, I remember now, it was like 4 months ago, I drank an entire fucking handle of vodka and I just slammed out rank 5 and LB3 because to me, this stupid fucking bullshit busy work torture is such horse shit that I don't want to think about it. I don't want it on my screen. I don't care if I die to it. I don't want to acknowledge it. I don't care if it kills me. I don't care if I bash my head 7 times. To me, it was horseshit, bullshit that it ever existed in the first fucking place. And to acknowledge that that I'm unhappy that it got me killed twice or something is to acknowledge that it's a legitimate use of my time, and it's not. So I can't even acknowledge it by getting angry.
And that it feels like it was,
you know, your stupid bullshit time sync has raped me so bad all my life that I've been so negatively affected by it so many times like this that I just can't even get angry anymore. I just know that you're gonna hit me with your stupid fucking time sync fucking piracy bullshit where you just butt pirate me with your fucking time sync without my fucking recognition because I'm trying to cast the spells that you gave me in the game that you gave me the spells in, but you need to slap my hand with magic aggro for some fucking stupid reason. I MPK'd that poor guy. He could probably report me. If he didn't like me, he could have. He could have reported me for MPK. He could have said I was trolling him or something like that. And it's because, it's because your design was never that fucking good. It was never that good. Like, this design was never that good. This stupid-ass fucking bullshit time sync, man. It's got me, I'm so frustrated with it. I was so happy when I didn't have to do rank 5 and LB3, but then I remember what it is that I had to do to get through that, which was get drunk for 14 hours straight just to get an hour long. I literally got drunk, as I remember now that night. I got drunk for 14 hours straight to do the fucking 2-hour journey or whatever it is. It's like an hour and a half journey to Castle Ostroha or you have to go to Castle Ostroha and fucking like all 3 of the coffer places, right? And like fucking that bullshit time sync fucking like walking sim bullshit that the Japanese love. Everybody loved fucking stupid ass what's it called? Kojima's game Death Stranding. I did not. I thought that was a horrible abomination of a game. I was like, what the fuck? Not only was the story dumb and all the fucking goings on was basically just a manga, but it was also just a glorified fucking walking sim, and it made me sick to play it, you know? I couldn't do it past an hour. I was like, I can't do this. I'm sorry. And so like that culture, something about Japanese development in video games or something, that culture, they respect the time sync and they expect it, you know? And I don't. And so to me, acknowledging that the time sync makes me unhappy when I get killed doing it even is a way of acknowledging that the time sync is a legitimate thing, and it's not. I don't think this design was ever legitimate in the first fucking place. So it's impossible for me to even like I just want to put it on my video that I'm going to publish today about how I feel about their time sink rape like this and how badly that went and how little I care. You know, I mean, it's just, I care that I felt bad afterwards, you know, and it left a bad taste in my mouth. And it always did. Your stupid bullshit busy work, turn in 3,000 things for reputation bonus, or go do this stupid quest 5-7 times or something, you know. Your stupid fucking bullshit busy work. I'm sorry. Like, after living on Rust for 2 years, I don't respect doing these quests. I don't get a sense of, you know, what's the word? Satisfaction from doing them. When they're over, it's not like, oh, good, I have something from this, or some kind of sense of reward, right? It's like those horrible bosses, you know, that I don't like fighting and shit. It's like, yeah, I'm good at fighting them, and I'll beat Elden Ring twice or whatever. I'm not, you know, whatever. But like, you know, in all the new worlds and all the fucking Souls-likes in the world, I'm good at them. But it doesn't matter. I still don't get a sense of accomplishment from this shit because it wasn't designed well in the first place. And so when it's over, you're like, oh, good. Like most people, I think the developer thinks that, oh, good, I succeeded. And I think the developer thinks in the back of my brain that I'm thinking that somewhere deep inside, I got some kind of sense of recognition or accomplishment or something like that. But no, my accomplishment is that it's over. And the only other thing in you know, like, you know, there's only a couple of things in existence that you're really truly happy that it's over, right? And that'd be like rape or violence, you know. It's kind of a rape and a violence thing, your time sink. You don't really give us, like, you know, it's not the same thing, but it's, I'm not trying to draw like a metaphorical line between two. I'm just saying that, like, you know, like your time sink is against our will and against our permission. So it's very difficult for me. It's difficult for me to quantify it with some sort of acknowledgement or even to validate it by letting it upset me. Like, now, normally, 3 trips to Fei-Yin, I would be screaming in anger right now. But I know that they have to pull their time sink costs. This happened to me so many fucking times, you know? Why? Why is this necessary? Do you need fucking aggro? So fucking stupid. I'm sick of how they all seem to be living in this old tab target reality, you know? A little bit.
Hear that in interviews where they're like,
so I like, you know, and so I'm supposed to feel all angry or whatever, but honestly, you know what the emotion that I felt was? It was this like feeling of resignation that it was always going to be this unpleasant. It's unpleasant that I have to do it. It's unpleasant that they designed it this way. It's unpleasant that I fail at it because it's impossible for me to care or take any kind of recognition or care or while I'm doing it. I want to AFK and a simple travel mission will take me 14 fucking hours because I really don't want to fucking pay attention to it. And yeah, if I was maining the game, I would, but I'm not. I can just go fucking alt tab right here and go play Mortal for 20 minutes and go do something fun, you know, that doesn't involve me getting a whip cracked like Hitler and forcing me to go from point A to point B and telling me what to do with my life and telling me how to feel when your bad design fails me and costs me time. To me, it's kind of a fascist vibe. It's sort of like dictator vibe, modern video gaming. They want you to feel a certain way. They want you to execute a certain way. They want you to feel bad all the time, which I just don't agree with. They want you to feel failure when you don't reach their expectations, but you do. But most of the time, you do reach yours. Your expectations for getting through this quest would be finishing. My expectations for finishing this quest would be to finish the quest, right? That's my only expectation. I don't care if it takes me 20 deaths and a whole bunch of banging my head against the fucking wall, as long as I don't have to pay attention. My only expectation with this quest is not some sense of happiness when it's over, or some sense of exploration, or any of this other shit that it's never ever been. It's this sense of, oh my God, thank God it's over, and let us never speak of this again. You'd be surprised how often I feel this way about most elements of video game design. Oh my God, thank God this is over. Don't put this in your game again. And often they don't. 20 years later, you play the same kind of RPG, they don't do shit like that they used to do. Like, they won't do this stuff where you walk, like, you would never, in Elden Ring, like, you would never see in Elden Ring a 25-minute walk like this 3 times in a row. You just never would ever see that. They would die first as developers before they fucked us like that. But 20 years ago, they were fine with it because they just didn't know better. Now they do. They're getting better, but I will not condone or say that I think their time sync is okay. I don't think this kind of design is okay. I don't like that it stole 25 minutes on a button press. I think that's inherently evil. You know, kind of inherently evil to steal that much time on a single button press, 25 minutes of a walk. And if you don't believe me, you just watch me do this walk 3 times now. You've watched me do this 25-minute walk like 3 times. And I have to, like, honestly, the content around talking about how bad the walk is better than the walking ever was before it was ever even executed and put in the game. This concept of what it could have been didn't even reach up to how entertaining it is to talk about how bad this walking is, right? It's more entertaining to talk about how bad it is than to do the walk, you know? And frankly, that's tragic. Now, 20 years have passed, so I shouldn't be yelling at this game from 20 years ago, but I see a lot of the same fucking elements in modern gaming too, you know? They think the time sync needs to be respected. It doesn't. If you had a good game, you wouldn't need to do that, you know? Oops. Dropped my keyboard. Sorry. I'm exhausted, I'm tired, and Final Fantasy eats so much fucking time all the time anyways that, like, oftentimes that's the case when you're doing really high sensitive stuff like what I was just doing. Or not sensitive stuff, but just like stuff that requires thought and careful recognition. That guy was obviously way more there than me. He obviously was, like, cared a lot more about it. I don't care about the reward. I'm gonna use it, but I don't care. I don't give 2 shits about the entire AF set. I never did. I only do it so that other people, like, honestly, the whole thing is so unpleasant. It's a status quo thing about gear so that other people that I don't care about their fucking opinion can, when they look at me, they see a certain thing and they don't think you're a gimp, you're bad at this, you have bad gear or whatever. So I have to go satisfy someone else's sense of fucking vanity about my artifact set. And I couldn't give 2 shits about the artifact set. I don't think it's a particularly good set. I don't care. So I go do this thing that I don't want to do so that other people don't judge me. It's not even like I get any bounty points with them or anything. It's just so that other people don't judge me. And the entirety of all of those loops are bad, and they were edited out of MMORPGs. And so I'll complain about this time sync because it's like that's the only value that we can get out of this terrible fucking execution. It's the only value. Now the combat was good and the aggro was fine, but it's more like why is this kind of time sync necessary? And on top of it, later on, Yoshi P, the creator of Final Fantasy XI, he did link all the crystals in the entire game, and he made all of this walking entirely. Not only was it like you could do it if you wanted to, and you had to the first time. But there was this point where the first time you ever went somewhere in Final Fantasy XI, you never, ever, 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 ever had to walk back there ever again. And that was about 2000 and I believe 11, somewhere around there. It was about, I don't know, 7 years into the game or something like that, right? And at that point, we began to realize that all this worthless piece of shit walking sim especially the Eastern developers really seem to like, was entirely unnecessary. It never needed to be there in the first fucking place. It didn't. Excuse me. Key off of my. I didn't break the key, did I? No. So sorry about that. I damaged a key. No, I didn't damage it. Good. So yeah, and it's like, and all this talk just to pass the time, because it's like it's more entertaining to talk about the time sink than it is to be in the time sink. The time sink was just time sink, and so this is why I don't want to be in the same room as developers. A lot of the things that they do, I think of as asshole. You know, a lot of the ways that developers act and think and the way they execute things, I think of as negative and asshole. Like literally negligent. I think of it as negligent is the word I'm looking for. Like they're not assholes. They're negligent. This time sink that they did here was negligent in terms of the damage that just this walk to Feyin did. In terms of the billions of man hours that the walk to Feyin stole from the Final Fantasy XI community. It just walks back and forth between, you know, Juno and this place. That time sink is literally, it's against God. It's like a crime against nature. It's kind of a crime against humanity. The time sink that this Feyin walk and that bullshit Juno walk that I did 50,000 times for Nozomi and all this, right? That stuff is morally reprehensible, and white hat nerds never ever would have permitted it in their own work. And so I think in some ways the MMO developer is a sort of a junk dealer in many, many ways. Their time sink is the addiction itself, and they have to put it in the game, or do they? No, they don't. They do it because they're too lazy to fill the game with enough content to keep us busy, so they fill it with busy work walks like this. And I'm sorry, it's an old game, so it's a bad example, but I mean every game does this though. Every game.
So it really does feel like that they are just putting things into the story to incite debate and discussion, which is fun, you know, and that is to the prerogative of the storyteller.
Like, so, and look at the fucking behaviors that this bullshit time sink shit engenders, right? Like, I had to explain to this guy that nobody could pay me $1 million to give two shits about this quest. You couldn't pay me $1 million. Literally, someone was like, Skycat, you could get your mother a home and all this or something, right? I'd be like, yeah, if it meant dealing with this time sink on like voluntarily, I would still say no. I was never okay with this time sink horse shit. I was never okay with it. And after doing it 50 billion times, all I can do is complain. That's all I can do. It's a broken loop that they're stuck in now as developers. And I think of them as negligent assholes, you know? You wouldn't do this to people that you actually liked. You know, trap them in a fucking limbo of dailies and WoW and shit like that. You wouldn't do that to your constituency that made you rich if you actually liked them. I don't like Blizzard.
The prerogative of the storyteller, if they just want to spice things up and make things more exciting. In terms of how I felt about the ending, I have complicated feelings about the ending because I did play the original Final Fantasy VII, but I did not understand what happened at all.
Yeah. Yeah. What? I know exactly what happened in 7. I have no idea what the fuck's happening in Remaster at all. No idea.
Where I was like, I really wanted to get to the ending, right?
Yeah. And this guy speaks Japanese and he still doesn't know.
I did not understand.
He still doesn't know. He speaks the language and he doesn't know.
Other guys with me, one of them was
This is a Japanese man. These Japanese men don't know what that fucking story is about. It's not a lost in translation thing. Bad writing, right? It's not bad game, it's bad writer.
No Japanese also? He knew a little bit.
Yeah. And it turns out it's not a language barrier thing.
I'd be like,
it's not.
That's a very funny story.
Yeah, so it's four like Asian idiots, one of them Japanese who don't know Japanese, trying to figure out Final Fantasy VII. And then so when the story moment happens, I was like, what the fuck? Like my healer, you know?
This is so ridiculous.
So that's it. I had no attachment to any characters, like no story. I had no idea what was going on. Like God, when we got to Fort Condor and like trying to figure that shit out, like even being in Midgar and like trying to figure out like the exercise game, like and not understanding English is like.
Do we need an exercise game in Final Fantasy VII? When I think of Final Fantasy VII, do I think of the Ellipsis Machine or do I think of Sephiroth? You know? Do I think of like cactuars and goblins and, you know, fucking, I don't know, what's a good example? chocobos, right? Or do I think of exercise mini games?
So for me, this entire
You know, it's funny because in the original 7, they did the exact same thing too. They did a bunch of bloat around around like these little mini games that were boring, that were like little button click games.
remake trilogy has been a chance for me to kind of like
The submarine thing was
re-enjoy.
really cool. The submarine part was really cool, and the mountain battle was very strategic. But the games themselves weren't very fun. The little mini games in 7.
and re-enter the world of Final Fantasy VII in a context that is actually proper and could hit well. So, you know, I was actually quite disappointed in Remake's ending when I realized that they were going to be changing a lot more stuff, right? And I'm going to be as vague as possible, but when I got to the ending of Rebirth, I now am more happy with what they're doing with the Remake trilogy. And I do think there is so much stuff that isn't answered, and like they just leave a bunch of other crap out there. There's a whole section of the story, like throughout the entire game, like not just the ending, right? But it's a big part of the ending as well, right? There's a whole parallel story that we won't talk about. That's very confusing.
On top of it, they fucking console exclusive that motherfucker, which was acceptable in 1997. But you got to remember, 27 years have gone by since that shit was socially acceptable to do console exclusives or whatever the fuck, you know? And so they dredged that shit up out of their fucking past and they fuck it to death for money, like I've been talking about. They fuck their own corpse for money, right? And like, I'm sorry, but like...
And I don't know what the fuck is going on there. And I decided, you know what, I'm just gonna give up.
Yeah.
And like not worry about that and just enjoy like the emotional beats and the rides that they're because this is a very emotionally manipulative.
But I'm sorry, but 7, the main reason to play 7 was either the battles or the fucking story. And if already one of the two reasons is out the fucking window, which honestly it's both, the combat sucks and the story sucks in remaster. It didn't suck in 7, sucks in remaster. And the combat does too. So like if the two things that you look for in an RPG, which is story and combat, are incredibly weak, but nobody can admit it because it's Square Enix is, you know, Square Enix, you know, everybody's darling, like that they live their lifestyle out of, right?
You've been examined.
This bullshit. This is the 3rd time I've just tried to click a question mark and all the stupid aggro and all the bullshit got in the fucking way. And on top of it, I'm probably going to die to this fight too. Whatever. Wanted to get a re-raise off. I'm going to get a re-raise off for this. Stupid.
Yeah. Like, 100%. Like certain characters will just be in danger and then they're not, you know? It's very similar to what they...
It's not compelling at all. 7 was such a compelling game. You really wanted to know what happened after they leave the casino, you know? And like, you know, oh my god, what's at the bottom of the snowboarding mountain and all this stuff. It was such a good, compelling game. This game looks like basically they needed a game. They used the license to fill the need of they needed a game, and now, you know, they raped their corpse.
Did to a certain character and the remake and put that character in complete lethal danger, and then they were just fine like after 5 minutes. So this is a very emotionally manipulative story where they're just like pulling you in all kinds of directions and they really want you to do certain things.
I didn't get a good sneak.
That's the right thing. That's the right way to approach it. Like, don't think about, because I do understand what's happening with that parallel story, and
And it
sucks.
sucks.
And
It
understanding
sucks.
it is making
It doesn't make it better.
see what you're doing.
I know what's happening in that story. I've watched a whole bunch of fucking videos in it, and it still I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. I won't lie. The story doesn't make sense to me because it's not based in the original Final Fantasy VII story. It doesn't have anything to do with the original story. It doesn't have anything to do with Jehovah or Sephiroth or fucking, like, you know, Avalanche or any of that shit, or Midgar or any of it. It has those things as settings, but none of the fucking compelling underlying storyline was addressed in the remaster whatsoever, really. And you're doing stuff like house robberies and shit like that instead of grinding Final Fantasy mobs. It makes no sense. It was a bad game, kind of like 15. Like 15 sucked. It had all this like Far Cry like outpost bullshit in it, you know? I love 15. It's a great game, but I also think it sucked. And like, you know, and that's the problem when I like your game and I think it's great, but I also think that it's not fun, you know? That's a problem to me. That's what happened to Squaresoft. Games that are great but not fun. That's my Squaresoft appraisal of the last like 15 years. Is games that are great but not fun, you know? I would say I can't think of a Squaresoft Enix game in the last 10 years that was worth a damn besides Zodiac Age, and that's a remake of a game from 2004 or whatever.
Really badly. You made this way worse.
It's not a remake. It's a very, very, very faithful remaster. There's nothing. I mean, there's new stuff in it, like in terms of like not new content, but just like new execution of their UIs and stuff like that. But there's no change of any of it, you know, at all. No change. Damn it! These Dromas are killing me. The ghost. I don't know. There. See. So can I just click the thing? Do I have to kill him? I guess I do. All right. Well, let's see if I can kill him. I don't think I can. I've got to take the dia off my macro or whatever. Oh. Yeah. Just get on him. Damn it. Freeze? Oh no. Well, the tiger's gonna eat it. Maybe I can keep healing through his AMs. I don't know.
Next game is going to be like format. I can tell you exactly how it's going to play out.
I also feel like I also have a pretty good sense.
Yeah, and I'm just like, most people are gonna like play this game and be like
what an existential nightmare that is. I resent the time sink so much that I fail to the things that cause me more time sink. You know, because your time sink was just a bad fucking premise in the first place. It just leads to broken things. It was just bad energy. The feng shui culture should know better. It was bad energy, that time sink.
What's going on? Why did this happen? Why did that happen?
Yeah.
Like, why is this person important even? But it's like, and it's purely because all the pieces were there, but I am pretty certain some pieces got ripped out, and the stuff that remains is a kind of like hodgepodge things tied together.
It's very much like a mosaic of memories, right?
Yeah.
Which is I think what they're trying to evoke too in the themes of this game, right? Gosh, I forgot what I was going to say.
It always has to be that way though, because if you look at it structurally, right? You look at the first game, highly linear. I mean, it's just you know off you go. With this one though, you've got an open world, and you can take it at your own pace, and they don't want that world to be just materia rewards and XP gains. They want it to have narrative payoffs. And it's like, well, if you're going to do that, then you need to tell meaningful stories, and you need to bring part of your main story into that open world and allow players to experience it discreetly, So I can understand how you get some of that fragmentation.
Fuck, he is hurting me
agree
like a
that
lot.
The parallel story that you're talking about I'm along for the ride on chapter 10, and I'm just like, come on, man, I've been waiting.
I can't
for a payoff
cast
in this for a
bar
long time.
spells
And
without
you can't, I
getting
gotta get the
aggro.
vibe that that payoff doesn't come. So maybe it does, but it's not the right payoff. I don't know.
Maybe it does, and we're just missing it. I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah.
But
It's really
But I was
interesting.
really struck by what Tam said in the Giant Bomb cast, and it's interesting because he doesn't like the ending. But what Tam said during the Giant Bomb cast is the reason why I was able to like the ending, which is that he describes how Final Fantasy is very similar to anime storytelling, right? Where you
Yeah,
just
anime
have to
storytelling
get swept up in
sucks.
emotions, and that's where I decided throughout the
He
story.
will kill
I was
me.
like, you know what?
I will
Maybe
get
we're not meant
ghost
to understand this
aggro.
right now, and maybe like it's clear that they're trying to leave a bunch of stupid shit left open for us to debate for part 3, and then maybe they'll answer it in part 3 in a satisfying way, maybe not, right? But I was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna let go and like stop trying to figure this out, because the Tam is right. The more I did try to figure it out, the more I thought it was kind of stupid.
Yeah.
I was like, maybe I'll just submit to the noise and everything. And then one more point I'll make, and this is something that happened in remake too, is that this remake trilogy has an interesting relationship with subtlety, in that the character work is so subtle and so beautifully subtle. Like you can hear it in the voice work. The changes
they
in the tone
tried
of
to be
voice,
too subtle. They tried to be
the
subtle.
cinematography, the facial
That doesn't really make
animation,
sense.
They do really good with subtle work. And then when it comes to like the big moments, they just kind of go all out, like really loud, like it's very loud.
Yeah,
the
and it's
music is
inconsistent.
blaring, like the
Yep,
cinematography
it's like manga.
the editing is going crazy. So one example of this happening was in remake when the Sector 7 plate falls, right? So I played OG FF7, and OG FF7, the Sector 7 plate fall has no music, and it's just very quiet. And like you even see like a news report, and then like you see the reporter look up and then get crushed in the fucking TV screen as you see the family get crushed. Beautifully evocative. Like the cinematography is amazing. And then the one in remake, there's literally like a J-rock guitar like playing the entire time, like and then you see President Shinra's face, where as in the original one you didn't. And then of course Kate comes into the fray, and then we get the Snow Mike moment of who the fuck is that cat, And then there's a lot of moments like that in Rebirth too, where they treat similar iconic moments similarly, where there's not a lot of room to breathe in terms of sound, and like not a lot of room to think. You're just meant to kind of get emotionally overwhelmed by the sights and the audio of it.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting that the game, like Square Enix, set themselves up to both succeed in an interesting way and fail in a familiar way in this game, because this game is a remake of the stretch of the game that I would argue is the weakest part of the original narratively. Like it replicates the original really well, in that it makes you do a bunch of shit that is completely pointless, frivolous, and has little to no bearing.
No bearing.
And when I talk to other people about it, I'm like, it's a
I got it,
remnant
finally.
of an era where gameplay came.
See, like, also, I have this, I'm arrogant too. I believe that guy's involvement kind of cursed me. I don't believe I would have died here. I think that the minute that he sent me the tell, he condemned me to 2 deaths. And that sucks that I have that belief, but I do. I have that weird belief. He was very, very nice, or she, or whatever. But I knew the minute that a human was reaching out to me that my energy is gonna cool it and kill it. It's called the barrier curse. We talk about it once in a while on this stream. Barrier curse is actually real. Like it will thwart. Like that guy died twice. I bet that guy would have bet his life that he wasn't gonna die here, but then I did. I got him killed twice, because it's just the energy is not right. The time sync energy is not right. The execution's not right. The disrespect isn't right. The amount of time we lose isn't right. The design's not right. All of it's bad. So all that energy just feeds into death, basically, and failure. It's so annoying. And so then I just stand there and I watch the bad energy, and I'm like, why am I engaging in this? Well, because there's good parts. There's good parts that are worth it.
Like, it's...
I don't do this stuff so I can brag about having rank 10 or whatever, or have artifact armor. I do this stuff so I can level to get to 75. When I get to 75, I say, oh, what's the next thing that I'm gonna do? And that I don't care about the gear, I don't care about the time loss or any of this other stuff. I just want to feel like I'm succeeding all the time, which I do succeed in. So your time sync to me is like this immaterial thing that's just disrespectful and frankly negligent.
It's a remnant of an era where gameplay came first and story was forced into like bending around it.
Okay, so now I've got to go somewhere else. For a cutscene, go back to Brutus for a short dialogue. Okay. Back to Brutus, huh? I can't believe this is a fucking two-parter. It's so stupid. This was already goddamn hell. I can't believe you made it 2 steps. Fucking Square. I don't have an instant warp, so I have to fucking blood port. That's gonna be fucking expensive. That's alright. I mean, what can I do here? Is there anything I can do? No, there's nothing I can do here. I have to blood port. Maybe I can find a chest and a chest key. I don't know. I could look for the chest down the row of doors. Yeah, I mean, I'm in the right place to look for it. Oh, no, I aggroed the ghost. That's okay. That's fine. I wonder if I can kill an Atuku. What level is it? It's 57. I can probably kill it. He's Sleep God, the fucking tiger, and I'm fucked. I've already lost. That's okay, but... Should I aggro the Droma to heal? I don't think so. I think the tiger will get in this before it's too much of an issue. No, I'll just let him kill me. I want to get out of this and be done with this. See, I'll throw XP and time away just to make their time sync go away. Like, I battle time sync all day. If people were to ask me what the meaning to life is for me, it's battling their time sync and trying to get a lifestyle out of it.
So the story that happened in Final Fantasy during this chunk
I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
By the fact that they had these mini games that they wanted people to play, or this dumb shit that they had come up with. We came up with this little area called Gold Saucer. What can we make people do over there? And that's effectively the stretch of the game in Final Fantasy VII that this game is, and it feels as annoying in this game. But the problem is the narrative is up until this point is way more intricately told and way more sophisticated. So the narrative momentum is much more intense than in the previous original one, and the characterization is top notch as well. So you really care about where this story is going, and then they like brick wall you with Costa del Sol. The whole like the parade, the choral stuff where you're trapped in the prison, and then other things that happen going forward where it's like, oh, now I've got 20 hours of just nonsense in between, which is like they also needed to come up with something to go there, because like you can't have this chunk of the game just be completely narrativeless. So they use the kind of like the new meta narrative to kind of paper over some of those cracks. In a way that if they had paid it off well, could have been really smartly done, but it falls apart. That's the problem. Like, so instead what you're left with is bad payoff and a massive stretch of the game that is just kind of like, why am I doing this? Isn't the fate of the world hanging in balance? Why am I playing Duck Hunt? It's crazy.
The thing is, the fate of the world is not hanging in balance. The entire story of Rebirth is that like this is all character driven. They're going on this adventure because they want to, or because Cloud is deranged and he thinks that we gotta follow stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
no, I don't. No, I don't.
But their stakes couldn't be higher than ever for sure.
Exactly, and then they're like, bikini scene, and you're like, no, I love this.
Exactly, and
I'm not going to complain about
the whole scene where a dolphin has to fling you up to the top city instead of just taking a fucking elevator.
It's fantastic,
yeah. But see, the thing is, I don't, because obviously I haven't finished it. So when you talk about payoff, I can't comment on that, right? But
you can tell that they call Ralph Shill Up, and I think it's his it probably hurt him the worst probably, but he is a shill. You can tell that he couldn't agree with this guy when he was being negative about this game, and he's going to argue with him now because he is an industry tool who's taken a lot of money from Square. And he doesn't like the way this is going. He's going to defend Square now because he still believes in this image of Square for some reason. He was never truly a Final Fantasy player.
Well, I'll say is 75 hours in, I've definitely felt some of those pacing issues, and I think what you're saying about Costa del Sol, Golden Saucer being captured, etc., is true. And I definitely see how anyone could arrive at the conclusion that that is too much of a complete stop on the broader plot, and it's frustrating and you just want to push through or whatever. I can see that. I can definitely see that. At the same time, because everything else is working for me so well, I kind of forgive it that. You know what I mean? I'm like, sure, this is going on a little bit too long. I would like to get through this a bit of a faster clip, but overall though, I'm still super invested in this. I'm still like living for that next cutscene and that next reveal. Like the sense of anticipation that I have right now, even after 75 hours, is like palpable, man. And I am so keen to keep moving forward. So I agree with you. It's a bit much, but I don't think it's so indulgent that it undermines the overall product for me, at least. It's technically weaker, of course, in a sort of impossible objective sense, but I think it's still really carrying itself because of how well everything else works.
Yeah, I think it's more frustrating because you want that payoff to be better and quicker.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with that. Sorry, Lucy, you
I was gonna say I wish I was there with you. I genuinely feel like I'm on such a back foot because I don't have this relationship to the original game. The characters are not hitting as hard for me. I actually find Aerith really annoying.
Yeah, I do too. I really did not like Aerith.
Remake. And then unfortunately my Gold Saucer date, because I accidentally did one more side quest for Aerith, I got her as my date and I was like,
yeah, me too.
Oh my god,
right.
Guys, my Gold Saucer date for imagine the Gold Saucer date for a zero side quest run.
Oh,
what was it? Just
who was it? Was it just Cloud by himself?
I can spoil it. I can spoil it here.
You and Cloud's right hand.
So I guess spoilers for the worst Gold Saucer date. It turns out that you actually end up with the goon squad of boys.
Yeah.
So Sid, Vincent, Kate Sith, and Red just show up at your hotel room door.
Are you joking? I would prefer
I'm sorry, but that sounds fucking sick.
It's a pretty good
That
outcome.
sounds incredible.
It's actually really, really hilarious. It's very funny.
I do think a lot about Aerith in this game because I also really loved her in the previous game, and I like in this game I felt a little more annoyed by her. Like the performance is great, and like there's something about her though that I find a little bit.
Well, they're pushing her on you.
She's pushy.
Yeah, they're pushing her on you. She's also she has this like smug knowingness about her where she knows more than everyone else does, and like it really manifests in her personality. But then also the game does feel like it's pushing Aerith upon you, even to the point where this is one of the things I disliked about that final chapter, where if you make decisions, I made specific decisions that would put my interpersonal relationships with her on a different standing than I would with someone else like Tifa. But the game forces you into a kind of specific dynamic with her at the end. Where when I got there,
definitely hard steer you. They're driving the car and they're like, Aerith.
I was like, by the end, I was like, I've been Team Tifa this entire time. Like, it could not be more clear that I am a Tifa person. But in this final moment, it did something where it was like, we don't care about any of what you think. Like all that work you put in. That's like, you can feel a little bit of that in the entire way, where it's like pushing you towards her. And also, she's like, she is a bit of like.
It did that in the original game too.
Not drama queen, but she's like she knows things and she's like pulling strings and doing things to be like, she's trying
if
to
she had
some
social
shit.
media, she would be the kind of girl who would just post an unhappy face and ask everyone, hun, what's wrong? And she'd be like, it doesn't matter.
That is 100%
vague posting. Vague posting for sure.
She is like vague booking, vague posting, whereas Tifa's out there being like, yes, I got cut, here's my stomach to show you. And you're like, hell yeah, baby.
I think the other thing to do with the pacing is it's like I like a lot of the mini games. I think they're really fun. The reason I'm calling out chapter 11 specifically is there is a moment where you are throwing boxes and it is just the most frustrating implementation of any gameplay mechanic I have ever done in my life.
Yeah, Ralph, you like the
it-
pacing, but you haven't hit the chapters,
You haven't
the late
hit
game
where it
chapters.
starts
Fair enough.
to-
Fair
Just
enough.
be
You
warned.
guys have these. That's classic Final Fantasy, isn't it? Like
Yes.
Yeah, those late
It
chapters,
is.
the kind of-
They've always
it's
done
bad
that.
when you
The
feel
8
like
dungeons
it,
in
like,
Final
you can feel
Fantasy
like-
X were so annoying. You needed a strategy guide. It wasn't like you were going to get through the 6th or 7th one on your own. You needed the internet at that point. You needed GameFAQs. You couldn't do... It was the age of GameFAQs, and they knew that we were all just Googling the answer, you know? So they would make it, like, totally convoluted and stupid and totally pointlessly time-sinking walkie sim. And they have these 8 dungeons always in Final Fantasy that you have to unlock to get to the world tree or whatever the fucking story is of the particular game. And the 8 dungeons are always really annoying. Always really annoying. Every single game, they're always annoying. But by 10, it was like on a higher level of not quite like gotcha level annoyance. So, like, it wasn't charging you money, but it was almost that bad of that sort of annoyance. It was like, come on, man, this dungeon, I know it's going to be an hour and 45 minutes to clear this. And you think about, like, why would anything take an hour and 45 minutes or something, you know? You're like, I know it's going to take an hour and 45 minutes to clear this dungeon. And at the end, I'm liable to bash my head against the boss for like 13 times or something. By Final Fantasy 15, they were just doing the dungeons and not even bothering to write bosses for them anymore. It was just busy work. It was literally visit all of the royal tombs to get what's his name's Noctis is he was such an annoying character. Noctis to get Noctis's royal arms or whatever, which was a cool story. But what it really was is they didn't want to write 8 world bosses like they had done for the last 15 games or whatever. They didn't want or 14 games. They didn't want to write like another fucking set of 8 bosses for all those fucking dungeons, because they probably had to fit a theme, and they probably had to be creative, and they probably had to look good, and they probably had to be well balanced and have like themes and stupid things with resistances and stuff. And that's a lot of work. It's just a lot of work for those developers. It is. So what they did in 15 instead of all that is they just added a bunch of Far Cry outposts. They didn't bother writing the bosses. And so at the end of all of the 8 dungeons, you just walk into it was literally such a cop-out. A couple of them had bosses and little mini-fights and stuff, and they were dungeons. They were full of mobs. But like, at the end, you would often just walk into a room at the end of this linear dungeon, and there'd be a fucking tomb there with a royal arm in it. And you're like, oh, there's not even like a bomb or anything, you know, like a Final Fantasy bomb is one that gets bigger and bigger until it self-destructs, right? There's no Final Fantasy chocobo in here or anything like that. No, it's just a Far Cry outpost where they didn't even bother to write a boss at the end of it. And that's the time sink that pissed me off just now on Final Fantasy XI that they've always done is time sink, and they're a big believer in it. They've always been a big believer, like something about those games. They believe in the time sink of